Hello, Dr. Sheyi. Hello.
Yes, we can start.
Dr. Sheyi. One
Hello,
of
madam,
our
we can
BOT,
start.
yes, one of our BOT, Ambassador Folake Marcus Bello, has no link.
Well, to be resent to her just now.
Please. Once it's done, let me know so I notify her to check again.
Mrs. A, you need to reposition because we can't see your face. We can only see your lips down.
I'm not even. No, no, I'm not even. I need to go to where they've told me to go to. Is it better?
Much. Thank you, ma'am.
I need final confirmation on Ambassador's link, please. Let me do it. Okay, lie down a bit.
It has been resent.
Thank you very much. I'll notify her now.
We're being hacked too.
I can see that.
This was from Aisha Bakari.
Should she switch off and come back in or what?
I've removed her from the
Great,
from the
take
chat.
her out from there. Okay. I'll speak to her straight away.
morning.
Hello, I can hear you.
Can we start?
Yes, we can.
Excellent.
Morning, Madam President.
Good morning.
Morning.
May I go ahead?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, could we please have everyone that's not speaking muted at this point in time? Thank you, so we have no further. Okay. Good morning and welcome to Awep Nigeria Annual Conference 2020. It's a double celebration this year as we are celebrating Awep Africa at 10 and Awep Nigeria at 8. So this is a time in the year where we look forward to coming together to improve our businesses, which we have been working on throughout the year. For those of us who are joining us and this you're hearing of Awep for the first time, Awep stands for African Women Entrepreneurship Program. And my name is Eyemi Olivia Rumi. I'll be the MC for the first set of this program this morning. Without further ado, let's go ahead and say the opening prayer. We're using the second stanza of the national anthem, and I shall go ahead and read it. O God of creation, direct our noble cause. Guide our leaders right. Help our youth the truth to know. In love and honesty to grow, and living just and true. Great lofty heights attain, to build a nation where peace and justice reign. I always remove the shall because as far as I'm concerned, that's projecting into the future. I believe that truth, peace, and justice are reigning now in our country, Nigeria. So let's go ahead and tell you the theme for the conference this year is technology, collaboration and resilience, vital tools for businesses in the now. We have seen this year has been good for a lot of us. There's a lot of things that came through that none of us anticipated. And it set us all back in our seats thinking, were we really prepared if the worst happened? Fortunately for most of us who are on this call and for those who are going to join this conference, we're still here. So we can move forward and we can become greater successes than we already have been. So that's the theme for the conference this year, technology, collaboration and resilience, vital tools for businesses in the now. We will go ahead and play the national anthem and the Awep anthem, and we'll be right back after that. Please don't go away. Welcome to the Awep Annual Conference 2020. Celebrating and Awep Nigeria at 8. May I please say once again, as you join the call, please mute your devices so that we have no uninterrupted sound in the background. It will make for better listening for all of us, and we'll all be able to enjoy the conference totally. Thank you very much. We'll play the national anthem now. Please don't unmute. Just sing it in the background with your muted devices. And then after that, we'll play the Awep anthem. May I just reiterate quickly that we should please all stay muted. No matter, unless you're called upon to speak, please do not unmute your microphones. Thank you.
Our MC is off the call.
I apologize. Our beautiful network decided to act up on me this morning. I have prayed it into staying true to itself, actually, to perform better than it can this morning. So let's move on, and we shall be listening to the welcome and introductions by the Awep Deputy President, Hajia Lami Damburam, who would be represented by Hajia Samira Jabril, the Vice President, Awep North Central. Madam Jabril, are you ready?
Yes.
Please go ahead, ma'am.
I am ready.
Please go ahead, ma'am.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. It's a big welcome today to this special occasion of Awep Nigeria. We are celebrating our 7th year, and we are happy to introduce our special. We thank you for your presence and for your time you're dedicating for this program. We hope to all learn along and benefit one another. I'd like to first of all introduce Madam Tefa Ashwe, who is the She Trade Guest Coordinator, Nigeria. You're most welcome, Madam. Madam Jennifer Oloruda, Sterling Bank. They are partners. We hope that we are going to leverage on what we have. Madam Tefa has always been there for us and holding us, training and everything, trying to make us export. We will not disappoint you. I introduce Madam Comfort Ajomobi on behalf of the Honorable Minister of State. She is here, she's representing the Honorable Minister of State for Trade and Industry. You are most welcome. Madam Raphael Tasse of Sterling Bank. I've told you today, we are going to all have access to funds needed for our businesses. Thank you for coming. The regulating body that are making us all keep to standards, Standard Organization of Nigeria. Oh, I'm just being told that the Honorable Minister is present. Madam, you are welcome. We thank you for your time. Thank you so much. I couldn't see you from my own, yes. Oh, Ambassador Miriam Katagu, you are most welcome. We love you. Thank you so much. We know your dedication is always very strong and you have passion for women and entrepreneurs and businesses across the country. Thank you very much for your time. I'll go on now. Madam, Mr. Anthony Ude, they are partners, Technology Development Advisor, Mercy Corps Nigeria, representing Usage. You're most welcome. Awep Africa, ooh la la. You can see we are blessed this morning. We have Madam Comfort Adejoha Jennings, representing Awep West Africa. That's the president, Awep West Africa. You're most welcome, Madam. Mrs. Yemisi Irandoye, our first president, Awep President Nigeria of Pastry International Company Limited. That company has really gone very international. The second daddy is unavoidably absent. She's bereaved, and we all stand with her. We condole with her. May God Almighty continue to grant her the comfort and the fortitude to bear the loss. May God stand by her and her family during this trying period. Ruffle and tumble, the big ones of the industry. I welcome Mrs. Modupe Ogunlesi. Sorry, Adenike Ogunlesi. Sorry. Thank you very much, Madam, for being here. And you are the keynote speaker. We'd like to leverage on your plenty experience in the world of business entrepreneurship. Thank you for being here. Our board of trustees, we are very happy to have you here today. Ajia Amuna Lawal Ali, you're welcome. Mrs. Evelyn Oputu, you're welcome. Ambassador Folake Marcus Bello, you're welcome. Smidan, you've been training us, doing all the best for us and holding us all these years. They are welcome. They are represented here by the Chief Enterprise Officer, Madam Maureen Achonu. You're most welcome. NEPC, our hosts, our everything. Thank you. You've always been there for us. Thank you can't be enough. Maybe I should say Oshe, Dalo, Mungodi. They are being represented by Letitia Onu, Mrs. I guess, the head of Women in Export Division. We are ready to go for the export, where we will not disappoint you as Awep members. The other team members from NEPC, Omokide Sherifat, Esther Ngozi, Ayodele Essien, and all of you that are here today, we say thank you so much. We also have Idong Essien. From the Federal Ministry of Industry, Director Commodities and Export Department, Alhaji Suleiman Adebayo Audu, we say thank you for being here today. We are happy that you are here, and we are happy that you are our hosts in the office, our office in your premises. We thank you very much for bearing with us and helping us out. We also have from the same Ministry of Industry and Investment, A.M. Abubakar, Director, Trade Department. We also have Williams Yanecho, founder, Buy Nigeria. Let's all keep buying Nigeria. Nigeria is great, and we're here to make it great. We're making a statement with this Awep 7th anniversary. We must always advertise what Nigerian stands for. We thank you all for coming. Alhaji Wakili from Trade Department, you're welcome. Ajara from WTO UNTAC, you are most welcome. As time goes on, we continue to welcome all our special guests. All of you here today present with us, you are highly recognized and welcome. And we say thank you. And we hope to share best practice and leverage on all that we have for this conference. God bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Hajira Samir Jabir, the Vice President of Awep North Central. Thank you very much for the introductions and the welcome. We'll go straight ahead now to the next item on the agenda, which is the welcome address by the National President, Mrs. Angela Ajala. Just before Mrs. A starts, Mrs. A, I will never forget I think it was Togo trip. That was the first time I was coming in contact with somebody who was, as far as I was concerned, high up in authority, who was not uppity, who was so down to earth, and who was willing to lay down in the ground with the rest of us. I will never forget that. It completely changed my mind about leadership. And I was so excited when you became the president, and you have done amazing things, and I know you will continue to do amazing things. Thank you, ma'am, and we're ready for your welcome address. Mrs. Angela Ajala, the National President.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Yemi. Thank you for wonderful coordination so far. The Honorable Minister of State, Federal Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment, Ambassador Mariam Katagum, our own mother, our own champion of women issues, Director Generals and Executive Secretaries of top government agencies and parastatals, representatives from the U.S. Embassy, distinguished, accomplished keynote speaker, Mrs. Adenike Ogunlesi, our distinguished Board of Trustees who have been recognized, our committed partners, the National Coordinator of the Association of Nigerian Women Business Network, Mrs. Oyekunle, the President of Awep West Africa, our distinguished, very accomplished speakers for the day, very distinguished guest executive officers of Awep, very hardworking Awep members across Nigeria, leaders of other organizations present here, our technical partner, Concept 1024, members of the press, ladies and gentlemen. I welcome you all to Awep 7th Annual Conference. I am extremely delighted to have you join us and participate and share with us at our first virtual annual conference. Thank you for setting aside today to spend your valuable time with us. We appreciate each and every one of you. Awep was established in 2012 in Nigeria and is present in over 40 countries in Africa. This year, Awep is 10 years old in Africa and 7 in Nigeria. Our vision is to position women-owned Nigerian businesses across global borders and platforms with export as our focus. African Women Entrepreneurship Program, popularly called Awep, was set up by the US Department of State then to promote women's businesses for growth, increase trade nationally and internationally, and especially to US markets through the African Growth Opportunity Act, AGOA. Over time, Awep Nigeria has grown in leaps and bounds with over 550 members across the 6 geopolitical zones in Nigeria, and currently working within 5 clusters so that we can leverage, namely agricultural and food processing cluster, the fashion and apparel cluster, light manufacturing and interior decor cluster, body healthcare cluster, and the services cluster. This year alone, when the COVID came, we've done trainings like never before. And at the last count, we had done 28 trainings for our members. We have pushed out over 10 key opportunities. We have provided access to major grants like the NISAL grant. Facebook even had the grant, Survival Fund grant. We have pushed out business-to-business virtual trade fairs. We've introduced business clinics and mentoring hubs to handhold our members. We've had pre-conference webinars prior to this conference to talk about and freight, the things that are necessary for moving forward. This year, our theme is technology, collaboration, and resilience, vital tools for sustainable businesses in the now. This is very apt at a time like this, when the key to unlocking the uncertainties we face daily are these tools. The role and importance of technology in business today is obvious to everybody. Technology drives growth, it gives speed, it improves operations, and to remain relevant, you must embrace technology. Collaboration, our second tool, is vital to the health and success of any business today. We must collaborate to learn, we must collaborate to grow our revenues, collaborate to be inspired, collaborate to increase our buying power, collaborate through referrals, and most importantly, we must collaborate through what is called co-opetition. This is what happens when two or more businesses come together to work on business opportunities and promote our mutual products and services. Our third tool, resilience, is important so we can rapidly adapt and respond to all types of risks thrown at us, just like the pandemic came unannounced. We must build resilience into our businesses in the days ahead by being flexible, by communicating well, by acting decisively, by remaining curious and alert, by constantly reviewing our business continuity plans, by forecasting scenarios in our industries, considering diversification, and by developing industry alliances and business networks. Our keynote speaker today, Ms. Adenike Ogunlesi, is an accomplished, humble, hardworking, beautiful, and talented woman of worth in Nigeria and beyond. And we will learn firsthand from her practical experiences that will inspire us to do more. This is a woman that is hands-on in her field, and there are a lot we're going to pick from her today. Our two panels also were carefully selected to give us the best that will usher us into the new year. We have Naomi, that we call Sparkle Queen, who has a knack from taking women from the backstage to the front stage. We have Coach Sam, who has been building businesses for years now with success and hand-holding them even into the next century, and other members. We are also celebrating and thanking partners that have stood by us in the past. We will be launching our first directory. This is the first export-oriented directive, the first of its kind in Nigeria. And we are also launching what we call the Impact Fund to support businesses that have been impacted in one way or the other. We will be unveiling our 2021 roadmap at our AGM, and we invite every member to take the journey with us for 2021. As we listen and soak in from all that will be shared today, ask yourselves, do we have the opportunity to change the paradigms through which we walk so as to respond adequately to emerging issues? What can we do differently or better than what we're doing now? How can we be globally relevant? We must be prepared. And so sit back, prepare to be challenged, prepare to be excited, prepare to be inspired. Once more, on behalf of the Africa Women Entrepreneurship Program Organizing Committee, we welcome everybody to this epoch-making conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you, National President, Mrs. Angela Ajala, for your welcome speech. Thank you, ma'am. Moving right along on the program. Actually, Mrs. Ajala, the floor is still yours.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
And so I think it is my honor to bring in the Honorable Minister of State.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much. And so it is my honor on behalf of the entire membership of the African Women Entrepreneurship Program to bring on board the Honorable Minister of State, Federal Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment, Ambassador Mariam Katagum, a very quiet, humble, unassuming, hardworking woman, doing so much behind the scenes, championing women causes,
our own hostess, and one that she was the first person that saw us when she came into office to hear our challenges and to take it further with us. We're excited that she's with us this morning to give us some words of hope and to declare the conference open. Honorable Minister, ma'am, you are especially welcome, and the floor is yours, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Angela. Good morning to you all. The National President of Awep, Mrs. Angela Ajala, and distinguished members of Awep, eminent stakeholders, ladies and gentlemen, I'm particularly delighted to be here with you on this great occasion of the African Women Entrepreneurship Program Annual Conference and 10th year anniversary of Awep, with the theme Technology, Collaboration, Resilience, Vital Tools for Sustainable Businesses in the Now. I believe in the morning there was a bit of this mix-up because I was suddenly reminded of this program. And even though I have another program at 10 o'clock, I said I will zoom in and make this statement and at least convey my fellowship with this great association. So let me say a hearty congratulations to the executives and all members of Awep. I'm indeed elated to see this gathering of women who are working tirelessly to consolidate the commitments of the federal government towards the recognition, upliftment, and empowerment of the women folk in order to thrive in their businesses. The theme of this year's conference is very apt in view of the impact of COVID-19 pandemic on the business landscape. It is important to emphasize the role of technology, which has mitigated the devastating effect of the pandemic on businesses, especially MSMEs, which are dominated by women. It is on record that the pandemic has affected all spheres of business, be it marketing, services, public relations, security, etc., which has propelled their continued existing operations by going digital. There has therefore been an increase in online shopping and other forms of businesses as people turn to e-commerce to purchase items which they might have otherwise procured in person. Permit me to state that Nigerian women should be honored for their contribution and daily sacrifices with a view to improving the economic and sustainable development of their environment. This is being completed by governments or complemented by government in various interventions by according a significant part of such initiatives to the female gender. This includes the MSME Survival Fund and Guaranteed Offtake Schemes, which are currently being implemented under my watch. And I'm very happy to hear from the president that Awep members are actively participating in these schemes. I therefore want to urge you to mobilize more women across the length and breadth of this country to key into this initiative in order to make a difference in their businesses. And may I remind you all that Mr. President has directed that 45% of all our interventions in the MSME Survival Fund will go to women-owned enterprises. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is heartwarming to state that the stand of my ministry is consistent with several key UN resolutions for increase in women participation in the area of leadership, entrepreneurship, etc., for a better society. Women are estimated to account for around 70% of informal cross-border traders in Africa. Nigerian women should take the advantage of the Africa Growth and Opportunity Act, AGOA, and maximize the benefits of the initiative through concerted collaboration and resilience. Let me once again use this opportunity to congratulate the Africa Women Entrepreneurship Program, Awep, for this occasion and celebration of the 10th year anniversary, as I now declare this conference open. I thank you all for listening, and God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Ambassador Mariam Katagum, the Minister of State, Ministry of the Federal Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you for taking time out to start the conference with us, and we wish you well on your next meeting and the rest of your day. Have a fruitful day. Thank you very much, ma'am. All right, and I'm very pleased to hear about the 45%, move towards women businesses. I think that is absolutely fantastic. That is great news for women in business. We'd also like to thank Mr. President on behalf of Awep that women have been recognized, so to speak, and that these funds will get to the people that need them to grow their businesses. Also, just a point to note in the ambassador's speech, I liked it when she said that technology has helped to mitigate the effects of COVID on MSMEs. Imagine if we didn't have technology, if we didn't have devices, if we didn't have smartphones, if we didn't have the internet, the war stories would have been huge and immense. But thanks to technology and to the fact that because we are women in business and we're able to quickly turn around, a lot of us latched onto the digital world and we're able to make a few amends in our businesses. Without further ado, I would like to go ahead and introduce a member of our board of trustees, Hajia Amuna Ali. She is going to take charge of she's going to do the goodwill and charge of hope for the conference this morning. Hajia Amuna Ali, are you ready, ma'am? Amuna Ali, I beg your pardon. Are you ready, ma'am? You're still muted, ma'am, so we can't hear you.
Hello? Hello, can you hear me?
I can hear you now, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Please, earlier. Thank you very much. Honorable Minister of State, Federal Minister of Industry, Trade and Investment, Her Excellency Mrs. Mariam Katago, our keynote speaker, Mrs. Ogunleshi, the CEO of Rough and Company, our very distinguished President, Mrs. Angela Ajala, and her very able team, my distinguished colleagues on the Awep Board of Trustees, Ambassador Folake Marcus Bello, and Mrs. Evelyn Obutu. Our able panelists, representatives of our partners and regulators with us here today, our distinguished members and friends of Awep across Africa and Nigeria, members of the media, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, forgive me if I have omitted any group of persons. The protocol list is pretty long, and to save time, I will pray you to bear with me. We are humbled through the mercies of the Almighty to join all members of our organization, the African Women Entrepreneurs Program, Awep, on this special occasion through this goodwill message as our existence attains 8 years in Nigeria and 10 years in Africa. It has been a worthwhile journey, and we look forward to many more years full of positivity, resilience, and greatness. Awep Nigeria was launched in 2012 and has since then grown in leaps and bounds. Our presence has been registered in 6 geopolitical zones of the country, and our operations are within 5 main clusters, as already mentioned by our able president. We are an outreach, education, and engagement initiative that targets African women entrepreneurs to promote business growth, increase trade, both regionally and to the US, through the AGOA program and other trade initiatives. We endeavor to create better business environment and empower Nigerian women entrepreneurs through providing technical and financial training, export training, mentorship, and access. Hello?
Yes, ma'am.
Hello?
We can hear you. Yes, ma'am.
All right. Okay. I see several business partners and a clear path to local and international export markets for their products and services. Our aim is to position women-owned businesses across global borders and platforms with export as our major focus. This year has impacted heavily on many businesses and lives, and our theme aptly captures our recovery process of collaboration, resilience, and technology. We will do this while embracing our mission to build a network of highly skilled businesswomen by providing valuable information, access to market, finance, and new opportunities. My dear sisters and daughters, it's time to think differently, to think outside the box, and be positioned for 2021 and beyond. Doing business has taken a new digital look with the world as your market. We urge you all not to give up, but to keep innovating and solving societal challenges. Let's learn as much as we can from this conference, where the best of the best have been gathered to share, teach, and inspire us to be our very best. Congratulations. Congratulations, Awep Africa. As the saying goes, if you want to go far together. So distinguished ladies, let us keep working together to go far. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Hajia Amuna Lawan Ali. Thank you very much, ma'am. Okay, moving on. We have goodwill speeches from those who love us and those who will continue to love us. I will call on, so we have goodwill messages from the following people. We have, or rather from the following organizations, I beg your pardon. Well, they're people to us because we deal with them face-to-face, person to person. So they're people to us. So we have the US Embassy, we have the USAID, we have NEPC, we have SMEDEN, and we have Awep West Africa. You each have 3 minutes for your goodwill speeches. I am looking to spotlight, I don't know who is here right now and who is available to take the floor with their goodwill speeches. Let's see if we have anybody from, just give us a few minutes, please. I was trying to find that information because I don't have names. Oh.
She trades to be on board.
So let me call on Ms. Olatokumba Fayomi, member of ITC She Trades Commonwealth. I hope it's a miss. I hope I got that right. I hope I'm not calling you Mr. A Miss. She's representing Tefa Ashwe, who is the National Coordinator She Trades Initiative Nigeria. Is Ms. Olatokumba on the call, please? Mr. Anthony, I see your message. Thank you. Let's take Ms. Olatokumba first, and then we'll come to you.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for having us on here. And this is such an auspicious event. We're glad to be a part of it. I am here as part of She Trades, but Simon Balfe, who was supposed to speak at 12:20 in that goodwill message section, will be back on to give some remarks. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We'll go on to Mr. Anthony Ude, representing USAID. Please go ahead, sir.
Good morning. Do I need to share my screen?
It's up to you, sir. Would you prefer? Whichever one works for you is fine, sir.
Okay. I'm requesting to share my screen. Can you please allow? Can you see my screen?
The host will allow you in a few, just now, please.
Go ahead, sir. You can share your screen now.
Okay. Can you see the screen?
Yes, we can.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Anthony Uday. I serve as a Technology for Development Advisor on the USAID funded Feed the Future Nigeria Rural Resilience activity. I'm here on behalf of USAID to give this goodwill message. Government officials, civil society organization, businesses, press, interested parties, ladies and gentlemen, all other protocols are duly observed. It is a pleasure to be here today. On behalf of the United States Agency for International Development, I am pleased to have the opportunity to celebrate with the African Women Entrepreneurship Program, Awep, on its 10th year anniversary, positioning women-owned Nigerian businesses across global borders and platforms, building networks of highly skilled business women and providing valuable information and access to market finance and new opportunities. At USAID, we pay close attention to current economic indicators because they highlight the capacity of the Nigerian economy to create jobs for the roughly over 5 million women and youths who enter the job market every year. Large corporations at best can only absorb a small fraction of these new job seekers. Youth and women-led micro and small-scale enterprises provide the best opportunity we have for creating productive jobs, economic opportunities, and livelihoods for vulnerable communities. Supporting economic growth in Nigeria is a top priority of the United States. Experience tells us that the fastest and most effective way to support economic growth and trade, both regional and internationally, is to incorporate women into the economic sector. This is why your role is so important in further adding value to the agriculture sector that will deliver a more diverse economy, but also enhance Nigeria's food security. As the US government Global Hunger and Food Security Initiative, Feed the Future works to give families, communities, and countries the freedom and opportunity to live themselves out of food insecurity and malnutrition. By equipping women and youth-led micro and small-scale enterprises with knowledge and tools they need to improve agricultural production, create new opportunities for security and prosperity, reducing hunger and improving nutrition, especially among mothers and children. We support innovative technologies to strengthen the resilience of communities to shocks and stress that can lead to famine and political unrest via local ownership, private sector partnership, and increased exchange of ideas, technologies, and products that benefit Nigerians at home and abroad. On the Feed the Future Nigeria, we seek innovative partnership with private, public, and community-based organizations to improve the life and income opportunities of over 90,000 households across 4 states, namely Adamawa, Borno, Yobe, and Gombe. Our approach, Making Markets Work for the Poor, relies on building resilience in market systems using innovative technologies and smart subsidies to promote economic opportunities and expanded markets in agriculture and non-agriculture sectors and value chains for over 20,000 women and youth-led micro and small-scale enterprises. The USAID remains ready, willing to support the government of Nigeria's sustained economic development and its journey to self-reliance through sustainable partnership with local businesses and organizations present here today. Thank you and welcome. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Anthony Ude, representing USA this morning. Thank you very much for your goodwill speech. I think we shall just go on to the next item on the agenda. I've asked for a list of those who would be giving goodwill speeches, and I'm still waiting for a response. But for those who are just joining us, this is the Awep Annual Conference 2020, and the theme is Technology, Collaboration and Resilience, Vital Tools for Sustainable Businesses in the Now. The conference has been declared open by the Honorable Minister of State, Federal Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment, Ambassador Mariam Katagum, and we have had the welcome address by the National President, Mrs. Angela Ajala, and also the introductions by the Vice President, North Central, Hajia Samira Jabir. And we've also had speeches also by Hajia Amuna Ali. So let's go on to the next item on the agenda. And I'm so glad that we are making good time. And this is our special keynote address by our distinguished keynote speaker. I shall go ahead and read her bio. So please just give me a minute to pull that up. Right. So our special keynote speaker today is Mrs. Adenike Ogunlesi. She's the founder and creative director at Rough and Tumble. Adenike Ogunlesi, Nigeria's foremost fashion entrepreneur with over 35 years in the fashion and retail business, is the founder and creative director of Nigeria's premier premium children's clothing brand, Rough and Tumble. To support its retail operations, she created Gatimo Apparel Manufacturing, a state-of-the-art garment manufacturing facility with a capacity to contract, manufacture high-quality garments and accessories. With a skilled staff strength of over 200 people, Rough and Tumble has shared happiness to over 1 million children and thousands of families. A passionate speaker, and I can attest to that, and advocate for a more equitable society with women owning their greatness by believing the truest expression of themselves while being financially independent, Adenike founded the Betty Okuboyejo Foundation, which empowers young individuals with skills in garment making and entrepreneurship. She also founded the I Share 'Cause I Care Foundation by Rough and Tumble, a community which provides sharing and caring among children and young people. She is the non-executive director at Lafarge Wholesale PLC and the founding member and first president of the Network of Entrepreneurial Women, NEW, at the Nigeria Employers Consultative Association, NECA. She is also an advisory board member and mentor at Whisker, Women in Successful Careers, a structured mentoring program for young women, and the coordinator of the Marriage and Family Life Unit at the Catholic Church of the Presentation. Adenike is happily married to Adebola Ogunlesi, and they are blessed with 3 children. Aside building a global business, she loves to read, dance, exercise, and gardening. I'm coming to your house, ma'am. I love to dance, I love to read. Exercise, I'm developing the love for it, but it's getting better. And I love gardening. Welcome, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm so happy to be here. Good morning, ladies. Good morning, the National President, Madam Angela Ajala, the Ambassador, Mariam Katagum. And please permit me to, as we say, rest on all existing protocols, please. Thank you very much. It's indeed my pleasure and joy to be sharing some of my thoughts and experiences on technology, on collaboration and resilience with you this morning. My personal belief is that all of them are guided by our mindset, our ability, our capacity and competence, along with our character, as we embrace life on a daily basis. So meaning, what is happening now and how am I responding, or am I reacting? And there's a difference between responding and reacting. So what I decided to do was to start from resilience, because for me, all things begin with the mind, all things end with the mind. And in your mind, if you say you can, you can. If you say you can't, then you can't. It's as simple as that. And I came across this quote that I would like to share with you all this morning by Kofi Annan, which says, and I quote, "To live is to choose. But to choose well, you must know who you are and what you stand for, where you want to go, and why you want to go to that place." What is important about this quote, and why does it resonate so much with me? It does so because I believe in our power of choice. I believe that it is the singular biggest gift that we are gifted as human beings, the power to choose. And in between our response or our reaction is a moment where we have the ability to choose and decide what it is that we're going to do. So I will begin with resilience, because to build resilience and strong mental muscles, which I believe Nigeria by default actually teaches you how to do those things, because life has become so stressful in Nigeria that we have to build our mental muscles and we have to build resilience. We must be able to rise to the circumstances, regardless of what is happening to us. So we must know who we are and why we have chosen the journey we have chosen. As women, dynamic as we are, enterprising, frugal, beautiful, the list is endless. Supportive, cheerleaders, sisters, friends, mothers, wives, entrepreneurs, career women, we are great role jugglers. And this can sometimes take its toll on our mental health. We must boldly question ourselves as we try to define, to refine, and redefine for ourselves the kind of lives that we choose to live and the kind of commitments we choose to give to the different areas of our lives. So we must ask ourselves, and we must be honest with ourselves. What are my strengths? What support systems do I have in place? Who are my cheerleaders? What is the internal dialogue that is going on in my head? Meaning, what am I saying to myself and about myself? How do I begin to grow myself, to commit to growing who I am, to making myself better, to be able to cope? How do I take care of my mental state, my mental wellness, by exercising, by eating right, by caring for myself, by taking care and taking time out for myself? And as women, we're raised to give, to constantly give to others, and to neglect self-care. In fact, I make bold as to say that we are taught to feel that when we take care of ourselves, we're being selfish, self-centered, and self-absorbed. But no, we are not. We can only give what we have. And to be able to give the fullest of ourselves and to achieve purpose and to achieve and self-actualize our own dreams and our own desires, we must take care of ourselves and we must practice what I call self-care. This for me is very important. With COVID-19, life has become a little bit more stressful. Why? Because the amount of change that has hit us all in the face, all at the same time, in all the different areas of our lives, is phenomenal. Which means your mental wellness is the most important thing at this point in time, because it is he who has a sound mind and sound health that can go out into the world to achieve and to conquer. And so I want to share 5 principles with you that I practice daily. And the first one is this: I practice gratitude. I have what is called a gratitude journal, where I write down every single day, no matter what happened to me that day, the things that I'm grateful for. I learned to look at every situation that I find myself in and ask myself, what is the silver lining? What is the lesson in this? How is this thing helping me grow? And once I asked that question, what I discovered is that my state of mind changes immediately. And once my energy begins to focus on the things that I'm grateful for, I find that my energy shifts into a more positive vibration, and I am able to then begin to find solutions rather than focus on the problems. The second thing I do is I have compassion. I practice compassion, first with myself. So I forgive myself for my mistakes. My internal dialogue is quietening all this dialogue that doesn't support me and raising the dialogue that supports me, that entrenches the positive energy and vibration that I want to feel and I want to give into anything and everything that I'm doing. So I show concern about those that are around me. I care for those that are around me, regardless of how I am feeling or what is going on with me at any present time. Acceptance. I am open to everything, but I am not attached to anything. So therefore, my mind is open to new ideas. It is open to embracing things that are different. So when I see change and when I see difference, I stop and I look at it and I say, okay, so how does this advance my position? How does this improve where I am? How does this grow me? Rather than letting fear set in and then I become afraid. And I live by the principle that the tree that cannot bend to the wind will break. And I think Madam President spoke to it when she said we should be agile. We must be agile in mind and body. So I exercise, I meditate, I do yoga practice, I stretch my body because every resistance I feel in my body can get transferred into my life. So I must practice resilience, I must practice being calm, I must practice meditating so I calm myself, I calm my nerves so that when I make a decision, I am consciously making an intentional decision that I am aware of its consequences and how it will impact me. So I'm living in the present moment and I'm doing it on a daily basis. Now, the next thing is forgiveness, is meaning. Nothing has meaning except the meaning that I give to it. So am I a victim of circumstance or am I a creator of my own experiences? I choose to be a creator of my own experiences and not a victim of circumstance. And so the meaning that I give to things, the perception that I bring to the events and the experiences that I'm having must have a positive narration going on in my head where it is guiding me, it is protecting me, it is supporting me, rather than tearing me apart, thinking maybe somebody means this or somebody means that. Just ask a question if you're not sure of what somebody means, so that you don't give meaning to something that then makes you go down a lane that you don't really want to go on. Yeah. The next thing is this: forgiveness. Now, I ask myself, what is forgiveness? And really, if you don't feel a human being has a gift and has greatness in them, I believe also that we cannot divorce our spirituality from our life's journey because we are spirit beings having a human experience. And so we must be able to go inside of ourselves to find that need to forgive somebody else so that we free ourselves to be able to live and release the greatness that is locked in ourselves. They often say that your greatness needs to be released for the greatness of the next person to be unleashed. So we must release our own greatness so that somebody else unleashes their own greatness. And that's the way the circle of life is played out. That's the way we impact. That's the way we bring
Madam EM, is the network?
Yes, ma'am, I believe it is her network. So I think we should give her just a few seconds. It would probably reboot our wonderful technology and network. Maybe while we're waiting for her, could we play the Awep anthem in the background, please? Let's give her a couple of minutes. Let's welcome those that have just joined us. This is the Awep Annual Conference 2020. Awep stands for African Women's Entrepreneurship Program. We're celebrating Awep Africa at 10 and Awep Nigeria at 7. I've heard Madam President say 7. We have 8 on the banner. So I guess we added +1.
Eight.
Okay, ma'am.
So 2012 to that. Yes. 2012 to date.
It's 8 years. Ooh, we don't have an Awep anthem. We don't. We do. We played it earlier on, sir. We have. Okay, do we have background music? Because we can't, I don't like talking just because I'm talking. But okay, let me talk while we're trying to get her back. Let me note the things that she had said that I took down. She had said we should build our mental muscles. And I found that quite fascinating. She also said that we should know who we are and why we're doing what we're doing. And she also said what was very important to her was self-care. And a lot of women in business, a lot of women in general, we wear so many hats that at the end of the day, we push ourselves to the background and we forget that we're not a well-oiled machine, in that we're not a robot, we're human beings. And as they say in Yoruba, ara fesimi, which means in English that the body needs rest. So we hardly ever remember to take care of ourselves, and it's not being selfish. If you do not take care of yourself, you cannot take care of the ones that you love. She had started giving us the 5 steps that she practices that have helped her and kept her up. And the first one was the gratitude journal, that she's always looking for the silver lining behind every cloud. And I actually appreciate this because I started this, I read a book, The Ultimate Journey, about a month ago. And I started keeping a gratitude journal. And it's amazing how you can come up with at least 10 things, no matter how bad your day is, that you are grateful for. Welcome back, Mrs. Ogulesi.
Thank you so much. And I caught the end of what you're saying. I love it. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So the last thing we were talking about was forgiveness, learning to forgive and learning to let go. One of the lessons I wanted to share from Nothing Has Meaning, from number 4, which is meaning. Nothing has meaning except the meaning that we give to it, is that during the NSAS uprising in Lagos, we lost 3 of our stores. One was completely burnt. The other one was
don't worry, ma'am. We live in a digital age. Phones will go off.
Where's my phone? I need to switch it off. What happened to us was one of our stores was burnt and the other 2 were raided. So we had 3 stores down, almost like overnight, without even knowing that this was going to happen. You know, so I had to, we had to look at the business again and begin to think, what can we do? What can we do with the existing stores that we have, because we're coming up to our high season. And, you know, it just made us move faster than that on our e-commerce. And we were able to launch our Black Friday. For the first time, we did Black Friday sales, and we've had orders online every single day since we started that. Had we not gone through this experience, we might have been slower on activating our online presence and our website. So my policy has always been, no matter what is happening, look for what is good in it. Nobody wishes anything bad, but sometimes it happens. And rather than become a victim of circumstance, create the experience that you want to have. And that is the singular most important power that you have as a human being, the strength of your imagination and the strength of your capacity to choose what you have decided to do with your life. Now, if you are able to get all of this, understand yourself, your vision, what it is that you want, sometimes it's not 100% clear, and that's okay. It's good to begin with what you have, and it's also good to use whatever you have to get what you want, rather than playing the waiting game of, I'm waiting for this, I'm waiting for this, I'm waiting for this. And waiting can very easily become what I call excusitis. You begin to make excuses for why you can't do this and why you can't do that and why this. And you wake up one day, time has gone by, things have happened, people have moved on, and you are still waiting. May that not be our portion in this life or the next, as they say. So when you're able to do all this, then you can begin to understand the power of collaborations and why co-opetition, as mentioned by Madam Angela, is so important in the present day, because the companies are getting bigger or they're getting smaller. So how do smaller companies all come together to build critical mass to be able to achieve their goals? So it means that you have to learn to communicate. For us at Rough and Tumble, we call it the 4 C's. It begins with communication, cooperation, collaboration, and coordination. Our fourth C is coordination. The important thing is coordination means that we all know what the goal is, and we are all going to align ourselves and cooperate with ourselves within our teams and collaborate with each team outside of my own team to be able to achieve the company goal. Now, let me try and say that again. Yeah. Collaboration is key in every single business. As you scale and as you grow, you begin to build teams within the business. Now, these teams within the business have a danger of becoming silos if you do not get them to understand these 4 C's, these 4 principles of collaboration, communication, cooperation, and coordination. Because if you are working in silos, you are working against yourself. If you are cooperating as a team, collaborating as a team, communicating as a team, and you are collaborating together, what you will find is that the goal becomes small because everybody's energy and everybody's focus is on a bigger picture than themselves. So the big picture begins to drive everybody and everybody becomes aligned. And one of the key factors of success is what I call congruence. Congruence in terms of alignment, where your vision, your goals, and the people are all aligned. Meaning there's clarity in your vision, there's clarity in the goals, and the people are aligned to know what to do to achieve those goals. This is key, and this is driven by leadership. And I believe a lot of the women on this platform are leaders. They're leading their own businesses. And I want to speak to leadership here this morning. If you don't know who you are, you cannot lead anybody. If you don't lead yourself, you cannot lead anybody. Whatever you do as the leader of the business is going to reflect the culture of that business. The saying that the fish rots from the head is so true. You are the chief driver of everything, good and bad. So you literally are sitting in a glass bowl, and it means that your character, your integrity, the values that drive you as a person are fundamental to your success at this point, because it cannot be do as I say, it must be do as I do. So you must model the behaviors that you want to see within your business. And you cannot do that if you are not in a mental state of awareness, where you are intentional about the way you have chosen to live your life, where you are an outcomes thinking person, you are a systems thinking person, where you are thinking about the whole as opposed to yourself. These things are so important because we are a reflection of our businesses, whether we like it or not. Whatever you see in a business is a reflection of leadership. Whatever you see in a country is reflection of leadership. Whatever you see amongst a group of people is a reflection of leadership. And so leadership is very important in the life and success of any business. A disciplined leadership will reflect a disciplined business. A productive business leadership will reflect a productive business. So you embody and model the values that become exponent in any business that you lead. And these things are not things that we develop overnight. They're things that we develop over time. But the important thing is to make the choice to want to grow our character, grow our capacity, grow our competence, so that when we get a seat at the table, when we sit at the table, we are competent and we have capacity. It's not about whether I'm a woman or not. It's about this is my competence and this is my capacity and this is what I bring to this table. So let us focus on that, because we must stop playing the gender card. The world is moving on so fast that playing the gender card can be to our own advantage. It means we're waiting for somebody to help us. No. They say if they don't give you bread, bake your own bread. If they don't give you cake, get in the kitchen and bake your own cake and take the cake and bring the changes that you want to see in your life. And we're women. Economic power is what is going to give us the freedom and the voice that we need to change Nigeria. If you look at the NSAS, who are the people that started it? Women. That is, for me, the highest and biggest lessons of collaboration in the history of Nigeria. And all of those girls are under 30 years old. That is the future Nigerian woman. Focused, wants to build a Nigeria that works for everybody. And we must encourage collaboration among women. We must open our minds to collaboration at all levels. Because if you have to collaborate with your children to get them to do things. You have to collaborate with your husband to get them to do things. You have to collaborate with your domestic staff so that you are free to go and live your best life, because you were not made for the kitchen. You were made for greater things than the kitchen. So to unleash your potential into the world, to gift the world of your passion, your energy, your gifts, oh my goodness, you must put structure in place in your life so that you are free to be the best version of yourself, so that you're free to fulfill purpose, so that you are free to impact your world. And all the women on this platform, this is what I see for all of you today. So technology, I have chosen to talk about last. Technology for me is an enabler. And once you view technology as an enabler, the mysticism is taken out of it. The difficulty is taken out of it. Just think of it as your friend, as something that supports you and enables you to be efficient, enables you to be proactive, enables you to be productive, enables you to schedule yourself, enables you to manage your time, enables you to get all kinds of different results from different platforms that you belong to, is a learning tool that is in the palm of your hand. You know, I tell myself when they say, I don't know how to, I say, Google is your friend. Google it. You know, just go onto Google. Every answer you need, somebody has asked it before you ask that question. And the more powerful the question you ask, the more powerful the answer you will get. The more powerful the answer you get, the greater impact it will have on your actions and the way that you do things. So for me, technology is an enabler. So technology helps you reduce costs. It helps you increase efficiency. For us at Rough and Tumble, technology is our backbone. We can't do anything in Rough and Tumble without technology. Our business is technology driven. We operate an ERP system where all our people ask me, how do you manage 17 stores? It's very simple. We use technology. Every single store is driven by technology. We use the tools of technology. We use ERPs. We use CCTV cameras. So from the support center in Lagos, we can view every single location, no matter how far away it is. We can see what they're doing real time on their systems. We can see what they're doing real time in their store. We can see it helps us drive human beings. It helps us drive their behavior. It helps us achieve so many of the things that we want to do. It manages our inventory, because, you know, in retail, if you cannot manage your inventory, you're in trouble. That's the end of your business. You must know what you have in each location and each store. And this is so important. So I think for me, I would like to say, technology, you should focus on people. Technology, you must use on your customers. Now, people are the bridge between your products and your services, your people. So you must use technology to help them bridge that gap. You must train your people. The heart of your business is in the hands of the people that are in your business. So you must treat them well, and they must know the business. Technology is what you use to understand customer insights, the data that comes from your customers' behavior, the way they buy. It is technology that you use to understand the insights to be able to serve them better. This is the experiential economy. 2020 is the experiential economy. You must know how to use technology to give customers a seeming experience that is extraordinary and beyond the ordinary. And you have the capacity to do this. It will manage your costs, your finance, all your bookkeeping, all your accounting. A tool will manage it all for you. The community, for us, for example, what do? We go into a school that is around us, and this is what we do. We sew school uniforms for between 300 children. We give them free school uniforms and free school shoes and free socks. That is how we engage our community. Now, we have to learn to give back, because those 4 pillars, the people, the customers, the finance, and the community, are the 4 pillars that every business must sit on. You must know how to use technology in those 4 areas. In your community, is technology, is Instagram that will help you engage. It's Facebook that will help you engage your customers. All of it is driven, the digital space is driven by technology. So you must understand technology. The last thing I would like to say in closing is a quote that is from Darwin that says, and this was in 1809, for you to see how relevant it still is in the 21st century. It is not the strongest of the species that survives, nor the most intelligent that survives. It is the one that is the most adaptable to change. The most agile is the one that survives. So my dear sisters, my motto in life has always been, nothing changes until I change. And for things to change, I have to. Growth lies in the challenges that we face. But then this is what builds our character. This is what builds our resilience. This is what makes us creators of our experiences rather than victims of circumstance. I invite you in this conference to take the learnings from this conference and apply them. Don't just be present in class. Apply the knowledge, apply the insights, begin to take your life and create the experiences that you want for yourself. Why? Simply because you are worth it. You're beautiful, you're God's greatest creation, and you deserve success and happiness. And I wish you all the success and happiness in this conference and in the rest of your life. Thank you very much. Thank you for having me. It's been a pleasure to share part of my experiences. I hope that I have been able to help in some little way to help people understand the importance of resilience, technology, and embracing collaboration. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Ogulesi. It is always such a joy listening to you because you can see the passion flowing through you. You are exactly your business. Anybody listening to you would just want to run into one of your stores and just like, okay, you know what, let me involve myself. Thank you so much, ma. Thank you very, very much. And I love the garden behind. I can see the garden. So truly, I'm going to come and start talking you.
Please,
thank you so much, ma.
Thank
you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you for having me. Thank you so much.
You're welcome, ma'am. So let's go away with a few keynotes. I actually took some notes. So I said earlier that she had said build mental muscles, know who you are, self-care. Everything revolves around people. So whether that person is you, whether the person is the staff you're working with, whether the person is the person that does your logistics, it's about people. If there's no flow, that congruence that she used, that word, if you don't have that congruence, then there's no way that your business is going to be a smooth sailing ship. And even if you hit storms of life, you can rebound, regroup, because you have communication, you have cooperation, you have collaboration, and you have coordination. And then you're adaptable. How many more things do you need? And you're worth it. You're God's greatest creation. Thank you so much, Mrs. Ogulesi. Thank you so very much. Thank you. All right, let's go back now in the program and let's go back to and take a few goodwill messages. We will have Ms. Maureen Achonu. She's the Chief Enterprise Officer at Smidden. Ms. Maureen, are you ready to give us your goodwill speeches? Goodwill speech, I beg your pardon. See, the adrenaline, the pump from Mr. Ogulesi's talk is still in me. Ms. Maureen, could you please give us your goodwill speech? Next, after Ms. Maureen, will be Ms. Letitia Onu, the head of the Women's Desk at NEPC, and then we'll have the goodwill speech from the US Embassy. Ms. Maureen, are you available, please? Is Ms. Letitia Ono, is she available?
Yes, she's available.
Can she go ahead, please, while we're waiting for Ms. Maureen?
Okay. Thank you very much for having me. Here standing on behalf of my executive director, Mr. Shegu Awolowo, who is on
Ms. Ono, could you please move from where you are? Your network is breaking. Ms. Letitia, could you move from where you are? Your network is breaking.
to represent him on the occasion. Hello. Okay. Let me read the speech. His message. Distinguished ladies, it is a
Ms. Ono, we can't hear you. Can you please move from where you are? Your network is very bad
now.
Okay, you have moved.
Hello, can you hear
Okay,
me?
I think this is better. Okay, you're connecting to audio, so we'll just give you a few seconds.
Speak. Hello, can you hear me now?
Much clearer. Thank you, ma'am. Go ahead, please. And you look beautiful.
Thank you much. Yes, thank you for having me. Yeah, I am standing on behalf of my executive director, Mr. Shegu Awolowo, who is unavoidably absent. I wish to wish Awep congratulations on their 10th year anniversary. It is amazing to see that over the years, before you know it, the year is gone. So we thank God for today. So I'll go ahead to read the ED's my executive director's goodwill message. Distinguished ladies, it is a privilege to facilitate with you on this special occasion to mark the 10th anniversary celebration and annual conference of the African Women Entrepreneurship Program, Awep. The theme of this event, technology, collaboration, and resilience, vital tool for sustainable business in the now, is very apt to the current situation where the global lockdown forced even the most powerful nation to cooperate to develop a new strategy for adapting to the new normal. In Nigeria, where majority of the businesses are small and medium enterprises, the sharp decline in cash flow, sale and revenue are being devastating, especially for startups and women-owned businesses. Over the last 10 years, Awep has contributed significantly to the empowerment of Nigerian women by providing access to information, finance, mentorship, and business network. Awep has also contributed to export development in Nigeria by assisting women entrepreneurs to export duty-free to US through the African Growth Opportunity Act, AGWA. I wish to congratulate Awep and own businesses, which will enable foreign buyers to connect easily with women SMEs in Nigeria.
It's for you.
This project is of great. The council also has women in supporting women entrepreneurs to expand their businesses, their business operations, and become globally competitive. In furtherance of this goal, NEPC is partnering with International Trade Center to create a business support organization
Organization Directory, which will provide women entrepreneurs with much needed information on the business services and other opportunities. Awep is already registered and verified on the platform. I therefore use this opportunity to call on other business support providers like women associations, stroke networks, cooperative societies, government and non-governmental organizations that provide services to women-owned businesses to visit the NEPC website and register their presence on the business directory. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I wish to use this opportunity to urge women entrepreneurs to register with She Trade Initiative, which is funded by the UK Department for International Development, to empower women, boost economic growth, and create jobs by increasing the participation of women-owned businesses in international trade. In Nigeria, the initiative aimed to connect 200,000 women entrepreneurs to the global market as part of the broader UN goal of bringing 2 million women to the market by 2021. She Trade in Commonwealth projects under the She Trade initiative was created to increase the competitiveness and productivity of women entrepreneurs in agriculture, services, textile and apparel under the Commonwealth countries like Nigeria, Kenya, Ghana, and Bangladesh. Through the collaboration with ITC, NEPC has conducted of over 4,000 women entrepreneurs nationwide to gather valuable Nigerian women entrepreneurs who are yet to
Our technology is beautiful. Please let's remember that. As Ms. Ogulesi said, what meaning are we giving it? Ms. Onu, we've lost you again.
Oh, sorry. Can you hear me now?
We can hear you now.
Hear me now?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Okay, let me continue. Sorry about that. The network is so bad.
No, it's beautiful. It's the meaning we give it. Our network is beautiful.
Hello? Can you
Go
hear
ahead,
me?
ma'am.
Yeah. I said through our collaboration with the International Trade Center, NEPC, are you hearing? Okay. NEPC has conducted a mapping exercise of over 4,000 women entrepreneurs, surveyed 400 women businesses nationwide to gather valuable data on their major challenges, and also sponsored Nigerian women entrepreneurs to participate at international events like She Trade Global. The aforementioned programs are designed to support formal businesses with the necessary certificate from NEPC, Corporate Affairs Commission, and other relevant agencies. But for women in the informal sectors who are yet to register their businesses, it may be prudent to join associations like Awep and gain access to incentive and training programs. The Awep annual conference creates the perfect networking opportunity for such entrepreneurs to share knowledge and experience with their counterparts within and outside Nigeria, and also from viable businesses with potential partners and investors. Women-owned businesses are not just, they are also critical to the recovery process, and NEPC is looking forward to many more years of working with Awep to promote women empowerment and gender equality in Nigeria. Once again, I say congratulations to Awep today, and may God bless you all today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Ono. I'm sorry, I have to join you with a second. I had to join with a second device as have I been speaking without unmuting myself? Oh, wow. Thank you, Ms. Letitia Onyo of the NEPC, head of the Women's Desk, for your goodwill message. We're going to move on straight to Ms. Maureen Achonu of SMEDAN. She's the Chief Enterprise Officer. Ms. Maureen Achonu, please go ahead. Ms. Maureen Achonu.
Good morning. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning. I can hear you clearly. Please go ahead. Thank you.
My name is Maureen Achonu. Yes, my name is Maureen Achonu. I'm representing the DG, Small and Medium Enterprises Development Agency, Abuja. The Honorable Minister of State, the Federal Minister of State, Federal Minister of Trade and Investment, and Board of Trustees, Awep. Aya Amuna Ali, the National President, Mrs. Angela Ajala, the Deputy National President, Aya Lami Gamboram. I want to stand on all existing protocols. I'm here to deliver a goodwill message from SMEDAN, from the Director General of SMEDAN. I'm representing the Director General of SMEDAN. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is with immense delight that I welcome you all here to the annual conference and 10th year anniversary celebration of the African Women's Entrepreneurship Program, Awep. SMEDAN wishes to congratulate you on the event of your 10th anniversary and annual conference. We're very proud of the goals you have achieved in all these years. You have built the African Women's Entrepreneurship Program through hard work, resilience, and service, and have filled a critical need in developing and enhancing women entrepreneurship in Nigeria. SMEDAN appreciates you and is proud to be associated with you. Best wishes in your coming years. Once in a year, Awep organizes annual conferences where all the members, partners, and other stakeholders get together to discuss issues that affect women entrepreneurs and other women in business. The 2020 theme centers on technology, collaboration, and resilience, which are some of the vital tools for sustainable businesses in the now. The world is changing with massive implications for businesses, strategy, and value creation, whether it is new energy systems, disruptive technologies, new business models, changing demographics, hyper-transparency, or rising geopolitical uncertainty. The operating context for companies is evolving. We believe the best response to this situation is not to continue integrating sustainability into company strategy, but to develop a completely new way of designing business strategy and creating value. The era of standalone sustainability strategies with subsequent integration of sustainability into company strategy needs to end. The creation of resilient business strategies that take sustainability as their foundation needs to begin. The entrepreneurial activities are to generate employment and create wealth. This is to bring about transformational change by creating economic activities. It should be noted that realizing the sustainable development goals risks failure without the full participation of all members of the society. The basic objective of any meaningful development is to create enabling environment for people to enjoy long, healthy, and creative lives without adequate financing for gender concerns. None of this can be achieved. This is by Kofi Annan, former Secretary General of the UNO. The world has come to realize and accept the indispensable role of women and their potentials in evolving a new political, social, and economic order, in accelerating the pace of economic development, social awareness, and political emancipation. The need to bring women into the forefront and mainstream of the new African political process and social transformation needs not to be overemphasized today. It is important to note that the economic transformation of Africa can only be achieved with the inclusive and integration of women into the political and economic superhighway of women into the political superhighway. It is therefore not in doubt that the activities of Awep and other women associations, if effectively coordinated, has the potential of accelerating our drive towards economic emancipation, getting us out of the present economic quagmire. Women entrepreneurship. African women have exhibited that they are powerful economic force to be recognized. Ignoring them will be at the peril of the continent. Their contributions to employment and gross domestic products are very significant. Their activities are, however, hampered by cultural and traditional belief. However, they are striving to break these barriers and challenges and forge ahead. They believe in themselves with strong passion and vision to succeed. Women support. Smedan has been supporting women in businesses. So I'd like to reel out some of the support Smedan gives to women in business. The 2017 National MSME Survey report reveals that women ownership of MSMEs is more at the micro level, that is 48.7%, as against the small and medium levels, which is 22%. Women Entrepreneurship Development Program. One of the programs of women support by Smedan. One of them is Women Entrepreneurship Development Program, Rural Women Entrepreneurship Development Program, Strengthening Women BMOs, that's Business Membership Organizations for Global Competitiveness Program, that is for Women Business Membership Organizations, Awep, NAWE, NECA Women, New Faces, New Voices. They are supported with 500,000 as equipment support to all the invited BMOs. Smedan support women. Smedan support women entrepreneurs through trade exhibitions and trade fairs, locally and international fairs. Also, advancement for women in agricultural, agro-allied and cottage enterprises. Women in self-employment program. The 220 billion MSME funds, 60% which is specified for women. The Bank of Industry also has special funds window for women. The Bank of Industry has 90 million funds business, as 90 million funds business development funds for women. That is funds managed on behalf of Federal Ministry of Women Affairs. The Development Bank of Nigeria has special funding window for women entrepreneurs. The Bank of Industry has a free interest-free loan under the National Women Empowerment Fund, NAWEF, by the federal government. Access Bank also has a program called Womenpreneur, which provides support for women-owned businesses. The Financial Literacy Program for Women in collaboration with the NECA Network for Entrepreneur Women. On the 8th of March 2019, which was International Women's Day, was celebrated by some women organizations and was supported by Smedan. The Association of Nigerian Women Business Network, ANWBN, is also working with Smedan to advance female entrepreneurship and enterprise development. Smedan also supports women enterprise through the financial support grant, which was extended to some selected women business organizations in the 2020 Appropriation Act. Smedan is also working with so many women associations in capacity building and working capital support. Our flagship program, one of our flagship programs, the One Local Government, One Product, Awep. We have so many women in cooperative societies which are benefiting from the program, which is a program equipment support, workspace renovation, and working capital. Our conditional grant system, which is presently being implemented in Smedan, is targeted at more women in businesses to promote women in entrepreneurship. More affordable funds will be made available to Nigerian women entrepreneurs and women in business to meet the challenges of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement. Awep should also support women chambers of commerce. Awep encourage Awep to adopt the Indian Sewa model of funding women entrepreneurs. And Awep should also partner with other stakeholders in establishing an Awep microfinance bank in the 6 geopolitical zones. With the activities of Awep, it is our conviction that Africa is on the brink of a new era of opportunity, growth, and development, and the women entrepreneurs will play a crucial role in ensuring their countries are ready to take up this challenge. SMIDA will continue to support Awep within the confines of our mandates. Once again, I wish to congratulate Awep on their 10th anniversary and the annual general meeting. God bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for that. Thank you for your goodwill message, Ms. Maureen Achonu. Thank you so very much. From SMIDA, the Chief Enterprise Officer. Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you. We'll have the last goodwill message now from the U.S. Embassy. I heard that is ready. The goodwill message from the U.S. Embassy before we move on to the launch of the Awep National Directory. So can we have the goodwill message from the U.S. Embassy, please?
Yemi, we have the national coordinator of the Association of Nigerian Women Business Network, a coalition of over 50 organizations that belongs to. The national coordinator.
Click on our platform, you get the message. Moderator's platform, please.
The person's voice that came on just now has just drowned out what you were saying, Mrs. A, please.
The national coordinator of the Association of Nigerian Women Business Network,
yes, yes, ma'am.
Is on standby to give a goodwill for 2 minutes.
Can she go ahead, ma'am, since I'm still waiting on the
And
US
that's
Embassy.
an organization, yes.
Yes, ma'am. Please let her go ahead. I know that it's an organization that gathers a lot of women organizations under the umbrella. Can she please go ahead?
Please.
I don't know if that is your network or if it's mine. Hello?
So,
Good
Mr.
morning.
Yekole, yes.
Okay. Good morning. Thank you, Dr. Shea. Good morning.
Yes.
Beautiful ladies.
Excellent.
Okay. Good morning, distinguished guests, Your Excellencies, seasoned speakers, ladies and gentlemen. May I use this opportunity to thank Awep for the opportunity given to us to address you on your 10th anniversary and also the annual conference of ANWBN, annual conference of Awep. ANWBN is a coalition of 52 female women association, as already said by Mrs. Ajala. And Awep actually is the one that won this deputy national coordinator seat. She's the DNC too. And we are so happy and full of joy to be part of this 10th anniversary and your annual conference. Indeed and in truth, ANWBN is a coalition that actually speaks to the voice of female women entrepreneurs in Nigeria, based on the fact that we need a coalition. And I'm so glad that Awep has been a founding member of this coalition. And we're proud of what Awep is doing. We know that a lot of women have been transformed, their businesses have been transformed as a result of Awep for the past 10 years. And we wish Awep many, many more successful years of impact, in Nigeria. And we wish you a successful meeting and conference this year. We look forward to more partnerships. We are together in this, and we look forward to working together and working far. What makes ANWBN the apex body? It is because we are the voice of female entrepreneurs in Nigeria. And how do I mean by that? All the different 52 associations are doing great things. But then if you look at promoting democracy and ensuring that we have a seat, we're consulting or we're participating in ensuring policies that will drive and will help our businesses, there is a need for a coalition, a game of numbers that will ensure that we get things done. And we have put together a women business agenda that together as a coalition, we're going to see to the 5 key priority areas that would affect and our businesses and help us to scale up. We thank you so much, and we wish Awep a very great meeting and conference that will bring about major outcomes that will help female entrepreneurs scale up. Thank you so much, Mrs. Angela Ajala. We're so proud of you and the entire team of Awep. Thank you, the entire conference committee, the seasoned women that I can see on the platform. I can see the pioneer president of NEW, Mrs. Adenike Ogulesi, some members of New Gems, I can see you, and we thank everyone. And I see Dr. Sheyi Adebayo as well. Thank you for giving the technical and know-how to make our conference a success. We wish you all the best. Please enjoy and collaborate, work together to work far. Thank you. God bless Awep and God bless Nigeria.
Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Modibo Oyekule, thank you very much, Avambim. Thank you so much for your goodwill message. It seems like we do not have a message. Do we have, if we have this message from the US Embassy, can we have that now, the goodwill message from the US Embassy? If not, we will go on to the next item on the agenda. I take it that I can go on to the next item on the agenda.
Yes, please go on.
Thank you so much, sir. All right, before I do that, I would like to highlight Ujungwa Christy Ezi. She said she's a new member and she had been thinking, what was she going to do? Okay, I'm back, it seems. On to the next item on the agenda.
Hello.
Which is?
Hello, you hear me? This is
Mr.
Anthony.
Ude.
Yeah, the goodwill message that was given in the morning was on behalf of the US Embassy and USAID, if you recall.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, sir.
Great, thank you.
All right, so on to the next item on the agenda, which is the launch of the Awep National Directory by one of our board of trustees, Ambassador Folake Marcus Bello. Ambassador Folake Marcus Bello, are you ready for us?
Hello. Hello, can you hear me?
Clearly. Very clearly, ma'am.
Okay.
Please go ahead, ma'am.
Okay, hello, good morning, everyone, and it's a pleasure to be here today. I would like to extend my courtesies to the Honorable Minister and my fellow members on the Board of Trustees, the Awep President, Mrs. Ajala, and her wonderful team, the guest speaker, a woman after my heart, Mrs. Adenike Ogunlesi. And on a day like this, we also must recognize Mrs. Hillary Clinton, who started and championed this cause for women, and of course your pioneer president, Mrs. Yemisi Ronloye, who I met with in Zambia 8 years ago, actually, when Awep Nigeria was formed. Is it possible to have a picture of the directory, please? A picture of the directory on, is that possible? Thank you very much. As you all can see, the National Directory of Awep has finally come to reality. It is a directory of 156 pages, carefully and nicely put together and divided into 6 areas of interest. We have the agriculture and food processing cluster. We have the fashion and apparel. We have the hair and body. We have light manufacturing. We have the services. And of course, we have the partners. I have personally gone through the directory and I recommend it very highly to everyone who has a cause to do business in Nigeria or outside of Nigeria. It has no doubt focused on Nigeria, especially our women and their businesses, which will be the point of call and the way to go for anybody intending to do any serious business in Nigeria. I can assure you that all the companies that have been put here have been tested by Awep. For the standard which they portray, it is not a place where people who are not doing businesses or people who don't have the stated capacity are on. So I highly recommend it to the whole world. I can recommend it to everyone who needs to do business with the Nigerian woman. Any Nigerian woman that is not on at this time should please wait for the next edition and support Awep. I see that after those pages comes the agencies that are connected to Awep. The federal government, the USAID, NEPC, SMIDAN, NEXIM, SON, NISAL, Bank of Agriculture, NAFDAC, Bank of Industry, etc., etc. This is not a book you want to, a directory you want to miss out on. And I'm sure that the e-version is also available. It will act as a quick reference to everyone that wants to do business with a Nigerian woman. It is with pride and honor and with a lot of respect for all the people who have put in such great work to make Awep go from Nigeria all the way to the world. I know a few things are missing from this directory, which the Awep management team, especially Mrs. Ajala and her team, have been able to achieve. Top of which, I'm told when I'm briefed, is that they have been able to register Awep, and by extension, members of Awep, into a lot of trade fairs, and they have found trading partners for them. If I'm not wrong, these trading partners extend to the Middle East, to Dubai, to China, to America, to England, to Singapore, and everywhere else you can think of in the world. They are open. If you go through the directory and you have ideas to share for them in making it better, there's always another time. Thank you, women, for all the hard work. And it is obvious that women would make the world go round. Thank you for this opportunity, and I hereby launch the National Directory of Awep. Thank you, and enjoy your conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Board of Trustees, Ambassador She has just launched the National Awep National Directory. I personally am looking forward to this because I am together. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you very much, ma'am. All right, so we are progressing, and I think we've managed, not I, we're a team. We have managed to keep ahead of time. So without wasting or spending any more time just chit-chatting, we're going to go on to our first panel session. And I have the honor of introducing the General Secretary of Awep, Ms. Amelia Shaza. I had to ask her to send me the pronunciation of her name because I did not want to murder it on national platform. In fact, you know this has gone global. So Ms. Amelia Shaza, please go ahead to introduce our panelists for the first panel session. Ms. Amelia.
Hello, can you hear me, please?
While we're waiting for her, this is the annual conference of Awep. That's good. We can hear you clearly now, Ms. Amelia. So
Thank
please
you
go ahead.
so much.
Yeah,
Good morning once more.
Oh, fantastic.
Yes, I want to warmly welcome all of us here, our special guests of honor, and a special guest that has been in the house, participants, and Eyemi, I must say that you've done an excellent job so far of moderating, our sessions. The theme of this event still remains technology, collaboration, and resilience, vital tools for sustainable businesses in the now. We all know how important it is to have the key tools that we need to survive, especially during this new normal that we face. My assignment is one this morning to moderate our first panelist session. We have a fantastic lineup of great presenters for you this morning. We'll be taking 3 presentations in this first session. The first one is a market, sales, and business digitalization by Mr. Aderuba Otunla. The second session will be running a low-cost based service business while making 9-figure profits by Coach Sam Obafemi. And the third presentation for this panel session will be telling your story for impact as a woman-owned business by Naomi Osamedwa. I can't say anymore. I will go directly to introduce us. Let's meet these panelists that will be joining us today. Yes, Mr. Aderuba Otunla is the founder and managing director, Notify Information Center Nigeria Limited. Yes, and I want to read a brief bio. I don't think the time permits us to take all that I see here in his bio, but I'll try to do him justice because he has achieved so much and he's here to share with us from that. He's an IT consultant, community lead, tech enthusiast. He's a teacher and an information technology and systems professional who is focused on tech products and services from Google and others, and self-developed solution that is aimed at business process improvements. With over 14 years of working both academia and consulting, He has a broad range of progressive experiences focused on growth and impact specifically. Pardon me, please. Often called a workaholic, he is a very detailed and goal-oriented person. He believes in the principle of cost is mastery by Robert Greene, and he also shares the philosophy of the primary law of the creative dynamic, which states your emotional commitment to what you are doing will be translated directly into your work. If you go at it with half a heart, it will show in the lackluster results, in the laggard way in which you reach the end. He is an avid learner and continuous education and skill development expert, and will be sharing key insights on using technology for business. Ladies and gentlemen, let's meet Mr. Aderuba Otunla, founder and managing director, Notify Information Center. That is the first presenter of the day, but permit me to go on to the second presenter, who will be taking us, as Coach Sam Obafemi, as he's known to us. Coach Sam Obafemi will be taking us on how to run a low-cost based service business while making 9-figure profits. So let us meet Coach Sam Obafemi. He's popularly called Coach Sam. Samuel Obafemi has carved a niche for himself in the strategy and operations industry, especially for MSMEs. With more than 2 decades of experience, developed via working in several industries, manufacturing, oil and gas, ICT, and payment card infrastructure. Samuel has a huge repertoire of resources that forms the bedrock of solutions. Samuel Obafemi holds several certifications from several areas of expertise. He is a Cisco Certified Network Associate, CCNA, an Oracle Certified Associate, OCA, an Oracle Certified Professional, OCP, and CompTIA Certified Security Experts. Ooh la la. While practicing as a neuroscientist with niches in stress management, emotional intelligence, anger mastery, and peak performance coaching within the last 8 years, he consults for businesses on cost strategy and operations, advising with focus on business processes, change management, culture, and business model development. Principally, Samuel develops content for capacity building, training and development, life coaching, and business system enhancements. He is also a UWIN monitor and consultant to UWIN SMEs in the North Central region. Sam is also a mental health first aid MHFA advocate. He is currently an MBA student of the University of Business and International Studies, UBSI, Geneva, Switzerland. He is the current Vice President of Life Coaches Association of Nigeria, LCAN, and also a member of the LCAN Advisory Board. Samuel is a versatile teacher, a public speaker, writer, and business advisor. He is the author of some books, including Fans Don't Pay, based on logistics, but what do I know? Fearless Seed, Rebellion is a Need, The Vex God, My Values, and others. As you can see, or if you have observed, I had to give an abridged version of Coach Obafemi's profile, because if we continue to read his achievements, we may not go to the business of the day. He has achieved so much so far. So this is the pedigree of our presenters in the house today. The panel session is going to be explosive. And lastly, on the panel session is Madam Naomi Osamedwa. She will be taking us on telling your story for impact as a woman-owned business. We all know how critical this is and how important it is for us to be able to tell our stories right. So Madam Naomi is a guru in this part. Naomi is a renowned mindset coach, a national transformation strategist and global speaker who has featured in high impact events and spoken on stages across 4 continents. She is also known as the Sparkle Queen, as she sparkles her sparkle effects on everything she touches. As a mindset coach, she works with impact-driven entrepreneurs, corporations, and institutions who desire more, but are struggling with the feeling and stuck and lack clarity for the next step. She indeed helps them gain self-awareness as they cut out the noise, holding them back, realize their true essence so that they can go from backstage to center stage and impact their world like only they can. From Ghana to Nigeria to Zambia, Dubai, Egypt, India, US entrepreneurs and personal brands with her message. She is a philanthropist and founder of Hajara's Pulse, a COVID-19 miracle distribution fund to those who desperately need support. In just 6 months, alongside her power team, she has raised over $22,000, changing the lives of others. Listed among the top 100 women aspiring in Nigeria, Naomi is on a life mission to die. Ladies and gentlemen, what can I say? This is the lineup of the panelists that we have this morning to take the first panel session. And we'll be starting straight away. Mr. Aderuba Otunla, the Managing Director, Notify, will be taking his first presentation. Mr. Aderuba, are you in the house, please? He'll be taking his first presentation for 15 minutes. Thereafter, he can take our questions. Please, I want to just guide on the Q&A session. We'll be taking your questions into the Q&A box. So please, I want us to all send our questions, even as the presentation is going on, so that at the end of the presentation, the panelists will take the questions and he will address them accordingly. So thank you so much, Mr. Deruba. The floor is yours. You have 15 minutes, sir, for your presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ma, and good morning, everyone. And thank you to Awep. Let me get my slides ready, then I can start. So good morning, everyone.
Thank you so much.
All protocols observed. Many thanks to the president of Awep, Mrs. Angela Ajala, the management of Awep, and all the big mommies and big daddies in the house. It's a great honor. And as she said, my name is Aderuba Otunla. So I'll be taking the session now. And let me put my timer on. So basically, I was speaking on topic market sales and business digitization. I apologize, I talk a little bit fast, but no problem. Since we have a Q&A, I will try as much as possible since I know I'm talking to elderly people here. So about me, as she said, I'm an IT consultant. Yes.
Q&A.
Yeah, Google partner and also, yes, community. So as you said earlier, I have some badges basically. So I'm more of a techie, and since I would like to take time, I'm also a community lead for Google and also a Google partner for over 7 years. So this is what I've been doing basically, and I just hope the time will be worth it. So in a way, so I'll take it. I like to be a little bit practical, so I'll look at pragmatic approach. Although I didn't take Mommy's permission, but I made sure I got a picture that she was smiling here. Anyways. For us. So we're looking at a case whereby maybe she's actually looking at selling a new product, right? And she's looking at, okay, what decision, how will she get a product? And so I want to go from that stage then I'll use that to show us some cool tools that can help us achieve some of those things. And just like the earlier presentation, I really enjoyed Mrs. Adenike Ogunlesi. I think she's more, she's a techie. She talked about data very well and talking about technology being an enabler and also the experiential economy. So I think I'll use that. I just want to break it down in this way. So one of the questions I think, Mommy will ask is, okay, what products now that, COVID or coronavirus has evolved everything. So what product should I even, if I really want to invest in one, what product? Okay, what platform, should I use? Now, what markets, will I be targeting? Then, okay, so how am I going to get customers to buy this product? Then what is the most effective way to sell these products, when I get them? She's going to have all of this question. And of course, I'll end with how you can create more magic moving forward. So one of the things, if you've noticed in maybe the past couple of years, we've had like big e-commerce firm in Nigeria, like Jumia, Kunga, and the rest. But of course, they just noticed their sales was trickling down. The reason is it was much more easier for people to order things from AliExpress, which is way more cheaper. They just put their margin of profit on it and resell. So people will see no reason to order something from a store here when they could get it cheaper, and the NIPOST was already now becoming effective. That's for Nigeria anyways. But these are like one of the few examples of the platforms on the planet where you can get things at least, not like, cheap, let's say, and you can actually do that. So you have AliExpress, eBay, Amazon, Alibaba.com, DHgate, and there are lots more. But now, one of the things, so I selected this product, the bamboo toothbrush. So I'm assuming this is what, Mommy will be investing, but she'll just be looking, why would she select the bamboo toothbrush? So let me take off my screen. I like it to be more practical. I want to show us, one of the things. So if you go to things like AliExpress, AliExpress is just an example, so this is AliExpress, and you're looking at, you want to pick a product that you want to sell. Now, if you want to see how technology helps you, on this page, apart from the flash deals and so on, there's actually something here, because this is what I want to bring our attention to. You could see top ranking, on the top right here, and you could also see things like new arrivals, right? Then you could also see top selection and feature brands. Now, because it's technology, not because the AliExpress, this is actually being run by algorithms, right? Because you want to pick a product that you want to be sure that people will buy from you. And you can see something here which they say top trending, something like that. And one of the top trending products here, let me open, I think is actually the bamboo toothbrush. So let's say you decide to say, okay, let me pick the bamboo toothbrush, right? As it's showing here, you can see it here, and people are buying it. But of course, presenting from—
Sorry, pardon me, Mr. Aderuba, if you can hear me, please. Are you actually sharing your presentation slide? Because it's not moving. Just to draw your attention to that.
Okay, ma.
We are still on the first slide.
Oh, wow.
Yes.
I was sharing. Let me reshare again. Apologies for that.
Please.
I'll run that. Yeah, I think you need to share your desktop instead of just sharing the presentation. I think you're doing something on the browser, right?
Yes.
So share your desktop instead, please.
Okay. So I've seen screen, whiteboard, iPad. Yeah. Share my screen. Yeah. Okay. Whiteboard. I actually did the content file. Yeah, I did share. Like, I don't know. Okay, let me try again once more and see if. Okay, can you see my screen now?
Yes, we can see your screen now.
Okay, apologies for that. I'll just run through it.
Thank you.
So, okay, this is my slide now. Is my slide showing up?
Right. Yes, your slide is showing the brush slide.
Okay, yes, that's fine. Yes, okay.
Right.
Yeah, so that's fine then. Sorry, I think maybe the latency, there was a lag and it froze, yeah. So I'm just looking at AliExpress here as a case example, and I picked the bamboo toothbrush, but I want to show us, and not because I decided to pick the bamboo toothbrush, the reason why I'm picking it is because I was thinking, okay, I want to get a new product I've gone to the AliExpress, let's say the homepage. You could see things that look, because there's something about technology, what people are buying more, just like one of the things that Mrs. Adenike said, that they use technology to drive all of their stores and all, and that really caught my attention. So in the case here, if you see, we have top ranking, we have, I just saw it and I'm like, okay, mommy wants to pick this, so it would be nice for us to pick the bamboo toothbrush. So I opened the page, and of course, this is the bamboo toothbrush, showing. Then of course, moving on to, the main product itself, the bamboo toothbrush. Now, I picked this deliberately to show you that I'm in Nigeria here, but this might not be a good decision for Nigeria. Awep is Africa Women Entrepreneurship Program, and now because of technology, your ability to sell is not limited to a particular region, right? So in this case, if I want to sell this, after seeing it on AliExpress, okay, I'm buying at this, I know the markup I'm going to put to sell. But one of the things we should do before actually, just buying products and shipping it, and before fasting and praying, hoping everything goes right, is you can pick, just pick bamboo toothbrush here. Now use Google Trend. I don't know how many of us are familiar with Google Trends. So you could just do trends.google.com, trends.google.com. So Google Trend is actually is a tool by Google, and it allows you to know patterns, right? What is happening with this particular product or something along the world, around the world, and this will allow you just make a very good decision. So in this case, you want to go to Google Trend here. I'm on Google Trend, and I'll just put here, let's say the bamboo toothbrush, right? So when I put this, it search the bamboo toothbrush around the world. So this allows you to know the footprints where people are searching for bamboo toothbrush, and and so on. But basically, if this is the United States, so here you're just going to come down, just switch down to worldwide, and it's going to give you the insights, But of course, here I'm going to come here past 12 months. Yeah, this is the decision you want to make, let's say in the next 30 days. So you could drop it down to past 30 days. Let's see, past 30 days bamboo toothbrush. So it's going to show you the trends. Then you can come down here, and of course, you're going to look at the map here and the data here. You can also even download the data here. Now, if you see, even from the map, coming from Africa here, what you can see from the map of Africa is all part of Africa, bamboo toothbrush is not a good product, but only in South Africa, So, and this allows you to use things very well. And this is actually a free tool, which I think we can use to, get more things. Another way, before I continue my presentation, is to show you, I don't know, many of us saw when, people were, let me show you something about palliatives, some of the things that happened that everybody was just looking for warehouse about in Nigeria, So if, I think, did I get it correctly? Palliatives here. So just to show you one of the power of Google Trend, yeah. So here now, if you could see the trend analysis, but wait, I selected worldwide, right? Past 30 days, and you can see the trend. But let me give you an instance. Let me select past 5 years, for example, for trends, for example, on the keyword palliative. Not like palliative is a product, but if you notice, if you look at a trend here, it just goes and suddenly jumped up here, And by the time you check the countries where it did jump up, Nigeria is number 1. Trust me, this is exactly when people were looking for those warehouses around and so on. So Google Trend is one of those awesome tools that you could use just to make decisions, and it's something I would encourage us, to use basically. So yeah, basically, okay, what platforms are you using to sell? One of the things is, I don't know, for e-commerce, some of us could use Shopify, WooCommerce, and payment gateway companies like Paystack, Flutterwave. They also have this e-commerce features, that can allow you to just list your product online, and also they help you accept payments. At the same time, of course, if you need a free website, I'm a Google advocate, so you could try out the Google site, and this is also something that can help us. Then, of course, what markets are you going to target? Right. Now, this, I already explained it, but in my slide, in the case of the bamboo toothbrush, just understand that if you want to go into that product, it's only going to sell in South Africa if you're trying to target the African market. you know, and because if you list it here, I think it will be harder for you. So this is how technology can actually help you make better decisions. Then how do you, get a product, get people to buy this products basically. Now, of course, you could do ads, Facebook ads, YouTube ads, Instagram ads, but there's also something that is good that I want to share with us here, which is called the internet penetration rates, right? So you could just go, online and just go to Internet World Stats, basically. On Internet World Stats, it will give you like the internet penetration rates of countries, and it's as current as at, let me make this a little bit bigger, as at September this year, So these are like the internet penetration rate. So this allows you to know the penetration rate, how many people in a particular, let's say, country, that are online, not only online, how many of them are actually on Facebook, So this can allow you know which platform is actually best for you that you can use to target, basically. So also, there's something here I want to reflect on, and that's Facebook Audience Insight. So this is also a very powerful tool. It allows you, because people are actually on these platforms, and with data science and algorithms, we can actually leverage on them. Also, yes, what is the most effective way to sell or accept payments? We could do online payments. Now people do bank transfers. And also, if people really are not sure if your store has that level of credibility, they want to see the product before they pay, they could do cash on delivery. Then, of course, how can you create more magic moving forward? What I would say is your best option is data. And this is the part of the presentation of Mrs. Adenike Ogunlesi that I did really enjoy when she mentioned data. Like, for example, she talked about them having about 70 stores and they manage it with technology. But since they've been running for years, of course, they've had successful, success stories of customers that bought from them, and they have phone numbers of these customers, their emails, and so on. So if they are actually trying to like run ads on any of this platform, I comfortably would just tell them to just use lookalike audience. The precision is so powerful. Then also there are things like what is called a Facebook pixel, which you can install on your website. This allows you to know successful sales so that later when you're advertising, it knows how just to get people that like your product for you, basically. Then, of course, the Google Forms allows you to accept data, and also you can analyze those data using spreadsheet. So I don't know. Thank you. I'm a little bit fast, but I knew I was given 15 minutes, and I just have basically 1 minute. So, but this is my contact, and I will, of course, take the questions in the Q&A session. I hope the time was worth it. So thank you, and over to, yes, the host. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Aderuba. That is a very compact, an abridged version of something that you'd have rendered in much more time, I'm sure. But we have gathered so much, 15 minutes. We know what products, what platforms, what markets, and what is the most effective way that we can sell. And again, that digitalization has given us the possibility to sell not within a limited particular area, but we can actually go global. So this is important as business women. We need to know how to leverage on the tools that technology gives us to be able to, scale up our businesses. We have learned that Google Trend, internet penetration rate, and some Facebook platforms that are there for us as businesses that we can leverage on. Let me just quickly ask you before we look at the Q&A box. I'm a businesswoman that has been using non-tech methods to do my business. And I'm looking at a possibility to scale up using technology. I want to package a product that I can sell online. What would you say is the first thing that I should look at critically so that I take the necessary steps and the right steps even before I start?
Okay, thank you, Ma. So what I would just say is, okay, you've been dealing in a particular business, and there's something about the pandemic that happened. There was a shift, and if you notice, I think, Mrs. Adenike Ogunlesi said the tree that cannot bend with the wind will break. So there's the part of evolution. So what I would advise is you're supposed to do like a small market research. And one of the best tools you can use is to see, okay, now what are people not buying again, what are they buying now, right? So, and if you use any of the platforms I did explain, like why many people go to AliExpress is because the products are cheap, and it's almost the same thing you buy here in Lagos with almost times 4 times 5 of the prices, right? You know, and so when you go there, you don't have to use your own insight. There are the algorithms are like computer engines that nobody has, they don't do like chua or anything. They just say the way it is. So they'll tell you, these are the products people have been buying in the last 4 weeks, 12 weeks, and these are the units who have sold, you know. So, but now, if you buy it based on those anxiety, hoping it will just come here and sell, that might also be a mistake. So also one of the things you need to do is to check the footprint. Okay, people that are buying this product, are they peculiar to a particular ethnicity, religion, maybe country or something? So that's which I believe Google Trend can help you achieve. So, and of course, if you do want to don't invest so big in it, I think you should try maybe like 5%, just something small to do your market penetration test, right? So once you do that and you validate, right? And you know, okay, people like the product, they are buying it. There's something about something that works. It will get to a point you can't control it, you know? So the law of cause and effect just takes effect from there. Yes, so those are like the advice. Thank you, ma'am. Yeah, I think you're mute, ma. Yes.
Okay, sorry. Thank you so much, Mr. Atula. Thank you for just answering my question. I know what to do right away when I want to start my digital market space. But sometimes we as women, market women or business women, so to speak, we are scared about the cost implication of how, you know, to digitalize our businesses. Is this expensive? How much will it cost? We are afraid that we may lose our fortunes, you know, Yahoo boys out there. I want you to let us know, please, that it's okay to go online and how to do it safely. I want you to please tell us how we can do that effectively.
Okay, thank you, ma. Well, since you mentioned, yeah, the Yahoo or the hush puppies of our country, you know, so in a way, for elderly people, the best way our advice is if you want to sell online now, to have your own website, the payment, even the cost of setting it up might be too, you know, intensive for you. But one of the good things I like that the payment engines, the payment gateways in Nigeria, like Paystack, Flutterwave, they did is they have actually created that medium for you know, to accept payments, but they also created features that can help you list products, right? And these things are actually very simple, step-by-step things you could learn on your own without even paying anyone. You know? So that means you have almost like 0% cost to sell.
Why am I not?
So if you have your company registered and you do everything, I think they have a very smooth process, which I have gone through. You know, I'm a practitioner, and I think that's like the best way for, well, I say elderly people to try, because there's this phobia of of technology, and of course for you not to fall into the hands of our brothers on the other side. So I think that's like the best way for you to, you know, to be safe for now. But what I do also believe is at some point you have to take some risk, and technology has made things super efficient and effective. So that's what I would say. You use the free things and see what you can achieve. And you now need to scale, you know, to get more customers or more things, then you might now engage the services of a professional or an IT consultant that can help you out. Yes, thank you. Okay.
That,
over to the host, yes.
Okay. I've unmuted myself. Thank you so much, Mr. Deruba. I just want to quickly go to Q&A box. Someone has asked, one of our participants is asking, how can I get further information on how to digitalize?
Okay, so what we can do is, the question is a little bit ambiguous, right? How to digitalize. So what we're going to do is, if there is a way, maybe we'll give a scenario, like a walk step by step. It's something I'm willing to do. At least I could do that for Awep. Then I'll send it to the management. Maybe they can share with us, you know. So once I give like a use case, a practical use case, then from there, that will give you an idea. But for you to digitalize, you could decide to, you say you want to automate, maybe the part of your business that is not very efficient might be the administration, right? In some cases, it might be the finance. In some cases, it might be the human resource, right? And in some cases, it's just you need something, an enabler to help you bridge the gap of getting more customers from different regions. So that question actually has like a different multiple segments to answer it. So what I can promise, because since we have other speakers online too, I would like to give them that opportunity. Then I can create a case, then I'll send it to Awep, then they can share to us. I think that will work. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I did mention that we are going to have a very, very exciting and explosive session with our panelists. Mr. Deriba is still in the house. He's going nowhere for now. He'll be talking to us a bit later. But I want to call on our second panelist. He'll be talking to us a bit later. But I want to call on our second panelist. Mr. Sam Session is going to be presenting on running a low-cost based service business. Wabafemi, oh, thank you. I see you. You are with us in the house. You are welcome, sir. And it's our pleasure to have you. You are a friend of Awep. We know you so well, and we know what you bring to the table. So we are excited. Without further ado, let me give you the floor to do what you do best. I have to apologize at this juncture because I had to abridge your profile, sir. It was going to take me 2 hours to finish, so please pardon me, sir. The floor is yours.
That's Good morning. I'm excited to be here today. Please confirm you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you, sir. Go ahead.
Please confirm to me that you can hear me.
We can hear you.
Yes, we can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes,
sir.
we can hear
Hello,
you.
can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Yes, we can hear you, Coach.
Please, can you hear? Okay, thank you. I'd like to share my screen, if you don't mind. I want to stand on existing protocol. I'll stand on existing protocols. Thank you. This speech by Mrs. was so powerful. I appreciate that also. So I'm going to share my thoughts around running a low-cost based business while making 9 figures for you. This is the
Excuse me, Coach, if you can hear me, please, sir. Coach Sam, can you hear me? Coach Sam, we can't hear you. You are breaking. Your network is somehow. I think. Ladies and gentlemen, if you can hear me, Coach Sam is actually having some network issues at this point in time. Let's give him some minutes to come back to us. while we are waiting, Sam is going to talk to us about how we can run a low-cost-based service business while making 9 figures. I am very, very excited, waiting to hear what he has to say to us, because running a business in itself is difficult enough. Yes, Coach Sam, thank you so much. We can hear you. It's much better now. Go ahead, sir. Okay, we can see your screen.
Okay, thank you. Apologies. Okay. Already defining businesses. Please confirm you can still hear me. Okay. Thank you.
Hello, Coach Sam. We are really struggling to hear you. The network is bad at your end there. Please, can you try to troubleshoot that, please?
I noticed my net. Can you hear me now?
We hear you much better. Yes, sir.
I really do apologize for the network.
No, that's fine. We know how the network can be sometimes. So how do you want to go forward with this, sir?
Well, let's see how this runs. I could probably wrap up in 5 minutes. Let's see how that runs off.
Okay, go on this one.
Hello, Coach Sam.
Okay, can you hear me now? I changed my location. Let's know if this place is better. Can you hear me?
Yes, it's better.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Okay, so I had just tried to define service business, and I'd like you to see service business basically as I am providing work, direction, or information for people, whether it's going to be backing up products or not. Please, do we get that? And are you still with me? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, sir.
Okay, thank you. So I'll be asking some questions. I would like all the participants to write these questions down. The answers you give to these questions will determine whether you are going to be able to run a successful service business in 2021 while increasing your profit margin. I'm very strong, and I'm a strong believer in enlarging your margins. I'm a strong believer in enlarging your margins. I'm someone that believes that you must seek every opportunity to cut down your costs so that you can increase your margins. I'm someone that believes that you don't need to raise your fees unnecessarily, but if you lower the cost of getting things done, your margins will continue to give you good numbers. I love good numbers. I love to make a lot of money. These are some of the subconscious beliefs that can drive your outcomes in 2021 and beyond. So the first thing we want to talk about is, what's the value chain in your service business? You want to be able to write out a process definition step by step from the beginning of what I call my service to the point when I have fulfilled the customer request. What is the step-by-step value chain? What are the different areas in my service delivery that I am prosecuting as a service? So let's look, for instance, a typical business owner in Awep. Let's use, say, the coconut producing arm, the Nakopma guys in Awep. Let's assume that's a service chain. So there is a point in that service where we need to establish a farm where we should plant coconut. That's a point in the service chain. We need to plant the seeds. We need to tend the seeds. We need to, take care of the trees. We need to harvest the coconut. Then we need to start producing the different processes in the value chain of coconut. Then we need to sell. Then we need to recoup. And then we need to replant. All that is a complete value chain. And at every point, you can serve a customer. So the first thing you want to do to be able to know how to lower your cost and maximize your profit is to define the sequences in your value chain. In simple terms, write step by step how you deliver your service. In very simple terms, step by step, how do we deliver our service? Write it first. The next step is, what is the cost structure for each juncture in your value chain? For every step by step, for each step in that sequence, what does it cost us to do it? If there is a point in our value chain that we are calling customers, what is the cost of calling how many customers? If there's a point in the value chain where we have to warehouse something, what's the cost of warehousing? What's the cost of follow-up? What's the cost of internet? What's the cost of marketing? What's the cost of selling? What's the cost of delivery? What's the cost of every single item? You want to write down the cost of what it takes. Now, the third point is, for each cost item, you want to determine, is this a critical cost item or a mandatory cost item or an optional and avoidable cost item? 3 elements in your costs. For each cost in the sequence, for each cost in the value chain, you want to determine the criticality and whether it is mandatory or optional. Let me give you an example. When the lockdown started, many schools were really worried. Oh, we don't know what to do. We want to run online or we don't want to run online. And then when some decided to start running online, not third term, more like second term, there were now decisions around what subjects should we run online and which subjects does not have to be run online. And then we now found out there are basic subjects that must mandatorily be done, like mathematics, like English, maybe like integrated science. But subjects that didn't have to run were subjects like cultural arts, like sports, P&E, physical education. Those may not have been mandatory at that point. So you want to check your service chain and ask yourself, what is mandatory? What is optional? And for the one that is mandatory, is it critical or non-critical? By the time you're able to define these terminologies, you're able to know which one should I be investing my monies and my energies and my resources in, and which ones can be, stepped down. Then the next question you want to ask yourself is, what is the revenue stream for each juncture on your value chain? There's something I normally tell my business community. Don't tone down your luxury life. Rather, increase your revenue making. And that's what happens here. Instead of you trying to find all the means to cut cost, if you have established mandatory and critical points in your value chain, you want to actually ask yourself, how much can we milk this value chain? How can we maximize the opportunity of this value chain? How can I milk this point in my value chain? Some of the things I notice many of us don't do is that we're very quick to sell just one component of our service, and we don't explore all the wide possibilities of our service. And let me give you 4 broad ways to milk your service chain. 4 broad ways to milk your service chain. Number 1, you want to productize a service. One of the best ways to prove you're an authority in a service business is to create products from the service business. It's very important. So a typical company like Paystack would have just been telling us that you can make payments through us, but they created a product called Paystack. InterSwitch created a product called Verve. So you must create a product from a service. That way you can define your authority in that service. Number 2, you must create service touch points. Your services must become products by themselves. It's very important. People shouldn't perceive your service as, well, if I want to patronize them, I can. They should patronize your service as a product by itself. That's number 2. Number 3 is that you must be able to create platforms from your services. Platforms. So this conference is a platform, for instance, that Awep can make money from. So Awep can have products, Awep can have services, and then Awep has platforms. So if you have a Telegram platform, you have a conference like this, you have a summit, or you are partnering with sister organizations to bankroll their events or sections in their events, you are creating platforms. That way you're able to increase your revenue streams using the same service. And then the fourth vehicle to maximizing your service points is to create tools. So the years of Awep is celebrating 10 years. Are there entrepreneurial tools that are proprietary to Awep, like business plan templates, like business model canvas templates, like digital templates? What are the successes of Awep's work in different regions and countries that can be converted into templates and tools that can become something people can subscribe to? So that way you're able to increase your revenue stream and milk every single service point. If you don't maximize every single service point, the cost of maintaining the service point may in the long run overwhelm the revenue you're generating from those service points. And then the last question is, what's the net for each juncture in your value chain? By the time you look at the cost of each juncture in your value chain, vis-a-vis the profits or the revenue from that same value point juncture in the value chain, does it give you a positive outcome or a negative outcome? And for me, like I said, always strive to increase the service point and the revenue you can generate from your service chain. Now, before I wrap up, let me say 3 things. And I call it, what are you pretending not to know? The first thing is, sometimes one-time capital costs can save you long-term expenses. I remember sometime last year, Awep was muting the idea of developing an ERP. If Awep had implemented it for the next 10 years, you probably will realize that one-time cost will net off the long-term costs. And every business in Awep should consider that, because every business in Awep can actually develop a mini ERP that manages all the operations within the system. That's number 1. Number 2, like Mrs. Ogunlesi has said sufficiently, and corroborated by Mr. Aderoba, technology is not a luxury. Technology is a do or die matter. So you need to explore technology to increase the possibilities of your service chain. And no business is too small to involve technology. It's not possible. Then number 3, to maximize the service of your, the profits and returns of your business, you must adopt a functional culture in your business. Culture will eat strategy for breakfast. If your culture is dysfunctional, your strategies cannot deliver the goals. So you must define a culture in your business that makes service high revenue culture. You must define a culture that says, our focus in this business is to increase revenue and lower expenses, and do minimum 5x of revenue for every cost. For every cost we are spending at every service point, we must make 5 times the revenue, which is why you must milk every service juncture to be able to increase your revenue. Thank you for listening to me, and I appreciate being at your conference. You are mute.
Thank you so much, Kosam. I appreciate you, sir. Thank you. What did I say? Excellent delivery as always. Dynamite. In 15 minutes, you have told us how to transform our businesses from the small players that we are into making 9-digit figures. We appreciate you. At this point, I'll just quickly look at our Q&A box to see if there is any question there for Coach Sam. While we are waiting for questions to come in, please, participants, drop your questions in the Q&A box so that Coach Sam that is with us can take them. Coach Sam, I run a service business. Let me ask you this question from my own experience as a woman in security. We run a service business, and the challenge we've had is that perception that, you know, they don't see you, they don't see what you do. They don't actually, it's just the man at the gate. So that covers the security aspect of you giving them their businesses the security they need, and giving them a structure that is appealing to their clients too, to see that they have security in place. That implicit value that you translate to their business, they don't see it. And so they price you lower than, you know, what they might price other tangible items. How do you cross that boundary as a service person? How do you cross that? Thank you, sir.
That's a fantastic question. To start with, if you're, and I'm happy my darling Naomi is going to talk about, you know, telling your stories and promoting your work. You know, if you are not seen and you are not heard, you don't exist. If you are not seen and you are not heard, you don't exist. Now, the next thing is that you are responsible for the communication of your value proposition. It's your responsibility. If you are the best security business in the world, but the only impression we have of you is that your people are always taxing customers. They say, oh, guy, they here, oh, guy, offer for weekend, oh, guy, be your boy. See me. Well, you are responsible for how you communicate your value proposition. Are you a security company or are you a protection company? Are you a security company or are you a confidence sharing company? These are two different things. If you're just a business that has somebody at the gate that mans the security of the property of your client, well, that's different from you have people at the gate that makes people confident to come to that vicinity. There are two different definitions. So how you communicate your value proposition is very key. If I know that your business guarantees that my customers are confident to come around, my customers are confident to be respected, my customers value and whatever property and assets they come into our premises with are secure, and my customers can guarantee that they can just close their eyes and everything is fine, it is you that has to communicate that. So the communication of your value proposition is very critical. However, one other thing you should pay attention to is what I call the wheel of marketing. The wheel of marketing says that you need to ask yourself, if I were to communicate my service to the businesses outside my sector, someone needs to be muted. If I were to communicate my services across sectors outside my sector, how would I communicate it? That's the wheel of marketing. So a typical example, if our security company was to be involved in education, what will we do? If our security company was to be involved in commodities, what will we do? If our security company was to be involved in early years education, what would we do? By the time you start thinking of people that ordinarily don't look like your customers, you will think faster and think deeper. Then you're able to communicate your value proposition, because in this age and time, security is not just essential, it is a do or die matter. So I wish you all the best with your thinking. Thinking is the way forward, and I hope you can get it right.
Thank you so much, Coach Sam. You have really given me a clear path to go. I have a question here from one of our attendees.
Okay.
They are asking actually if they can have your presentation, and I know that you've given us, yes, the permission to share your presentation. Am I right, Coach Sam?
You always have my permission.
Thank you so much.
You always have my permission, by default.
Thank you, Coach Sam. I'm going to call you up because those 9 figures are looking very appealing, and with the shrinking of our economy, I want to have all the tools I need as a woman in business to succeed. So we don't want to take much of our time on this platform. I will personally reach out to you and as many of our members that will want to do so. So thank you so much, Coach Sam. Still be on this call because we'll be coming back to you before the end of this session. Thank you so much.
I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Take care. Yeah.
All right. So participants, ladies and gentlemen, that's the second presentation from Coach Obafemi. I'm sure that we have learned on how to transform a service-based business while making 9-figure profits. Coach Sam for you. He made a very powerful presentation. I'll now go straight to the next presenter. I had given us a profile of Madam Naomi Osamedwa, who is the Sparkle Queen. She's on board, she's on call. She will be taking us on telling our stories for impact as a woman-owned business. I know I need this as a woman in business. I need to be able to tell my stories better so that I can really make the impact I want to make. So Madam Naomi Osamedwa, are you on call, please?
Yes, I'm right here. I'm right here. Good morning.
Oh, fantastic.
I'm right here.
Wow, you're so beautiful. So, excuse me, sorry, I had to just say that. You sparkle. So we are ready to receive from your fountain of knowledge, ma. Just let us know what we need to know concerning how we can tell our stories better. Thank you. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Please, before I stand on all existing protocol, can I be given permission to share my screen? I don't know.
Yes,
okay,
yes.
I have it. I have it now. Thank you.
You have it. Great.
Yes, I see. I have the permission. So 1 second, but let me just quickly say thank you to Mrs. Angela Ajala for having me here and the entire team. It's been a great time so far. I've listened to Mr. Derugba and of course, Coach Sam. We go a long way and such a great pleasure to be here today. I am so honored, and what I'm about to share with you is so dear to my heart. Like, this is my journey, this is my story, and I'm just trying to clear up everything here to make sure that in the next 15 minutes, I'm going to run through the slides very quickly. Okay, let's see. All right, there we go. So please let me know. I love to have interactive sessions. Can you see my slide? Let's see.
Yes, we can.
You see it? Fantastic.
Yes, we do.
So I love interactive sessions. So let me know where you are in the world. Just go right ahead and where you are in Nigeria. Tell me in the comments, and we're going straight into it. And in the time that we have, I'm going to be speaking on telling your story for impact as a woman-owned business. And I want you to see the key word there. It's impact. It's not just telling your story, but how can you make an impact, you know, for your business and in the lives of others. So again, I'm going to be having you drop a lot of things in the chat, so keep it coming. I'm wondering why I can't see it. Trying to see, oh, I'm not able to see the chats, but just keep chatting. When I'm done, I'm going to go in there and check all those who were responding. So according to Seth Godin, marketing is no longer about the stuff that you make, it's about the stories that you tell. So it's not just enough now to say, oh, I've got the greatest product. I mean, after sliced bread, my product is the best in the market. And you stop because you created a product. What is important is how you tell the story. And Coach Sam said it so powerfully well. I mean, with that answer he was given to the question about having a security company. So is it about just the people at the gate, or is it about the confidence? Is it about the fact that with your company, people can go to sleep and not worry about, you know, things getting lost in their places of work? It's a different ballgame entirely. And this ties in nicely with how you are telling your story. And he said it again, nobody is going to do this for you. And so let's just make it clear. Nobody is going to tell your story for you the way you would tell it. And so I want us to just take note of that even as we go deeper. Now, storytelling gives you the unique opportunity to tell your customers why you do what you do. It's a powerful opportunity to say, this is why I do what I do. So I'm not just a security company. And usually there's a story. Everybody's in business with a story. The only difference is some people have identified their stories and some haven't. Some people are able to run with their stories. Like, I literally built The 2 global businesses I'm operating right now, I built them through telling my stories. I don't know who picked my topic, but when I saw it, it was so comforting because it was home for me. I didn't need to go too far. I just need to show you what I've done. And I'm going to tell you a little bit about my story just towards the end of my presentation. And so this why is what your customers are investing in. Let's face it, there are 1,000,001 companies out there that are offering what you're doing. What makes you different? This is where your story comes in. Why are you doing this business? Why are you offering this product? Why are you offering this service? What is your story? What inspired you to go into business? It forms the very heart of your brand stories. It forms the very, very heart of it when you are able to communicate effectively with your customers. So let's look at this. By harnessing the art of storytelling for business, you can share your passion with your audience and foster true, meaningful connections. Why is this important? Because people will do business with you when they know you, when they like you, and when they trust you. KLT, and we know this, know me, like me, trust me. One of the fastest ways for you to get people to know you, like you, and trust you is for you to tell them your stories. And a lot of times we feel like nobody's going to care about that. Oh, guess again. In this new normal, this is one way that you can stand out. So for instance, you will never see a good shoe advertisement where they're talking about the functional specifications of a shoe, where they're telling you the heel is 6 inches, it's 9 inches, it's 3 inches. No, it's about how classy you will be when you walk into a room and all eyes are on your feet. Then you're buying the shoe. You're not buying the shoe because they said it's, 6 inches or 9. It's not about the inches. It's about the fact that that shoe will allow you make a statement when you appear at the event. And this should be your goal as a business owner. It's not just about this is my product, come and buy. It is what is it about your product? What is the story about your product that will change my life? What is it about me buying your shea butter? What will it do for my skin? What have you gone? What lengths have you gone? I mean, how is this packaged and produced with love? And the elements of storytelling, it's not complicated. And I'm going to show you, it's not complicated. It's very simple. Because the truth is, we're all storytellers. Every day you're telling stories. But now I'm telling you, you have to be intentional about telling your business story. Okay, if we're together, please let me know in the comments that you are with me. Because if your competition, if they wrap everything they do in a compelling story, while you stick to the information, sweetheart, you're in trouble. You are in trouble. If you continue to sell your products and it's all about just the information of the product. Okay, so I'm selling this, shea butter, and the shea butter is good. The shea butter will you can buy it in 50 gram and 100 gram. If that is the information you're telling us, and you're not telling us the story about what even inspired you to go into the business and how, the process that goes into the creation. And you can do this so easily every day. There is a story. Even the painful stories. The truth is, people don't understand that in building meaningful connections, people even want to know the struggle. Because a lot of times we think we just want to put the good stories out there. No, including the stories of loss, even the stories of frustration, even the stories of how hard it is sometimes to do business. Everything we want to know. Take us on that journey. Take us on that journey. We recently opened up our Black Friday sales, and I remember just being in this place where I can swear, I literally heard God say to me, there's a story you're not telling your community. And that is the story of how 20% of whatever payment comes into the company goes back to service for humanity. Very powerful thing we've been doing since the COVID, and it was in my profile. As a matter of fact, we calculated, we started Hajara's purse with 500 Naira. And in the last 7 months, we have given back to the community over 27,000 US dollars. We have done everything from paying for surgeries, feeding the hungry, paying hospital bills, just name it. The list is endless. But you see, it wasn't a story we were telling all the time, because even for me, this is something I have to be conscious about. And it was phenomenal for people to see the difference that they were making, that every time they buy a product from us, 20% goes back into Hatteras purse that allows us to make a difference in the community. I'm telling you, there are people right now who will not even joke about doing business with us because they now know the story about Hatteras purse. But imagine if I felt, let me not talk about it. Let it not look like we're bragging. No, sometimes you need to toot your horn. And I need you to put that in the comments. Toot my horn. I need to toot my horn. It's not a place of pride. It's letting people know this is what we are doing. This is the good we're doing in the world. And people need to just recognize it. So I want you to put that in the comments, because you are the one who is in the best position to do this. Now, let me show you how powerful your story can be. Let me show you on this screen right now are 4 different flyers. Last year, 2019 was so powerful for me because I have a story. At the age of 22, 20 years ago, I ran away from home. I ran away from home, and by the age of 31, I had become a single mom with 2 children and a victim of domestic abuse. And you might wonder, what does this have to do with a business class? Well, guess what? You see, that story I just told you has literally taken me around the world. In the last 3 years, I've spoken on 4 continents. I started live streaming in 2015 as a stay-at-home mom. I didn't know anything about social media. I didn't even like social media. I had Facebook because they said Facebook, but I discovered an app. I mean, right now with the new normal, you can't even afford to not have your business online. And you can't even afford to be online and not tell us your story. Because I want you to understand this, your story is your gift. Your story is what sets you apart from competition. I teach a lot around brand visibility, using videos, but believe me, there are 1,000,001 people who are doing that. But guess what? There is nobody who is like me. And I understand that because I have unique stories, and I'm not afraid and I'm not ashamed to share my stories. On the board right now, you see this was me in Kano, this was me in Boston, this was me in Providence, Rhode Island, this was me in Dubai in 1 year. My story, mastering the art of storytelling for my business, took me to all of these stages. And so I have actually 3 benefits, because it's not even just about telling your business and, just growing the profit margins. You can reach a wider audience, not just local, but global. You can attract media attention for free. I can't even tell you how many times I get called upon to be featured just because someone caught my story. You can get booked to speak on stages around the world. And as a business owner, if you don't understand what speaking can do for you, you need to know that you're leaving a lot of money on the table. I loved when Coach Sam was analyzing about, the numbers. The numbers. One thing that speaking on a stage will do for you, apart from exposing you to an audience that may never have heard about you, it exposes more people to the business that you do. Because you can't go and speak and people not want to know, so what do you do and how can you serve me? So these are just more benefits. I mean, time can only allow this. But you're saying, okay, Naomi, this looks interesting, but how do I actually do this? Start with why. Why is the story being told? So why do you want to tell the story? You must start with why. When and where is the story taking place? These are elements that you must put into your story, even as you share it in your business. Who are the people in the story? Who are the people in the story? Because sometimes your story might not be about you. Your story might be about your clients. It might be testimonials. I mean, some of you have amazing, amazing things that you've done, amazing things that your products have done in the lives of people, but nobody knows. Nobody knows. And you're saying, I don't want to say anything. Who kept you in that box? Who kept you in that box? Tell the stories. You got selected for a scholarship program. Tell the story. It is building your credibility. Your clients had a big win because they used your product. Tell the story. Who are the people in the story? All right. And after that, I want you to look at what. What are the people trying to achieve? What challenges were faced? And so for service providers, so I'm a certified life coach. I share a lot of stories about before and after, the challenges my clients were facing, and then when they came to work with me, where they are now. And what success did they experience? These are just 6 elements you can begin to put into your story, all right? But moving on, business storytelling takes practice. You must know your story inside and out before presenting it to customers. Why? Because you want to be consistent. You don't want to tell us a story today and we hear it in another 6 months and there's some things that are not they're not aligning. You want to be careful. You want to know your story. I shared how in the last 3 years, I've spoken on 4 continents. I get to watch a lot of my talks and I see that it's the same thing because I never had to make anything up. And so you must be authentic. In the whole process of trying to tell stories, this is not about you going overboard. This is not about you adding some salt and pepper and spices. Please tell it as it is. Be authentic so that your story will be consistent. Every time people listen to you, they hear the same thing. Could be different variations, but your story is consistent. All right. Have a clear outcome. Have a clear outcome. And so you want to say, why is my story being told? What do I want people to go away with? Make your stories memorable. Make your stories shareable. And what will be the impact of your story on your audience? You must ask yourself, do I want to use this story to build credibility? Do I want to use this story as social proof? Do I want to use this story to gain more customers? You must have an intent for telling your story. And so when I teach content creation, when I teach storytelling for business, there must be a plan. There must be a plan. It's not just, okay, we've heard about telling stories. Let's get out there and let's tell stories. Why are you telling the stories? And what are the impact you expect the story to have on your audience? The truth is you can master the art of storytelling, but you really must be intentional about telling it consistently. When I work with my private clients, one of the first things I ask them to do is open up what we call the book of stories. And I tell them, your book of stories is going to come in handy. Anytime you're invited to speak, any day you want to teach a topic, sometimes all you need to do is go to your book of stories and identify the story that is relevant to the audience, relevant to the people you're about to speak to, and then share it. Again, it's about building the know, like, and trust factor. Truth is, you got this. You can do this. It's going to take practice. It is an art, but it can be mastered. It is not for a select few. It is not for people who like to talk. As long as you're here, you are a storyteller. You may need to work on improving in telling it in the area of your business, but I want to assure you that you can do it. And if you believe that, I want you to put that in the comments. I can do it. And I'm just going to end with my quick story because 5 years ago, I started on Periscope. I shared that already. Periscope was an app, it's an app that came up before Facebook Live and Instagram Live. It was really new. When I would go live, people would tell me, so this is the world map. And if you go on Periscope, you can see the world map. And people would come on and tell me, you are the only one who is live on the entire African continent, because they could see the red dot. So on Periscope, the red dot are people who are live and the blue dot is a replay. When I started, you could only see a red dot in the entire African continent. So I was an early adopter, but then I was willing to learn. I was willing to invest in growth. Sometimes for you to scale into the next level of your business growth, you must be willing to learn from those who've gone ahead of you. And so I started learning and I started this journey. But guess what? This is where it gets interesting. Within 6 months of showing up consistently, I wrote my first book. It's an ebook and it's called Socially Speaking, My Periscope Miracles. What did I do? I shared a story of how I was using Periscope to change the world from the continent of Africa. It became an Amazon bestseller. And then my channel trended on Periscope within 6 months. And what was I doing? I was telling stories. Because when I came on Periscope, I didn't even think it was going to be a business. So I would just go, I would turn on my phone, I would go live, I'll be going around Abuja, and I'll be like, this is Africa, this is Nigeria, this is Abuja. I was just telling stories. Guys, ladies, gentlemen, I did not know this was going to be a business. And so my channel trended and people just came for me. The Guardian came and they featured me. I remember getting the message. Remember, I told you you can attract media attention for free. The Guardian reached out to me on Facebook. I was like, I'm not in Lagos. They said, don't worry, send us your pictures. We're going to email you the questions and send us the reply. And that was how I became a Guardian girl. And you can see the caption, from stay-at-home mom to international best-selling author. I was telling my story, but I'm not done. Today, I, again, have had the privilege of receiving 4 international awards. This was me in India last year. Guess what? The person who invited me to come here heard me telling my story on Instagram Live. Instagram Live. This was me on top at the 700 Club. This interview was 3 years ago, but I was talking about the use of digital media to promote your business. Till today, people still call me, oh, we saw you on channels, we saw you on AIT, we saw you on Dove, and I just told my story. This was me in India at the Taj Mahal, one of the 7 wonders of the world. It will shock you, the stages that will open up for you around the world. Because I have a famous quote, why be local when you can be global? You need to understand, and if COVID has shown us anything, is the fact that we're even more connected than we think. Right now with Zoom and all sorts of virtual stages, people can connect with the world. And so as a business owner, if you're not thinking of how your products can serve a global community, then it's time to raise the bar. And I'm hoping that from this conference, you would decide to be on that scale. Again, this was legit.ng. I spoke on TEDx Providence last year. I was the only African who flew to the US to speak on that stage. Guess the story I went to tell. The same story I told you at the beginning, that at the age of 22, I ran away from home. Now, I have mastered the art of storytelling, that when you hear me tell my stories, even the most painful story, you are so inspired that you're like, oh my goodness, Naomi, how did that happen? Well, legit.ng, they heard. Nobody till today reached out to me. They picked up my story. I saw this. I was on Google and I saw this. Naomi Osemediwa. I swear, I freaked out. I was like, what? What did I do? And I saw only African to speak at the 8th TEDx Providence 2019 in USA. Today, this talk is on the TED Global stage. It's my story I'm telling. It's my story I'm telling. Again, I could not have imagined this. Storytelling took me to be the cover girl on Vanguard Allure, took me to be the cover girl on Vanguard Arcade. All these things, they just come. Naomi, can we feature you? What would it do for your business? For you to get free publicity? Can you tell me in the comments? What will it do for your business? You're not the one looking for them. They're the ones coming to say, can we talk about you? Can we promote the work you're doing? It's because I'm telling the story. And so every time, trust me, these guys are looking for good stories. You haven't told us why you got into business. You haven't told us how you started with 5 naira, 100 naira, and today you've built a multi-million naira company. You haven't told us. And so you're probably wondering, how are all these people getting featured? These people are getting featured because they're talking. My mom used to say, closed mouth is a closed destiny. It's time to begin to talk and share your stories. All right. And finally, this was me on the stage. This was a defining moment. I came all the way from Africa to speak on this platform. This talk has made me thousands of dollars. When people search for me, they watch this talk, they come to me and they say they want to work with me. So this has become my marketing tool. As a storyteller, especially for my premium coaching, people come and say, do you do premium coaching? I'm like, yes, that's exclusive one-on-one coaching. I don't sell the service. There is no landing page. My stories on different platforms sells that package for me. There was a Facebook Live, someone invited me to speak about visibility. Immediately I finished, someone reached out to me and said, how can I work with you? She was in England. And I said, send me a message. She had never heard about me. up until that day, just like today. She was watching me for the first time. She said she went on YouTube. She watched my TED Talk, and then she watched another interview with Adesuwa Oyenokwe, and she said, "This is the woman I want." By the next day, she paid me £4,000. £4,000, a total stranger, 2.2 million naira, £4,000, a total stranger. In case you're wondering, what is all the force? What is all the energy that Naomi is using to talk about storytelling? It has changed my life. All right. And so let me end with this. I started on Periscope, but on the 5th anniversary, October 2020, we had our advert on the Times Square billboard in New York. I'm still a stay-at-home mom. This is my home office. This is where I operate from. But from telling my story right here on the left-hand side, 5 years ago, stay-at-home mom, I was just intrigued and fascinated, but I kept taking people on that journey. And so one of the beautiful things about my brand is the fact that I have continued to take people on the journey. And so 5 years later, we are on the billboards at Times Square, New York. Again, I am still a stay-at-home mom, serving clients in over 20 countries around the world, leveraging digital platforms. So you have no excuse. And I need you to know that a lot of things will be said here today, but if you take it and you do not implement anything from what all the wonderful speakers have shared, then you are really just, I mean no insults, I mean no disrespect, but it is delusional to think that you would hear all this great stuff and do nothing about it. And so I'm charging you to take the notes, but beyond taking the notes, I want you to get out there and I want you to begin to tell your stories. I want you to begin to implement, because the world is your stage. And so one way that I can serve you today, I am live on Instagram at Naomi Osemedua, and I have a free gift for everyone. Please don't ignore my gifts, because I love you, because I want to help you. I want you to just go to Instagram at Naomi Osemedua and just say Awep 2020. That's all. Don't even say hello. Don't say hi, Naomi. Just say Awep 2020, and I'm going to be there to answer you. So this is what you're looking out for. So that's it at Naomi Osemedua. And DM is just for you to click this icon message and say Awep 2020. So that's my virtual office today. I'm going to be right there all day today responding to you. And so let me end with this. If you are not there top of mind when your prospects are ready to buy, I want you to know that your competitors will be. And the only way for you to stand out consistently is for you to tell your stories. Your stories are your gifts. I want you to own it. 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 And of course, I offer exclusive personalized coaching sessions to help you find and harness your stories. Because some people come and say, Naomi, I hear you, but I don't have a story. That's not true. You have stories. You just don't have someone who has helped you harness them. And that's what I do best. So I do have a few slots open, very, very minimum. So kindly send me an email if you are open to exclusive one-on-one services. I will be able to get on the phone with you to tell you how I can help you. Thank you so much. I will see you at the center stage. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam Naomi, the Sparkle Queen. What did we say before we started? It's amazing, excellent delivery. In fact, I'm a disciple. I'm signing up. Tell me what to do. You've convinced me beyond words. You've told your story excellently. You've told us what to do and how to, begin to toot our horns.
Yes.
I know that sometimes women, we don't know how to tell our stories, especially me. I have that problem, but not again. I'm going to reach out to you, Naomi. I'm going to learn this skill of telling my story for impact, so to speak. So thank you. That is our presentation from Madam Naomi Osemedua. What can I say? She's giving us a free gift, but outside this free gift, I want to tell you, Madam Naomi, we'll be coming to you as an organization, as Awep, so that we can see what you can provide for us, our members, in this area of storytelling. We like to do things as a group. Yes. So that will be very helpful if we reach out to you and you tell us how to go about it.
Sure.
Thank you so much. I have not seen any questions in the Q&A box, but that is okay because you've told us to meet you the whole of
at the
today.
virtual
You are
office.
open to Awep members.
Yes.
Participants, you know what to do. Okay. So she's at the virtual office ready to receive us on Instagram, Naomi Osamedwa. Just type in Awep 2020 and she'll be there to take whatever inquiries, whatever questions you have outside the program. Thank you so much, Madam Naomi.
Thank you. Thank you.
Participants, ladies and gentlemen, we are slowly winding down on this first panelist session. We want to come back to the first presenter, Mr. Aderuba Otunla. Sir, are you there in the house with us? Mr. Otunla Aderuba?
I'm here, ma. I can hear you clearly. Yes, ma'am.
Oh, thank you so much, sir. Fantastic. There you are. Excellent. Just to hear finally your final notes. What do you have as a gift? We have been getting gifts and freebies all day. So we are waiting if you have this fantastic package for us as an organization. What do you have to say, sir, just before you leave us? Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma. And once again, thank you for the at least the honor and the invite. So what I will say is if there is an opportunity maybe for a training, I'm a community lead and I'm always looking for the best way to help and support. So if there, besides the fact that I already promised I will do a small screencast that will be shared to maybe members and also participants, at least for some of us that are looking for just the easiest way to go online, take our business, or just to have online visibility. And at the same time, if there is an opportunity to do a full-fledged training, or if there are people who need some of these guides, you know, in a way for you to reach your own unique customers using technology. I'm a techie, so I go from A like to Z. So I can give you those insights based on the areas that can be meaningful to you and where your audiences are and what best can make your business more effective and efficient moving forward. So I hope that's a good gift to give everyone. So thank you once again, man, and thanking
thank you so much,
Angela Ajala.
We'll be reaching out to you as a group. We come with our requests, looking to see what packages you have for our members, just to impact their businesses. Thank you so much. We need to digitalize. So I know that you've done a lot in this area and you will be able to help our members to achieve their goals. Thank you so much, Mr. Aderuba. Let me quickly move on to Coach Sam. Coach Sam, are you still in the house with us?
Yes, I am.
Oh, yes. Okay, I can see you have moved location, Coach Sam. You are very
Yes.
mobile, sir. So please let us get the freebie and the package you have for Awep members. Your last words, your thoughts for us for the program. Thank you, sir.
My thoughts is while everyone is screaming, oh, recession, oh, there's going to be a challenge, I want you to make up your mind that you're not in that bracket. You're not. You are opportune to maximize the next year. And I personally believe that if you want it, you can get it. For freebies, I'm an in-house person to Awep. As much as my availability is wanted, I'm always on ground. So I wouldn't project a freebie for now, but I'm here. So I just want to make sure that 2021 makes a lot of sense for everybody. So let's look at it and let's get it.
Thank you so much, Coach Sam. You are
thank you very much.
You know, part of us in Awep, so we can always come to you. So be sure that we'll be coming. You know, 2021 is almost around the corner, and we are hoping that we will hit the ground running. So we'll be reaching out to you. Thank you so much. Excellent.
Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you, sir. So let me finally end with the Sparkle Queen. She has said a lot to us already. The Sparkle Queen.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here.
Okay. You're still there, yeah. You have given us your freebie already. We know what to do. We just want you to have just that one last final thought and encouragement for us as Awep, as a collective, on how we can really leverage on what we have learned today and what we continue to learn as we still go on through the program of events of the day.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you. I see all your wonderful comments. Thank you so much, everyone. I ran into the virtual office and I see like I'm in trouble today. I'm going to be on duty till night. Thank you for everyone who's already come over to the virtual office. But I want to say this. The only thing necessary for evil to triumph is for good men to do nothing. There are lots of great people who have great businesses, great ideas. Like some of you, you're already changing the world, but we don't know. And the truth is, it doesn't matter what you can do. It doesn't matter what amazing products you can create. If you're not being seen and heard, it is as good as you not existing in the first place. This is something you have to go home with. This is something that will make some people not sleep tonight. It doesn't matter what you can do. It doesn't matter how amazing your products are, all the money you are investing, all the culture, the staff, the value proposition, all of that is like you don't exist if we can't see you and if we can't hear you. So I want you to be intentional about not just telling your stories, but I want you to show up and I want you to show up big. All right. And most importantly, I'm here to help you. So it's a win-win. You're on mute. You're on mute. You're on mute.
Thank you so much. Do not go anywhere yet, Sparkle Queen. We love to appreciate those that have identified and have supported us as an organization. So Awep is giving you an award in recognition. Yes. Yeah. Please, Dr. Shei, can you kindly shed your...
I'm receiving.
Can you see the...
Yes, I can.
Oh.
I can see it.
Can you see it? Okay, you can see it. Fantastic. It says, award of recognition presented to Mrs. Naomi Osamedwa, our Sparkle Queen. Like a circle, the pursuit of excellence has no end. We salute your unwavering commitment to understanding personal performance. To outstanding personal performance. Thank you. So wow, that's it. So congratulations and thank you. We will be sending this to you as a package, so you will see it from Awep. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Okay. All right.
I'm grateful.
So, you're welcome. Thank you, Coach Sam. Coach Sam.
Yes.
Okay, yeah, this is you. Wow, fantastic.
Wow.
This is your own. Yeah, you see that.
Wow.
Awep loves you so much. We appreciate you.
I
Yes.
don't hammer. This is big.
Let me read what is there for you, Coach Sam. Award of recognition presented to Coach Samuel Obafemi. Our achievements are shaped by the strength of the foundations we set. Thank you for your commitment to excellence in businesses.
Wow.
That is
this
for
means this means a lot to me, and I'm very grateful. Yeah. Thanks to Awep. Thanks for believing in my brand and all the work of changing the landscape. Thank you for all you do all over the world. Thank you so much. And congratulations to my sweetheart, Naomi. Naomi is a voice, a force to reckon with. Thank you for all you do, Naomi. Thank you so much, Awep. I appreciate it.
You are welcome. Thank you, Coach Sam. Thank you. This will be delivered to you.
Thank you. So beautiful.
You're welcome. Can I have Mr. Aderugba Otula, please?
Yes, ma'am. Here, ma'am.
Yes, Mr. Aderugba, we have an award for you too. And it's an award of recognition presented to Mr. Aderugba Otula for spending your time with us, teaching us, inspiring us, and challenging us. Thank you, sir, for all you do for Awep. So this is your award.
Wow, thank you very much, Ma. And this is actually a surprise. And well, I'd like to say thank Awep once again, and at least and everyone. And of course, Naomi, your presentation was outstanding. And just like Coach Obat, like Sam said, I realize I don't hammer, so I appreciate, I'm grateful. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, thank you.
So thank you so much, all our panelists, for our first panelist session. We appreciate you all. Our time is fast spent, and we have handed over the awards for the first panel session. We are going to be going on to the next segment of the program. It will be handled by the MCs in the house, Mrs. Priscilla Awosu. If you are on, if you are on ground, please, Mrs. Priscilla Awosu.
Hi,
Mrs.
good
Priscilla
afternoon.
Awosu. Okay, thank you so much.
Good
afternoon. Where is she? Dr. Sherry, can you spotlight Mrs. Priscilla Awosu, please? She's to anchor the next segment. She's not on video. It's not from us, it's from her. Okay. She's not. She's supposed to be spotlighted. Okay.
I'm here.
Okay.
You can't see me.
Oh, fantastic. Yeah,
can you hear
we can
me though?
see you now.
Yes,
we can hear you and we can see you now.
Okay. So, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Awep Annual Conference 2020, which is happening virtually online right now and also physically at Nigerian Export Promotion Council with the theme Technology, Collaboration, Resilience, Vital Tools for Sustainable Business in the Now. Permit me please to stand on all existing protocols. Right now we'll go on to goodwill messages from our partners. We have partners from Federal Ministry of Trade and Investment. Our partners from Federal Ministry of Trade and Investment, therefore, their goodwill messages.
Madam Priscilla, if you can hear me, please, we have taken the goodwill message of
can you hear me?
Federal Ministry of Trade and Investment. We have taken that goodwill message.
Oh, we've taken. Okay.
Yeah, we've taken that.
Okay, good message from
She Trades was asking. SON. She Trades. I thought she was thinking I was.
Yeah. Madam Priscilla, SON and She Trades, if they are in the house, you can take their goodwill messages, then we can do awards.
Yes, please.
Hello, everyone. SON is in the house.
Okay. Okay, Madam Fabian, thank you. If you go ahead and give your goodwill message.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Mrs. Fabian Arumemi. On behalf of the Director General and Chief Executive of the Standards Organization of Nigeria, we want to appreciate the President and all the distinguished members of Awep for giving us the opportunity to participate in this program. The Director General, Malam Farouk Salim, is unavoidably absent because of other pressing engagements, but he has asked me to deliver his goodwill message to you on this August occasion. And I'm going to read his message as he has directed and presented. Thank you very much. Goodwill message by Malam Farouk Salim, the Director General and Chief Executive, Standards Organization of Nigeria, at the annual conference and 10th year anniversary of the African Women Entrepreneurship Program, Awep, holding 26 November 2020. Permit us to stand on existing protocols. On behalf of the management and members of staff of the Standards Organization of Nigeria, I congratulate the National President and the entire members of the African Women Entrepreneurship Program on the successful hosting of the 10th year anniversary and conference. The Standards Organization of Nigeria is a parastatal under the Federal Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment, charged with the responsibility of developing standards and also ensuring that the quality of locally manufactured and imported products and services meets the requirements of the relevant standards in order to satisfy the quality needs of consumers and their safety. SON acknowledges the important role played by women MSMEs in the development of the Nigerian economy through the various economic activities, including manufacturing, trading, or artisanal services offered, and should therefore be encouraged through viable opportunities to enhance their capacity for growth, sustainability, and increased earnings. SON is thus committed to supporting women MSMEs in production and services using standards and quality assurance processes to improve their competitiveness for local and international market access. The Micro, Small and Medium Enterprise Desk of SON was created to interface with and also support small businesses to which women entrepreneurs belong. Some of SON's initiatives that are available for MSME development include, but are not limited to, mentoring for certification, which is undertaken by supporting MSMEs with necessary information they need to enhance their compliance to standards and conformity assessment. Involvement in standards elaboration processes. MSMEs are given the opportunity to participate in the elaboration of standards to ensure that peculiar concerns of MSMEs are addressed during the elaboration process. Sales of standards, product testing, and certification are subsidized charges. These are initiatives that have been instituted to support MSMEs with the cost of standards and service charges subsidized at 50% discount to facilitate voluntary patronage on standards by MSMEs, and also subsidized charges for importation of raw materials and equipment required by MSMEs in their production processes through the Standards Organization of Nigeria Conformity Assessment Program, SONCA. All these initiatives are aimed at ensuring that locally manufactured and imported products or services comply with the requirements of the relevant standards through conformity assessment activities. And these activities involve facility inspections, laboratory testing, and product certification, amongst others. These activities confirm that a product or service aligns with the requirements contained in the Nigerian Industrial Standard in order to ensure the safety and satisfaction of consumers. Women entrepreneurs are therefore encouraged to visit SON offices nationwide for inquiries and guidance on the best approach to improving the quality of their products and services, either for local consumption or for export, especially under the regime of the African Continental Free Trade. I therefore use this opportunity to urge women and representatives of women's groups here present to also call our toll-free line on 070-5699-000-22555 766 for information regarding some services. This number I will share with our executive at the end of the goodwill message. Let me close by assuring you of our support and willingness to facilitate your business endeavors as women entrepreneurs while wishing you all fruitful deliberations. We thank you all for listening. Malam Farouk Salim, Director General, Chief Executive. Thank you very much for giving us the opportunity. I'm still very much around in case there are questions that will require intervention by the Standards Organization of Nigeria. Thank you very much, Madam President.
Thank you so much, Madam Fabian. Thank you for taking the time to be at the Annual National Conference 2020. We appreciate your time.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
And the next goodwill message from Sterling Bank. Thank you. Is Madam Jennifer Olorinda ready to give a goodwill message?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. The branch manager, Sterling Bank, WA branch.
Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay, while we wait for Madam.
Hello.
Thank you.
Can you hear me? Hello. Hello. I don't know if anyone can hear me. I'm here.
We can hear you, madam. Please go ahead.
Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. And I was on protocols. I want to congratulate Awep, the president of Awep, and every member of Awep for this wonderful conference. It's been a very inspiring. I've followed it from the beginning, from the presentation of Mrs. Adenike to the last of Mrs. Naomi. It's really been mind-blowing, and I'm happy to be here on behalf of the management and staff of Sterling Bank, and we're even looking forward to next year. So I want to, on behalf of the regional manager, who also happens to be a woman, she sent her regards, and also to let us know that the bank has women empowerment as one of its priorities. We have partnered with women in different aspects of business, in agri, in health, in education, and in every way we can, not only women, even in the children too. The bank at this point in time has a product that can help, that is like an intermediary between the buyers and the sellers. It's called Pay with Spectre. You are in and you need customers. Basically, for women who are into fast-moving and consumer goods, the bank is ready to help you even source for customers, not only sourcing, but also helping them to pay for your product while we liaise with the buyers, and with time, provide a platform to enable them pay. So the bank is willing in any way to support Awep and every of its members. We have our numbers will be communicated so that everything to do assist will be ready to come in. We also have the one-woman product where it gives women leverage in certain businesses, in shops and supermarkets. You have discounts to be able to shop at discounts, and once you show that you are part of that one-woman group. So the bank is willing and ready, not only part of it, but with every of its members. Thank you. Just as I said earlier, I look forward to next year. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Jennifer. We appreciate you being with us today, and we're really thankful to Sterling Bank. And in recognition of partnership with Awep Nigeria and your support for dedication and service and effort, we want to give you an award for this. Thank you so much. Madam Emilia.
Thank you so much. Thank you. We appreciate it. Thank you.
The office.
Yes, Sterling Bank,
Thank you
we appreciate you. Thank you. If you can see the screen, the award is fantastic. In recognition of partnership and support for dedicated service and efforts. Thank you so much for partnering with Awep all these years and supporting us. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
It will be delivered to you. Thank you. Madam Priscilla, over to you.
Thank you.
Okay, moving forward, any representatives, small and medium enterprise development agencies, SMEDAN, for your goodwill message. Is the representative for small, medium enterprise development agency, SMEDAN here?
Madam has given their goodwill message, okay. Please. They are just to collect their award.
Okay, so we're also giving SMEDAN an award in recognition of partnership and support for dedicated service and efforts. Madam Emilia.
Yes, SMEDAN, we appreciate you. You have been our good support over the years, and we will not relent to ensure that we do not take this support and help for granted. We'll continue to measure up to standards and above standards. So this award goes to you and your organization. Let me just read what is there. Award of recognition presented to Small and Medium Enterprises Development Agency, SMEDAN, in recognition of partnership and support for dedicated service and efforts. So this award will be delivered to your agency. Thank you so much. Madam Priscilla.
Thank you, Madam Emilia. And going forward, ITC She Trades, ably represented here by Simon Balfe, Olatokumbo. Any of the representatives, Simon Balfe or Olatokumbo, are you here to give your goodwill messages?
Yes, hi Priscilla, this is Simon. Great to join you. Thank you so much for the opportunity to join this conference and to say a few words.
Happy to have you here.
Oh, thank you. And I have to say it's been really inspiring to listen to the comments and inspiring for men as well as women to support all of the achievements and all of the encouragement and support that you're providing. So I'm very pleased to be able to join. Importantly, this is on behalf of the team in Nigeria, who we have working in Nigeria in collaboration with you. I know on a number of initiatives and activities, and it's been a real privilege and honor for us to work with you. I know that we have my colleague Tux on the line, along with Turfa, Fatima and Sarah, who are an outstanding team and have had great pleasure in working with you. Let me say thanks to the leadership and members of Awep for the opportunity to collaborate with you and for organizing this conference. I know that the digital space is perhaps the single most important space in which we operate for now, and it'll be an incredibly important platform for women to build their businesses in the future. So really pleased to hear this discussion. As She Trades Commonwealth, the project that we work on and is largely our representative in Nigeria and across Africa, we have partnered with chapters, Awep chapters in Nigeria and Kenya already to look at support for creating economic opportunities for women-owned businesses. And the theme of this conference is very much aligned to the goals of the project as we start to try and develop the digital capacity of entrepreneurs to operate on digital platforms and build their business through digital pathways. And keeping resilience in mind in particular, we've also developed the She Trades Crisis Management Toolkit for women-owned businesses to support entrepreneurs in planning for uncertainty, female entrepreneurs in particular. And my colleague Tux has very kindly posted a link to that toolkit, should anybody wish to take advantage of that, and we can obviously take some discussions forward with you to develop anything that you might want to either contribute to that or use it with your membership and taking that forward. So thank you for that opportunity to mention that toolkit. The topics covered today have been quite broad but incredibly pertinent, as I say, for the moment, particularly growing sort of resilience in your businesses and using digital technology to innovate and build new products. And all of these things, I think we can hopefully continue to partner with you to take those important bits of work forward. And I thank you again for the opportunity to join this conference, which has been really genuinely inspiring for me and for us as a team. And let me just congratulate Awep across both Nigeria and Africa for all of the work that you've been doing over the last 8 to 10 years. It really has been exceptional, and I very much hope and look forward to collaborating with you more in the future. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Simon. We appreciate you taking the time to be at the annual conference 2020. Thank you so much to ITC and She Trades. We appreciate what you do for women in Nigeria and the whole of Africa. Thank you so much. You will be given an award in recognition of partnership and support for dedicated service and efforts. This is Amelia.
Thank you so much. Yes, I can see it. That's absolutely fantastic.
Yes, thank you, Priscilla. Yes, yes, Mr. Simon, the award is given in recognition and presented to International Trade Center She Trades Initiative, ITC She Trades, in recognition of partnership and support for dedicated service and efforts. Thank you so much, Mr. Simon. We continue to look forward to partnership with She Trades. This will be delivered to you.
Thank you so much, Samira, and thank you, Priscilla. Real honor to receive that award, and on behalf of the team, first and foremost, thank you so much indeed for this award. It really means a lot. Thank you.
You're welcome. Priscilla.
We appreciate Simon. Thank you. Yeah, I'm moving forward. Our keynote speaker, Mrs. She'll be having an outstanding.
Madam Priscilla, let's take NEPC. For NEPC. We'll be doing it in the main. Yeah, NEPC, please.
Okay.
NEPC, Nigeria Export Promotion Council.
Okay. Oh yeah. Okay, I missed that one. Okay.
Yes. Sorry, please.
Representative for Nigerian Export Promotion Council, Mrs. Letitia Ono. Is she available to take the goodwill message?
What is her name?
The presentation of the award plaque will be made at the physical venue at Nigerian Export Promotion Council. Congratulations to all the awardees.
Pardon me, Mrs. Priscilla, the representative of NEPC is Mrs. Esther Ipora. Please, she will be receiving the award on behalf of NEPC. Mrs. Esther Ipora.
Okay. Okay, I got that. Pardon the mix-up of names. Currently, Mrs. Esther Igora will be collecting the award for Nigerian Export Promotion Council. On behalf of Nigerian Export Promotion Council, the award in recognition of partnership and support for dedicated service and effort. We appreciate you, Nigerian Export Promotion Council. Congratulations. Back to you, Mrs. Amelia. These awards will be physically awarded at the Nigerian Export Promotion Council, where the physical annual conference is taking place right now beside the virtual conference taking place online now on the Zoom call. Thank you.
It's been physically received by Mrs. Okora.
Yes, please.
Madam Priscilla, if you can hear me, we have only one award
Yes,
left
I can hear you.
Giving. Yes, for the keynote speaker for now, we will come back to you to see if she's still in the house, so we can present that award. Just give us some minutes, okay? Just to be sure she's in the house. How do you see? Yes.
Okay then. Okay.
She's not in the house.
She's not?
No.
She will be a panelist now.
She's not a panelist. I'm not in.
So what next after the keynote speakers?
Well, we're trying to sort how we can get on to the next award. And thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for taking the time to be at the Awep Annual National Conference 2020, taking place both physically at the Nigerian Export Promotion Council and virtually on this Zoom call. We appreciate taking the time. We do not take it for granted. Congratulations once again to all the awardees. Thank you for taking the time. You know, listening to the speakers earlier, like the Sparkle Queen, and about telling your story, it is important as women in business that we tell our stories so that we not just sell, but we also tell stories as it resonates with what we are selling, whether it be commodity, cosmetics, or even services. And we also thank Mr. Coach Sam for teaching us how to make that 9-digit. It sounded very interesting. Thank you, Coach Sam. And to our other speakers, we appreciate you taking the time to teach us how we should leverage on digital ongoings in the now, because incidentally, that is the theme for today's annual conference for Awep 2020, technology, collaboration, resilience, vital tools for sustainable businesses in the now.
Indeed, indeed, Madam Priscilla, we're back on with
Thank you for that.
I will be taking the award session, starting with that of the keynote speaker. So you can go ahead and we will present the award to the keynote speaker. She's no longer on the call, but we'll be delivering this award to her personally. You can go ahead to read out the category and the award she's been given, please.
Okay, our next award goes to our keynote speaker, Mrs. Adenike Ogunleshi. This award is for your positive accomplishment and attitude towards our association, Awep. This award is for Outstanding Achievement Award. We really thank you for taking the time to be here. Mrs. Emilia?
Thank you so much. The award is being given to Mrs. Ogunleshi. She will be giving the award physically. It is an award that is presented by Awep, an Outstanding Achievement Award presented to Mrs. Adenike Ogunleshi for your positive accomplishments and attitude towards our association. So we love you, Mrs. Ogunleshi. Thank you so much for identifying with us This award, we will ensure it gets to you. Thank you so much, ma'am. Madam Priscilla will be taking the award for the trustees next.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Dogunleshi, for taking the time to be with Awep today. We really took in from what you gave to us today. Thank you very much. And the next award goes to our trustees. And first on that list is Hajia Amuna Ali. Ms. Emilia?
Yes, thank you so much, Madam Priscilla. Excellent handling of this award session so far. The next award is going to be given to Hajia Amuna Ali. She's a board of trustees, and the award is in recognition of your outstanding dedication, commitment, and support to Awep. Hajia Amuna Ali, we love you and thank you for supporting us all these years. We'll ensure that the award gets to you. Thank you. Priscilla, the next award, please.
Oh, yes. Moving on, in recognition of outstanding dedication and commitment support to Awep, our next awardee is to Ambassador Folake Marcos Bello. Thank you, madam, and congratulations. Ms. Emilia?
Yes, the award of recognition is given to Ambassador Folake Marcos Bello in recognition of your outstanding dedication, commitment, and support to Awep. Thank you so much, Ambassador Marcos Bello. We love you for your support for Awep all these years, and we're sure that you get this award. Yes, Priscilla, the next award, please.
On the next award, going to Mrs. Evelyn Oputu in recognition of your outstanding dedication, commitment, and support to Awep. We congratulate you on this award and we thank you for taking the time. Ms. Emilia?
Thank you so much. The next award is given to Mrs. Evelyn Oputu in recognition of your outstanding dedication, commitment, and support to Awep. Mrs. Evelyn Oputu is a board of trustee member. She's been with us all these years and we love you. We ensure you get this award. Thank you, ma'am. The next award, Madam Priscilla. So our founding president.
Okay, the next award goes to Mrs. Yemisi Iranlue, given with sincere appreciation for outstanding contributions in making Awep as successful as we are today. Thank you, Mrs. Yemisi, and congratulations once again. Mrs. Emilia?
Thank you, Mrs. Iranlue. You are founding president. We will ensure that you get this award of recognition, given with sincere appreciation for your outstanding contributions in making as successful as we are today. Thank you, ma'am. This is a final award to our past president. Go ahead.
This award is given to Hajia Zainab Jaji, given with sincere appreciation for outstanding contributions in making Awep as successful as we are today. We appreciate your efforts in making women come together and for aiding our growth. Thank you and congratulations on your award. Ms. Emilia?
Thank you. Yes, thank you so much, Priscilla. This award is a special one given to Hajia Zainab Jaji. It's given with sincere appreciation for your outstanding contributions in making Awep as successful as we are today. Mrs. Zainab Jaji is a past president, but she's also a present West Africa Sec General for Awep. So she's been giving us a lot of support and encouragement. We'll ensure she gets this award. Thank you, Mrs. Hajia Zainab Jaji, for all the support. So, Madam Priscilla, we can go ahead. The award session is over for now.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Emilia. We're going into the launch for Impact Fund winners by the Deputy National President, who is unavailably absent, Hajia Lami Damboram, but she will be ably represented by our indefatigable Vice President, Hajia Jibir, Samira Jibir. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I would love to call on the president, national president, to give some words about these awards. Thank you so much, Ms. Cecilia. Good afternoon, everyone. I would love to call the president, national president, to give some words about these awards. Thank you so much, Ms. Cecilia. Madam President, thank you to be given by our Board of Trustees with me to represent her in presenting the Impact Fund. The Impact Fund is a first for Awep. It is the first time we're setting aside funds to recognize, to celebrate, and to help grow the businesses of some area. And so through this fund, we're reaching out to 18 women, 3 per zone. We have 6 geopolitical zones, and the vice presidents have come together to put forward the 3 members in each zone that will be receiving. This is a token award that we are giving today to support their business in whichever way it will scale them up. It could be to pay for an SON certificate. It could be to pay for a trademark certificate. It could be to pay for PHCN for 2-3 months, you know, but it will be something that will touch their business, especially in this season of COVID and palliatives. This is a way of saying thank you to our members, and we appreciate all the hard work we are putting into the businesses and representing Awep so beautifully and so visibly. Thank you very much. The VP North Central Hajia Samira to call out the awardees from each of the zones. Thank you very much. Thank you so much, Madam President.
Madam, you need to unmute. We can't hear you. You need to unmute, please.
Ooh, all this.
Dr. Shea, can you hear me?
Can you hear me now?
Nadia, that needs to be unmuted. Okay.
Yes, we can hear you now. I'm unmuted. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead, madam.
Oh, all right. Sorry about that. Like I said, we thank Awep National President and the ESCO for making this award possible for our members. And we were given criteria. And I want to say, I'm going to start with North Central first. Amazingly, the 3 members from North Central are not even aware that they've been selected for these awards. And they proved themselves because they've been with us since morning at National Export Promotion Council Hall. And that is what they stand for. One of the members here, I'd like to congratulate Mrs. Jackie Ikyotonye.
I hope I got that right. I always call her Madam Jackie. Our products had recently been certified by NAFDAC. She gives us members all the time for support, collaboration, contributions towards the progress, and she's always participating. We want to say thank you, and it is on that note that you are one of the awardees from North Central. The second awardee, who doesn't even know that she's accepting an award, is Mrs. Ayeni Abiola Abimbola Kafilat, and she's just standing right in front of me here. She has been very supportive of us in FCT. She makes, she's very collaborative, whatever you want in terms of resources, raw materials, whatever you want in terms of even packages, in machines, and so on and so forth, even to the extent of making available our own outfit for people to use, to process. We want to say thank you and congratulations, and our own products too have been NAFDAC approved. The third person is Ajia Rukayat Hussein Vivido. She's not aware too of this award. She's there in the hall and she's always present, availability, scaling up our products. Our product had even moved virtually to that is the UAE. And she's always supportive and making sure that she introduces members to Awep and doing so many things. I want to say, everybody in North Central, you are doing very well. Let me be selfish since I have this opportunity. Awards will come. Zona champions will be mentioning you. From the Southeast Zone, we have Madam Mercy Ojuku. Congratulations, Madam Mercy Ojuku. I know Madam Mercy Ojuku, she's always producing so many products. And as an educationist, she's always passing it down and moving about and always present for availability, for collaboration. Madam Stella Ene, congratulations to you too. I know that your product is one of the best in Southeast. We say thank you for your collaboration, for your contributions toward the progress of Awep African Women Entrepreneur Program. Madam China Gorom Okereke, thank you so much. And we want to say congratulations for always being there for Awep members, for always collaborating, for making your product stand out, and for effective participation in all activities. South-South Zone, I have on the list here, Madam Faith Ehege. I hope I got that right. If I don't crucify me. We congratulate you. We appreciate your collaboration, your contributions, and everything you do to support women out there. Mrs. Chinonye Eze, thank you so much, and congratulations too for your support, collaboration, and contributions, and for making your product one of the best and an exemplary one for women in South Zone. Thank you and congratulations. I also have on this list Honorable Agnes Atus. The president is saying, okay, here, and when a president gives a nod, it means a lot. Thank you so much and congratulations to all our awardees out there. For Southwest, the business tycoon, a call for show. Madam Yemisi, well done. And from your list here, we have Mrs. Olushola Maja. I congratulate Mrs. Olushola Maja. We congratulate you for your products, for your scalability, and for your contributions and assistance in membership drive in making women know that they're what it is, of what they are supposed to be in the economic space of this country. The second person from Southwest Zone is Mrs. Eyiyemi Robinyi. I hope that's the name. Eyiyemi Robinyi. MC earlier on. Oh, sorry. Oh, so sweet a voice. Oh, thank you so much. Madam Eyiyemi, pardon my pronouncing that second name very well. I congratulate you and we want to appreciate you very much for all you do. You can see it's part of your selfless service that you were the first MC to handle this national conference. Congratulations, and we hope that you're going to do more for the women, Southwest Zone and Nigerian women. Last but not the least is Madam Helen Oduyemi. Congratulations, Madam Helen Oduyemi, for your contribution, for your scalability of your products, and for being exemplary personnel to women from Southwest and Nigeria. We congratulate you all. I am sure that the national president and the executive will be reaching out to this woman. We still await the list from Northwest and Northeast. I congratulate everyone that have received this Impact Award, and I hope that whatever it is, we create more impact and make more meaning for what you do in your businesses. And for all our web members, you are all awardees. You are all women to be reckoned with. We thank you very much for contributing much to what we do as Awep, what we do as businesswomen, what Nigeria needs to propel the economy of this country, especially these times. And surely Awep women will get there. Thank you so much. I wish you all the best. Madam Priscilla, over to you. Thank you so much. Madam Priscilla. Oh. Who is next? Okay, the next panel. I don't. Oh. Please, VP Southwest, if you are there, can you come up? The next panelist group. Madam Yemisi. All right, thank you. Welcome, Madam Yemisi. Good to have you. We can't hear you, can we? Madam Yemisi.
Thank you, Hajia Samira. You did a wonderful job and you made me laugh, So thank you for the presentations to our members.
You're welcome, thank you. Yes, ma'am. Over to you for the next panelists.
Right. So we're on to the next panel. I'd like to actually apologize to our panelists and just thank them for being patient with us. But we thought to get that business out of the way before we went on to some more serious business. So a lot has been said today. A lot has, very, very many things that have been said over and over again. And I'm sure we're going to get some more from the three of you. In addition to that, I think this is the meat and this is the vehicle and this is the birthing ground. So the diligence births resilience. Everything that we've been told are the values that we need as business people to be able to take that leap. And as Mrs. Ogule said, it's not overnight, it takes time. So we have, if we've taken anything from this, it's that we ought to be resilient in everything that we do. So without further ado, I'm going to read the bio of our panelists. Welcome, Mr. William Eziagu. And I'm going to take a cue from my co-moderator as she read all three panelists, because we don't want to stop you, in between to read the bios. So I'll just run through quickly. William Eziagu is presently the Director in charge of Product Development Department at the Nigerian Export Promotion Council, Abuja. Before his present position, Mr. Eziagu worked as the Director in the Policy and Strategy Department, where he assisted to develop new zero oil program for the Council. He also mentored new exporting companies to venture into export business. Mr. Eziagu has also worked as an advisor on agribusiness in the World Bank Assisted Commercial Agriculture Development Program, CADP, as well as the National Expert for Value Chains under the UNIDO and NCRIP project. He has rich experience in product development, including packaging, labeling, and quality certifications. Mr. William Eziagu graduated from the University of Nigeria, Nsukka, and a holder of MBA with specialization in marketing. Mr. Eziagu, he also holds an MSc in Enforced Management from Benue State University. He's also an alumnus of the famous Indian Institute of Packaging in Mumbai, India. He's widely traveled in countries such as USA, UK, Germany, Australia, Hungary, Turkey, Israel, Mexico, UAE. He's been all over the place. Other countries include Vietnam, India, China, South Korea, and Sri Lanka. Mr. Eziagu is the author of Comprehensive Guide in Exporting from Nigeria, published in 1987, and Export Financing in Nigeria, published in 1992. That's an awesome profile. We'll move on to the next panelist's bio, please. Right, so we have Mr. Collins Nwosu. Welcome. He is the Trade Ambassador, International Trade Facilitation Association. Collins is currently the Trade Ambassador in the International Trade Facilitation Association, ITFA. ITFA is a trade support institution dedicated to supporting MSMEs to surmount the non-tariff-based trade challenges. He also serves as National Export Strategy Consultant in Trade Facilitation Office of Canada, TFO, International Trade Center, Geneva, ITC, and the Nigeria Export Promotion Council, NEPC. He is also a fellow of the Institute of Chartered Economists, a certified consultant in the model of human behavior, and independent certified coach, trainer, speaker, teacher, and mentor on John Maxwell team, JMT. The JMT is the fastest growing coaching organization in the world, with over 20,000 experts spread across 145 countries. He also serves as a mentor on the Founders Institute, the world's largest pre-seed startup accelerator. It's based in Silicon Valley, and with a reach of about 75 countries, the Founders Institute is helping build impactful technology companies across the globe. Collins has experience in agriculture, finance, construction, housing, pharmaceutical industries, technology. Over the years, he's helped companies to raise trade finance in excess of $500,000 and midwifed trade transactions in excess of $1 billion to date. While playing his role as Trade Ambassador. He has helped NEPC with the development of the manuals for export trainings and clinics. He has also brokered a strategic relationship with TradeM Links, the first B2B e-commerce site dedicated to showcasing products and services from Africa and the Middle East. He has served and serves various public and private sector driven projects in varied capacities such as the World Bank, GIZ, United Nations, Global Share Alliance, Share Integrated Global Foundation, DFID, and that's just to mention a few. He continues to support SMEs and institutions at various levels to bridge the gaps between current performance and potential. This is going to be very interesting. Could I have the next the profile? Welcome, Mr. Collins. Now we have a woman, Bolaji Shofolue. Welcome. She's the Managing Director, Enterprise Trade and Knowledge, TK Group UK. With nearly 20 years of expertise and experience in Africa and the UK, Bolaji has a proven track record of strategically positioning businesses from startups to established corporates to thrive within the complex African markets. Her focus has been helping these companies overcome the challenges of the unique business landscape of the continent, while developing mutually beneficial relationships. Bolaji has worked with more than 400 businesses and over 100 projects covering diverse sectors, including aviation, financial services, IT, oil and gas, agriculture, beauty, and fashion. Bolaji comes from a banking background, starting her career in Central Bank of Nigeria and then working for Halifax Bank of Scotland, UK. As a co-founder of the Enterprise Training and Knowledge Group, Bolaji has led ETK's consultants to help global companies make connections in 11 African countries to date. An Africa SME advocate, Bolaji is a creative and engaging conference speaker, a business mentor and educator. She has spoken at events organized by the World Bank, the Global Trade Review, Global Local Content Council, and UK Department for International Trade, and many others. She is a guest lecturer on luxury in Bees Institute, Goldsmiths University, London. She is an active member of the Institute of Directors. Bolaji has a BA in Languages and Linguistics and currently at York School of Management. She sits on a number of boards and acts as a mentor to several female entrepreneurs. Bolaji has also been named as one of Her Majesty's Government Export Champions for 2020 for her role in promoting British exports. You're a woman after my heart. So I welcome you again in a more special way than I did the men. And I look forward to a very fruitful presentation from all of you. Thank you very much. So, Mr. William, could you go right into it so we don't waste time? I can't wait. You're muted, sir. You're muted.
Thank you very much, Ma.
You're welcome.
It's mind-boggling when I hear what has been happening on this your conference. You know, I appreciate you people so much. I never knew much about Awep until, though I know Awep, but the kind of intensity of what you do, I never noticed today. So I want to appreciate all the members and especially the executive members of Awep for the wonderful work you are doing. And I also want to appreciate you for your diversity, because you are highly diversified in terms of products, in terms of membership, in terms of geographical spread and all that. I want to appreciate you. Are you hearing me?
Welcome. I'm glad to have you.
Okay. I hope you're hearing me, please.
We hear you quite clearly.
Oh, thank you very much. So I wish to thank you, like I said, to thank you earnestly for the good work you are doing. And as a staff of Nigeria's Pro Promotion Council, I want to say that we are working with you and we continue to work with you. Okay, my paper this hour is finding the right product, market fit. And I know that I'm trying to share the message. I don't know. I'm trying to share it on the screen.
Slide is up, sir.
Okay. Is it on it? Are you seeing it now?
Yes, yes, we can.
Okay. Okay, fine. So finding the right product through market fit. And as you all know, I'm the Director of Product Development Department. I work. And as a director, I've been here for a very long time and I'll soon leave. So I want to share some of the experiences, what we are doing here. But more importantly, the fact that I saw your directory when you launched the directory, and I saw the component of the directory where it's divided into sections, agri section, beauty, and the services and all that. I want to say, yes, that's in line with what I want to congratulate again for that good work. It's very, very important. So that also serves information dissemination for your members. Now, on this paper, I want to say we're going to look at the outline there, NEPC function, mission, and vision, which I know many of you know, except foreigners who are on this platform. Product market fit definition. We're talking of meeting consumers' needs, market viability and all that. As we go along, you will see what we're talking. NEPC, I wouldn't want to bother you with NEPC functions and all that. Many of you know all that already. So I will just go straight to the product market fit definition. According to Anderson Horowitz, he said product market fit means being a good market with a product that can satisfy the market. And it involves 3 steps, mainly understanding your customers' current needs and foresee future ones. It's very key to know what your customer needs, whether it's domestic market or the export market. 2, focus on the significant value proposition. What are you adding? What value are you adding? We can see how that our lady, the last speaker, so I mean the last panel, Mrs. Naomi, she talked about telling her story to market herself, and that is a very significant value proposition. I want to congratulate her for what she's doing, and also by that reaching, she's also projecting our image, Nigeria image abroad. Thank you, Ma, for that very good work you are doing, Madam Naomi. I also talk of another step you can do is build credibility. This is very key. No matter what you do, credibility is key. Whether it's a product, whether it's a service, whether it's Madam Naomi's, tell your story, it's credibility. And if you don't get credibility, you can't do much. So please, it's very important to say that because as a Nigerian, your credibility would also take you ahead than what other people think about you. Now, we're talking about 4 main customer needs that can be an entrepreneur or small business must consider when they're trying to go into marketing or into export. 1 is the price, 2 is the quality, choice and convenience. For most people who know marketing, we talk about 4 Ps or the 5 Ps. This actually is under that platform. Okay, I want to say that we also could go through this model, operational model for successful product market mix. You can go through the pull or push model. Again, pull and push model. Some of you who know marketing will know that. Pull, when you are pulling it, is like, oh, what are you going to do to market? I mean, when you are pushing it, it's what are you going to do to get it to the market? In terms of advertising, in terms of online marketing and all that. When you are pulling it, is just like Madam Naomi said, she's telling her stories. People want to hear from you. People want to hear what you have. They got to hear from you, just like we're trying to hear from many of our speakers this hour. Of course, we have to do B2B and B2C. Are you doing business to business or business to consumer? And that determines what you do. What determines your market viability? What determines whether you're going to a market or not? Trade regulation of that country is key. Political relationship with the country is key. Economic conditions of that country is key. Financial consideration, your taxes, the income duties, the import duties, the foreign exchange, and all that. Insurance consideration is key. Transportation, of course, is very important. What is the link, and of course, cultural considerations. These are things I know most of us know, but I want to say that these are key if you're going to a new market now. And good thing about market research is that a lot of with your laptop now, without going anywhere, can actually do market research of any country sitting on with your laptop. So I want to say that it's very key for you to take this determinants very, very seriously so that you don't make mistake that will run your business. The next thing you want to do is that also determine for product. We looked at the determinant for the market. Now we're looking at determinant for the product fit. Demand in foreign market. What need or what does the product satisfy? What need are you going to create? What need are you going to satisfy in the market? Does the product require modification or suit foreign needs? Quality of the product is key. What differentiates my product from competition? Can the product compete in terms of quality with other products? As we're going to see later, quality is very key. And actually that's the keynote, the key point of my presentation is quality. I'm going to talk about it very extensively when I get to that place. Profitability, of course, is key because that's what makes drive into business in this first place. Resource capacity, of course. Does the company have the skills and resources to dedicate to exporting? These are key as well. Now, product preparation. Know your product. Exactly, that's what I always tell people that come to my office to say, I want to export, I want to export. Oh, everybody wants to export. Know your product, because know your products actually will set you on a very, very high pedestal to know when the customer is talking, you know what he's talking. If he say, give me 10 tons, you know what 1 ton is. So that if you calculate by 10, you know what it is. If you say, give me grade 1, you know what grade 1. If you say, give me grade 2, you know what grade 2 means. Because if you don't know, you can say grade 1 for grade 2. And before you know, you lose money. Know the peak seasons. Of course, for example, right now we're on sesame seed. We're in, so if you don't know the peak helps you to know when to trade and when to put your money and when to leave. Product analysis and secure certification is key. Of course, I said I'm going to talk about certification later. Cost and price of the product, you know the cost and the pricing of your product, because competitiveness is key. Competitiveness is key. Please, that word competitiveness is key to your business. Package and label product appropriately, that is also key. I want to say at this point that most of our product that goes to US or to the UK that have been rejected, they are not rejected because of the quality of the product, but because the packaging, the labeling. The labeling, they'll tell you, don't, your font, the font you use, the size of the lettering and all that. This is key. If you miss it, if you don't get it right, they'll reject the product. They're not rejecting the product, but because the packaging and labeling was wrong. Of course, prepare your brochures, catalog, and product profiles. These are key. That's where you tell your story. Well, I don't know, but I know we talk about telling stories. Your brochure tells your story. Your catalog tells your story. Your profiles, your product profiles tells your story. Because when you are not around, assuming you want to trade the exhibition or investment, or like, for example, if you are doing offline, when you drop your brochures, you never know the extent that can go. It's very key. It's very key. You never know the extent it can go. When you're not there, it's the brochure that will sell for you. So it's important you prepare your brochures and tell your story as well. Prepare samples for, of course, you also need to give samples as they go as part of your trade bills. I'm sorry. I want to say that the issue of quality is key, like I said. The issue of quality is key. So I want to say the next slide talks about product offering. Now, let's take a ginger, for example. You want to export ginger. There are many ways you can offer your ginger to the export market. It could be in form of fresh ginger. It depends on what the market wants. For example, fresh ginger to Middle East. Somebody in the Middle East said, I need fresh ginger. For example, with this COVID-19 now, a lot of people are looking for fresh ginger. Of course, we all know Nigerians, as many of us in Africa, ginger is actually a thing that helps many people to, to overcome this COVID. So people go for fresh ginger. Then, of course, in other markets, it could be dry ginger. Dry ginger, of course, because of preservation, you can take it because of the nature it is, the moisture has been taken away, and it can take it for 6 months and all that, you can still be using it. So for industrial purposes and for that, you need dry ginger, okay? So mark your product, what you offer to the market depends on how you present your product. The same fresh ginger has been packaged in cartons, and that is how you go. Of course, another day we can package it through the PP bags. So it's important you know your product, know where you are going, know kind of where you're going to offer it. I was just looking at the people attended Gulf Food in 2019, is it 2019 or 2020 in February? And I discovered the offerings they made. These are products you and I know, but they have changed the offering, the product into a different thing. For example, you're looking at, for example, even for hibiscus, for example, hibiscus is no longer what you maybe do for tea or something or drink. No, people are not into ingredient for another food. Okay, dates, the date we eat, raw here, or the tiger nut, for example, we eat raw. People are not turning it into powder. People are turning it into syrup. People are turning it into milk. Coconut. We know we eat coconut here like it's normal. No, people are turning coconut, apart from the coconut oil which you use in cosmetics, coconut milk now is coconut powder, even coconut flour, which you can turn as food. So these are kind of things that as member of Awep, please, I want you to be looking at those kind of things. How do we turn product into a modified to the traditional system, so whereby we can go into take a new niche for yourself. And that is actually what is right now that is on. Of course, many Nigerians are doing, as far as in the office now, have a lot of products that are modified, that are moved away from traditional ways of using it to new ways of using it. And that new ways of using it, talk of health consideration, environment, certification. Those are key things that you must do. They are very, very essential so that you can begin to create a new market which doesn't exist before, but which can also give you a premium price. Because that price you are talking about is your product, is your genetic innovation in your product that will give you a new product and a new price. Of course, this is yam. I was the first person to develop this yam product to the level it is now for export using the new packaging. This is the first shipment that went to US, to the UK, later went to US. Shea butter, we did shea butter in Shaki, Oyo State, and today it's also going to the US. Look at the way it's packed. So of course, if you look at the standard the packaging, look at the one on the left, on the right, depends how you are seeing it. It's discovered that the packaging is the key to product development. Packaging is key to the product development. Packaging does the function of containing the product, concern of preservation, concern of promotion, and all that. So it's key that your packaging must be right. And I know that our web members are already aware of that. Of course, also, we can't talk about packaging without talking of labeling. Like I said, labeling is key too. In labeling, you are talking of regulatory, you must look at the regulatory function of labeling. NAFDAC, for example, what NAFDAC says about everything must be incorporated. You are looking at also the labeling as a sales tool. You must use your labeling to sell the product, okay? Your product must have two dimensions. One is the front panel, and the second one is the regulatory, where you talk of the function at the back of the packaging is also. It must not be, one must use a label to roll down the whole product. No, you must make your packaging, the front must be what we call the front panel of that product, but show the brand name, just the brand name of the product, and of course the net weight. And of course, if there's any feature which you want your customer to, because you might not be there when you're selling the product, it might be in the supermarket chain. And when you enter the shop, the first person is that front panel. So your front panel should not carry a lot of things. No, you should just look at the brand name and what is unique about that product. It's natural. It is the product is natural, which is key. It doesn't contain any preservative, doesn't contain sugar. That's key. That's what people want to hear. And so that would be at the front of that. Then, of course, then at the back of it, then all the information, the regulatory information, the information you want people to know, the weight, the net weight, the current ingredients, the rules, regulation, how do you eat and all that. So that's what labeling does. Okay. Now let's look at this. This one says product fit for market is based on one, regular and reliable supply of consistent and good quality product. I think this is tradition, and this is what is fundamental. Your export must be regular and is reliable. Whether somebody down in your village is not the concern of the consumer, of the importer. Whether there is a bad road on the way you are coming and the product gets problem, it's not. So you must know where, before you give an order, you must make sure that what you are giving, you are sure of it, you can pay for it. And that's where credibility comes in. Because if you miss it, you miss it. The customer might not have check on stand to explain all that trouble. Okay. 2, compliance and adherence to stringent international standard for size, number, weight, packaging for each product. Very key. Very key, like I said. In the US, for example, if you don't do the right labeling and packaging, your product is rejected. If you don't get this, if for example you're exporting food, something to US, special food, you must get the FDA permission or authorization before you export. If you don't get it, you get problems. So these are things that you must take into consideration when you are going to the export market. This standard could not be met in a situation where products are sourced from different oak farmers scattered over the country, rely on planting material of that origin and quality. Very key to this, because we're talking about traceability. The export we're talking today is the export of traceability. People want to know what they're eating. People want to know the traces of what they're eating. If they have problems, they know where to go to. So you as a producer, the first thing you do is when you start, even where you're sourcing your raw material, it should be traceable. Don't go to the markets, you buy product and say, begin to come home and begin to produce. Tomorrow you have problem, you go to that market, you will not see anybody because the person there is maybe not the person who do so for yesterday. So please, it's very important, whether you're on cosmetics, whether you're on food, whether you're whatever you are doing, traceability of your raw material is key. It's very key. Please, it's important. Of course, we have two direct ways of exporting your product outside the country. You have the direct and indirect. The direct is can be sales to the end user. We talked about B2B. We talked about
B2C. Sir.
Okay, please let me just go straight to the quality aspect, which I said I would spend more time on. Certification is key. I want to say it, and I want to say boldly, certification is key. If you look at the flyer, maybe you see the one in my back there, go for certification. If you go for global, go certification. Certification is two types. One is what we call the mandatory. Mandatory is meaning that it's compulsory. For example, your NAFDAC, your SON is mandatory. You must get it for the home market. But we have what we call non-mandatory. They are not mandatory, but they are very, very key to your market. If you are going to export, you need another top level certification that will take you to the market. And that top certification will benchmark you. So whether you're from Nigeria exporting to the US, it doesn't care if you can get those certifications. For example, we're talking of HACCP. HACCP is a global certification. Talked about the critical points on your production line. We're talking of ISO 9001, ISO 14000. More critically, if you're in food business, we're talking of ISO 2200, meaning that for food safety and food hygiene and food safety is very key. Those are things. If you are into some other products, we're talking of organic. If you're producing from the feed where you don't use fertilizer, organic can also put the premium price on your product. So I want to say that this certification is key. It's key. If you are doing halal, if you are going to Middle East, exporting to Middle East halal, please go for halal. These things are there. Kosher is for going to Israel, and all that and all that. But like I said, mandatory, non-mandatory certification is key to business. I want you to appreciate it, to know that if whatever you are doing, please look for a certification that will take you to the market. Okay, so please.
Thank you so much, sir.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very, very much. That was packed. So I know that it was a bit of a stretch too. There's so much. Everything is important. But if we have access to your slides, that would help other people who haven't been exposed to this. It would be very useful. But I'll just point out a couple of things that, everything is, as I say, is very important. But the research, you must know your market. That's very important. You must know your products. Knowing your product will help you know the market even better, and you'll know how to be competitive in that space. Profitability is very key. What are you in business for if you can't price right to make money as a business person? And compliance is now very important, and compliance is so broad. So that's one of the areas that people are struggling with. So I'm just going to emphasize it and stop there. Thank you very much. We'll look at some questions that may be available. Otherwise, I'll just ask, I'm just starting my business and I want to export. How wise is that? I'm familiar with my product, but I don't really want to deal with the domestic market. What would you advise? Some people say it's okay, some people say it's not. What do you say to that, sir?
Yeah, if you want to start putting your product, if you know your product, for example, you're a manufacturer, you should know your product. The first thing you do, like I said, knowing products under the modern dispensation, knowing your product is key. But more importantly, for me, I would say, what certification have you got? What certification have you got? If you're into cosmetics, what certification have you got to go into export? It's key. If you're into agri, what certification have you got to go into export? You have organic. You have halal if you're going to Middle East. You have ISO if you're into food safety processing. You have FS 22000. It's key. It's very, very key. So I want to advise that export is viable only where you are certified. When it can only be good because right now there's competition. There's competition in the marketplace, and the competition, your buyer there will not ask you for he will not ask you because you're from Nigeria. But no, you will not, because you will not. No, you must enter the rules. If you go to the EU website on for example the Europa website, you discover there's rules, and those rules are the rules you must meet. So before you enter the border, your product comes to the border, you must have met your rep. So I would advise new exporters, especially if you're a manufacturer, to go for certification. Go certification. Remember where you depends either the food or your origin, where you're going. Where you're going to US, there's a certification of the US. You're going to the EU, there's a certification for EU. You're going to Asia. You know, so look for certification. It makes your market entry a bit easier if you get
so we need
certification.
to still
Thank you very
research.
much,
You
sir.
need to know what's the where you're going, and you need to do that research well to know what certifications you have.
We need to make up on
Thank
time.
you very much. Thank
Exactly.
you so much. Would like to move on to our next speaker now. We don't have any questions at the moment. Can we have Mr. Henry Nwosu, please?
Hello. Okay. So Mr. Henry
Collins. Oh, so sorry, Collins. Apologies. I think I
James, you are
sometimes
not
do
gender.
that. I
You are
give
not
people
gender
names
sensitive.
that I think they are. So maybe you look like a Henry to me.
That's possible. For today, I'm anything you want me to be.
But today you're esteemed panelist. So please take the floor. Thank you very much.
Okay, so thank you very much for the opportunity. I would stand on existing protocol. While we do this, I'll just quickly, I'll just try and share my slide and get straight on with it, right?
Yep, you could do that.
Okay. So, good day, everyone. I am Collins. I've been introduced already. But here's the thing. This is like, I don't know how many of you were in debate clubs where you rehearse something and you get to your turn and you say, oh, you know, everybody has said everything you wanted to say. Now you're wondering, what am I supposed to say next? You know, because it's all been covered. So rather than run through slides, you would have the slides, you can read slides. I don't think my presentation is about a slide presentation. It's more or less discuss. Let's talk. You know, this thing about technology, when we're talking innovation, it sounds like, okay, there's some mystery to it. And really, there isn't. There isn't a mystery to technology. There's no mystery to being innovative. Look at it this way. If you want to sell things from Abuja in mile 12, you know that you need to make contact. You know that you cannot sell electronics in mile 12 because mile 12 is really a market for groceries and things like that. So we need to begin to think of how do we sell and what do we sell. And I thought to look at the meaning of e-commerce again, not because we don't know what it is, but to remind us that when you use electronic means, electronic media to sell anything, then you are actually doing e-commerce business. So your WhatsApp is important. Your Telegram is important. When you're having to use data to send out anything you're sending, then it's important. Question is, am I sending this to the right person? Am I speaking to the right people? Have I put it in the way that they can understand it? Now, being clear on your approach is at the heart of everything that we've heard today. Because who do you want to sell to? Do you want to sell to another business or do you want to sell directly to customers? Someone will say, no, I want to sell to everybody.
No, I'm in the program.
You're not in the business of selling to everyone. Just like all the panelists have spoken today. I mean, Aderawa spoke still on technology.
So that did you see Mrs. Gertrude?
Excuse me, please. Can we mute that person, please? Can we mute? Yeah.
Naomi was still speaking to us on tech, on the use of tech, around the same theme for today, but she was approaching it from the perspective of stories. We had Coach Sam, you know, we also had our keynote speaker. Everyone approaching the same thing, but from a unique perspective. So your market is not everyone. Sometimes we mix B2B to B2C, but I'll say you have to do that with caution, where you say, oh, I'm going to do from my business to another, straight to the customer. You really need to do that with caution. But once we're clear on who we want to serve, then we can launch out. Technology is an enabler. It's not the be-all and end-all. It's an enabler. So if we take it two sides, online and offline worlds, I need to talk to somebody. I need to get them to know that my products exist. Sometimes I go to the radio, or I use this, or I use that. How you determine which station to go to is dependent on who you want to reach at any point in time. So you're either exploring or exploiting the market. Now you can do that side by side. One of my coaches would tell me, one of my mentors, Paul Martinelli, would say, Collins, when you are working towards getting there, when you get there, it becomes your new here. So transformative, sustaining, efficiency, these are things we need to look at. Now, if you're exploring, we'll run through this slide and I'll share some. If we're exploring, I'm going back to the slide. When you are exploring a market, when you're exploring your product, it is a question of who will it serve. Imagine that we've always had chewing stick. All of a sudden, somebody's putting chewing stick in a pack and selling it and saying, oh, organic toothbrushes, and is making waves. That's what Isaac just talked about, understanding your product, understanding who it is for, and tying it to Naomi, telling the story around it. How does the chewing stick help? So we need to have the capacity to transform what we're doing, to change from where we are right now. Innovation means is all around not being stuck on where you are and what you want to do or the way you want to do it. The mission is, I need to get my product out there, I need to get my service out there. The question will be how, and you keep adapting and adjusting as the market goes and as the tools improve for us to do so. So just take a moment, and you could take a screenshot of this. I just thought that you should have some of this, and you could quickly start doing research on. The first site, which is a web retailer, would give you over 174 major marketplaces across the globe. I mean, with 195 countries, where do you go to? We'll say, I want to sell to everybody, but that's not the thing. You don't sell to everybody. You're not designed to sell to everyone. You have to determine the market you want to go to. It doesn't mean you cannot expand, but expansion can be over time. So you get that information. There are B2B marketplaces. We run one called Trade Me Links. But when you've done this, the question will now be, do I work through my own site? Do I work through a third party? It's like saying, do I build my own shop? Or do I go into Garki market? Or do I go into one of the Alaba markets and take space? Do I go into Computer Village and take space there? What will be the advantage and what will be the disadvantage? And all of these things have to come from your internal strategy. That has to come from you deciding how you want to run. So as long as we have generalized market spaces, we also have specialized market spaces. But which one is good for you will be dependent on who you want to serve, how you want to serve them, how you think you best want to reach them, the resources available to you. Then you can reach out to them. And the other slide I shared would help you to know which regions you should go to, which are the top markets to go to. Should I be on Jumia, Konga, Alibaba? Should I be on Trade Me Links, or should I be elsewhere? So that would help. Now, we make a mistake, an assumption that because if we put our things online, then we'll be seen or people would start purchasing. No, you still have to do the work. The same way you put things in your store, you have to talk to people, you have to reach out to friends and family, you have to do some form of promotion. There is work to be done, but the system of work is what makes the difference. That is the innovation that we're talking about. So put it online. People need to see you, trust you, for you to be patronized. And I think Naomi mentioned it. You know, you have the likability factor. People need to really connect with what you're selling for them to purchase it. Then I would like to start rounding off by saying, at what stage of your business are you? Are you just launching out? Are you growing while you're mature? Because if you're starting, then there may be things you need to change, there are things you need to transform. If you're growing, then you need to stay connected and sustain the tempo. I have seen many people who, after getting one customer, they're excited. By the time they have 10 or 15, they start treating their customers bad. If you're not sustaining it, believe me, over time, your business will disappear. And you need to always prepare for competition. So you were selling something in a particular format, Now you want to take your yam abroad, like Ezago showed us, you have to be in a position to compete. So the launch phase would involve word of mouth, paid searches, direct traffic. I don't want us to talk so much about that, but to know that there is work to be done, only that you're using online spaces, right? Now, note this, word of mouth in the digital world is no longer tell my cousin, tell my aunt. It's actually a WhatsApp message, it's a Telegram message, sometimes even an SMS. So word of mouth is digital. It's gone digital. So are you blogging about the things you're doing? Are you asking people to give you ratings? Tell you how they interacted with your products or services. Are you meeting other people who talk to people in their community, influencers? Are you getting reviews? Are you getting likes? You need to engage, you need to get word of mouth out. And no one will tell your story better than you, right? No one. Now, I'll quickly mention CRO, customer rate optimization. I didn't want to get to tech today, but basically you find what the issue is with any system you're using. Remember I talked about exploiting and exploring. At every point in time, you still need to check what's working for me, what is not working. Then what's keeping people from buying from you? They may be coming to your site, they may be coming into your DMs, but they're not buying. You identify a solution, you apply, see if it works, try it again. So we're consistently testing, we're consistently trying, and that is what takes us from where we are to where we need to be and beyond. Okay. So at the growth phase, of course, referrals, social media, non-paid traffic, we can't get away from social media. I mean, your social media strategy will be dependent on who you want to meet and, again, who your market is, whether you want to talk to professionals on LinkedIn, you want to sell through stories with Instagram, but it depends. Then at the maturity phase, we all know you. At this stage, it's no longer you that is looking for influencers. Influencers want to be associated with your brand and saying, hey, can I be your brand ambassador? Can I do this for you? You're getting traffic, but it doesn't stop you from doing everything you've done before. So know where you are at the stage of your development, whether you're growing, you're just launching, or you're at maturity. Apply the strategies that will work for you, whether you're exploiting that system or whether you're exploring the system, whether you're having to be transformative or otherwise. Now, I don't want to go through these challenges because we've heard them over and over again, but I'll say this, that we can all leverage the online space. It doesn't have to be glamorous. You don't have to have your own site. Even opening a WhatsApp page, having a Telegram page, using your Facebook for business, these are the things that you can do. But the important thing is you have to do work. It's just that what you were doing in the physical space, now you have to use digital tools to solve the problems that your customers or your clients are facing. And the size of the benefits you get depends on the size of problems that you solve. So I'll say thank you for this. I thank you for the opportunity. You can always connect with us at internationaltradeFA.org. I wanted to wait, but the way the time is going, it's possible that I may not be here to the end. So I'll just quickly say, thank you, Awep, for the opportunity. I know that women have gone through a lot. Congratulations on your 10th year. The stereotypes around women of carrying children at the back has really changed, and you're doing a good job of changing that. We need to tell the stories of women like Mina and Harriet Tubman, who've done a lot. We also need to tell the stories of our modern day heroines, like you, Madam President, and all the ladies that are right now listening. We need to tell your stories. So for that, in advance, we're giving you a 1-year membership, complimentary membership to the International Trade Facilitation Association.
Are you serious?
So
awesome.
this is complimentary.
Wow. This is awesome. This is awesome. This is awesome. We totally appreciate this. Madam President.
This is our gift to you.
Wow. We are
Thank you very much, Mr. Wosu. You just kind of did a slam dunk on us. you know, you did the slam dunk. Yes, you deserve a round of applause. Thank you very much. I'm just looking through. There are no questions at the moment, but I just, you know, basically,
let's take the last speaker.
You said about innovation, and you understand your product, tell your story, and use innovation to get that to that special place where you want to go. Technology doesn't do the work for you. You still have to do the work. You have to pay the price, basically. Another point that I would like to bring up from what you said was sustaining your product. So you have to know that there are the other things, competitiveness and all the things that the markers, and you must stay sustainable so that you can stay in the market. That's one of the big issues that a lot of MSMEs have. So it would be good to pay attention to that. Are there any questions in the house for Mr. Wosu? None in the Q&A. Okay. Okay, somebody's raising a hand. Yes.
Take the last speaker.
Okay. So without trying to delay this any further, would move to Madam Bolaji Shofoluwe. Thank you so much, Mr. Collins, and we look forward to more time with you now that we have our free gift. Welcome. Welcome. Good to have you.
Thank you. It's great to be here. Great to be here. Okay. I'm just looking to share my screen. Okay. Okay. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Okay, fantastic. Okay, so good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to this amazing event that has been extremely inspiring to me anyway. And I'm really, really pleased, and I'd like to say thank you so much to the organizers of this amazing event. And I'm just going to start. So my name is Bolaji Shofoluwe, as I've already been introduced quite eloquently by Yemisi. Thank you so much for that. I'm the Group MD of the Enterprise Trade and Knowledge Group. We are an Africa-focused trade services company, and we are based in Essex, in Colchester, which is in Essex in the UK. We're run by a group of very passionate individuals who believe in Africa and everything to do with Africa. And we have registered companies in 9 African countries and representatives in the EU and North America. Again, what we do is we support trade and negotiations, but we also work along the lines of strategy. So international business development strategy, our core focus is internationalization. But we also do a lot of work to facilitate compliance, just as was very eloquently put by Mr. William earlier on in the presentation. So I'm in very good company here, and I think a lot has been said about this. But today, I am going to be talking about business resilience. Sorry, this is just a few of our clients that we deal with, and how we can be resilient in a global market. So I think the first thing that I can say is what is resilience? People have different definitions of resilience, but from my perspective, I see it as developing strong internal structures that are capable of withstanding market disruptions and and shocks, whilst preserving your assets, your people, and your brand equity. And I mean, if I'm honest, I would say that 2020 is a case study in business resilience. A lot of us have experienced such a roller coaster of business activity in this year. So it's extremely important that we develop this kind of internal resilience. So I really believe one of my watchwords, or the words that I live by, is if you fail to plan, you plan to fail. And I think that to a certain extent, no matter how large or small your organization, you always have to plan. And I think there are a few ladies, particularly on the executive team of Awep, that know that this is something, you know, I have lived by for the 20 years that I've been in business. So there are 4 ways to create resilience in any size of business. And I think some would argue that there are up to 7 ways. But from my point of view, I feel that there are 4 key ways that can relate across the board. Some of them are more inclined towards corporate organizations. So there's this, there's this code that we've developed within ETK that we have passed on to our clients called RISE. And RISE means risk identification and management, internal structure architecture, revenue stream diversification, and then enhancing brand equity. And I'm just going to take each of these points very quickly, but also in a way that I hope would help everyone listening to me this afternoon. So when we talk about risk identification and management, risk management needs to become a culture within your organization. Identifying areas that could literally sink your business is one of the first things you need to consider when you are starting or running a business. And I think the best way to do this, why I call it a culture, is that everyone from top to bottom in the organization needs to be involved in that risk management identification as a system. So you receive input from everyone, whether it's the cleaner or caretaker, all the way up to your executives, which would help you understand the risks at every level of the organization. And you actually allow them to suggest mitigation strategies. And then you document these strategies and use them anytime you find yourself in a situation like we all have in 2020. Create a responsive and reactive management based on realistic scenarios. There's no point planning for reacting to a risk that does not really pertain to your industry or your environment or your product or your service. So make sure that it is based on what you have, based on what you offer as an organization. And then acknowledge that risks evolve, they change over time. What may have stood as a risk to your organization today may not stand as a risk to your organization tomorrow. So be aware of this. And that's why I said create a culture so that everyone at every step of the organization is involved. And then when you've done this, make sure you communicate the strategy to your key stakeholders. So all your people, your suppliers, your shareholders, investors, and your creditors, including yourself, and do this swiftly. So when I say communicate it, I feel that, these are some of the things that you can document. It might be in a notebook. It might be in a PowerPoint presentation. It might be in a Word document, but make sure it's documented and everyone knows how exactly you're going to respond to the risk across the board. And then internal structure architecture. It was really interesting to hear about sort of the ISO standards that we need to put in place if we're looking to export as businesses, because I feel that this is something that is extremely crucial to show people that you are compliant at every single level. However, if you are not looking to get the formal certification, I still think that it is important that you build these standards within your organization. I think we need to start thinking about building businesses that outlive us. And, we need to create structures in every area of our business that can function whether we're there or not. I know some entrepreneurs, particularly women who have families and you're running businesses, that can't even go on holiday without their business collapsing. And I think if you build a structure within that business, whether you're there or not, it should be able to function and continue. And how do you do this? Well, you can start by creating policies that will govern your business from top to bottom. If you were to go for a big contract, they would ask you for certain due diligence. They'll ask certain due diligence questions. And usually these due diligence questions are around your anti-slavery policies, your corruption policies, your whistleblowing policies, and all of these other things. Start to think about the policies that would actually be more or most relevant to your business and start to develop them one after the other. And if you can't do this, find somebody who can actually help you develop them. Because what then happens is that you have this structure in place, again, that can outlive you completely. But more importantly, as we start to grow and scale our businesses, or as we start to look for international opportunities, when we do want to get these certifications, a lot of these things will be in place already. So you don't actually need to start building from scratch. And then finally, develop checks which would ensure that you're following these structures that you have built and review them constantly. I feel it's important that you hold everyone accountable to these structures, including yourself and every single member of your team at every single level. And then revenue stream diversification. We can't put all our eggs in one basket, and I'm sure we all know this. So in developing internal structures, let us include research and development. R&D is not just for big organizations. R&D is for every size of organization. Let us work towards creating varied products and services within our organization that can stand as revenue drivers. Because if one fails, for instance, if regulation comes in, or there is an issue with, like, for instance, today, COVID, one of the things that happened when COVID started was that a lot of the large organizations that were, seeing a decline in sales started to pivot. You had a lot of perfume companies actually creating hand sanitizers. And this didn't seem quite like the, like the option that you would find these kind of organizations taking, but they had to pivot. They had to find ways to continue to sell into the market. So begin to start thinking about different products and services that you can bring into your business so that you can actually create that business resilience. Export and import, obviously, as one of Her Majesty's Trade Commissioners for export in the UK, I would always advocate for export. I think you need to start thinking about new markets. And when I say new markets, a lot of people always assume that I'm talking about international markets. Actually, what you could do is look at your local regional markets. For instance, if you're selling your product in Kaduna, do you not think that people in Lagos might be interested in this product as well? So start to think outside of the box into or ways you can, you can enter into new markets. And then when you think about international markets, obviously there's certain barriers, but also there's several organizations that can actually help you in developing your strategy, well, including my own. But it was really interesting to hear Collins talk about some of the things that they do to help people into new markets as well. So explore this option. It's worth exploring. And then grow and, if possible, earn in other currencies, because this will help you hedge your finance, your foreign exchange risk as well. As a lot of you know, at the beginning of this year, the dollar was 360 in Nigeria, and now it is 400 and something as well. So sometimes this is another way for you to build business resilience. And then reinvest. Reinvest your capital through other means safely. So invest in areas outside of your business if you have the capital to be able to do so. Okay, and then finally, enhancing brand equity. So promote. I know that my dear friend Naomi would have spoken about this extensively, she talked about her story, and this is so important. Continue to talk about your business, even when there is downtime, like what we found in COVID. For instance, if you're a school owner, during the school holidays, make sure you remain relevant. And then create a trusted brand by assuring quality, consistency, and transparency. This is one of the easiest and quickest ways to promote brand equity. And then share knowledge with your client base, customers, staff, and suppliers. It's not all the time that you charge for knowledge sharing or information. Give out free information from time to time because it really helps build brand equity. So in summary, to be resilient, you must first ensure that your business model is well articulated in a plan. I don't know how many of you, if I was in a big room now, I would ask you how many of you had business plans and how many of you only develop those business plans at the beginning, but don't have ongoing reviews of that business plan. It's important that you do. Write down your vision, make it plain, and rise. As I've said, those four main areas that you need to look out for business resilience. Rise so that you are not surprised. Once again, thank you so much to the Awep team. I hope I've stayed within my time frame, but thank you very much for inviting me today.
Thank you so much, Bolaji. That was very insightful and poignant because it just takes us back. Documentation is so important. To be able to assess our risk, we must document, and we must do it at every stage, no matter how small. It's something that a lot of businesses do not do, and somewhere down the line, it hits back. We need to be able to step away from our business. I've experienced that personally, where I just had to be there. It had to be me, and I learned a lesson from a hard lesson from that. So yes, documentation, assessing your risks as it affects your industry, and build that structure that would actually live beyond you. Thank you very, very much. I'm going to look out for some questions. Right. I don't know if we have time for a wrap up from everyone. We have a minute to do your last words. We could start with you while you're here, and maybe someone will be able to ask a question before then. Maybe I would ask a question.
Okay, I think it's very often people find it quite daunting, the whole business planning process and putting some of these things that I've said in place. But actually, if you chip at it every day, one thing at a time, you will develop, structures. I mean, it wasn't just as a personal case study. We were recently bidding for a government contract, which we eventually won. And in the process, when we were putting in all of the documentation, it was actually quite daunting. But what we actually realized was that we had most of the documents that they were asking for because we'd been building it over the 10 years that we've been a business. So again, just chip at it bit by bit, and you'll find yourself developing strong structures within your business.
Thank you very much. So ladies and everyone listening, just start from somewhere and start building up, and the building blocks you'd actually see your business plan come, be there once you start on that level. And can we have just a wrap up from Mr. Collins, and then we'll have just a minute to wrap up.
Okay. I'll just say thank you once again for the opportunity, and I strongly believe that we can innovate. Innovation is we're not strangers to innovation. What you're doing, you're really doing well. You can add to it. Just applying one of the things you've heard today, just one, will propel your business. You don't need to hear 20 or 30 more things. And I do look forward to working closely with you all in the coming years. Thank you. Bye for now.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Is Mr. Williams still around? Yes, he is. Can we have just a minute to wrap up?
Like I said, I just want to thank you for the good work you have done. And more importantly, the fact that having listened to all the presentations, I want to sincerely say that they are very, very good. They have added value. Even myself, with the experience I have in the investment business, I've learned so much, especially from the technology, linking technology. Like even the last presentation, the UK lady that just spoke, is good. So I want to appreciate that members of Awep I think this is a golden opportunity for you as a member. Many of you on this platform right now. I want to say that advice that please let's take away. The takeaway from this presentation is good. So let's pray that we use the knowledge we get here to improve our business. More importantly, like for export, even for competitiveness. I never said, but competitiveness is key to business. And the competitiveness in terms of quality. I mentioned it again, quality certification is key. Competition is tense in the local market and the export market. The only thing that differentiates you between your product and the next is your certification. So I want to advise that every producer, every marketer, everyone that is in this platform that want to do business, go for certification, even on a individual basis. Because most I find out this, if you're an IT person, you must have certification that this credibility to what you are doing. You know, if you're a PhD holder, it's certification. Because you want to get a higher degree. So it's very key for the product and service you offer to the next person. So I want to advise that let us start with certification. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Very good advice. We should all get comfortable with getting certified. It helps us to do things the right way. Thank you so much to all our panelists. That has been very, very, very useful information for me, and I'm sure for most of the listeners. So now I'll just pass on the baton to Vivian. Are you there? Okay, so the next, okay, you're there. Brilliant.
Yes.
Welcome back.
Thank you. Been here.
Okay, I sign out now.
All right. Hello. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Okay, let me just say thank you again to everyone who has spoken. Uncle Collins, good afternoon. Thank you so much for honoring us. Hello, am I still here?
We can hear you. You're muted though.
Oh. Hello, I can't even hear myself. Hello. Network shouldn't even start now, for Christ's sake. Okay. All right, hello, good afternoon. Oh.
Yeah, good afternoon, Ma. I think everyone can hear you. I can hear you actually.
Aha, okay, thank you so much.
We can hear you. We can hear you.
So it appears she's having network challenges. Perhaps we can move on to the next stage while she tries to get back on.
I wanted to mute it.
Okay, so basically, yes. So I'll just take the next item, and that is to bring on Madam Amede Achingele, who is our National Financial Secretary, and she's going to process.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. Before we do that, we'd like to take the advert, the marketing advert just to show some services and products of our members. We'll take a break on that. So can we please, Dr. Shea, are you on?
We're on it right now.
Thank you very much.
Do we move on, or is Vivian back? Dr. Shay?
Please.
Okay. So now we would be calling on Awep's National Financial Secretary, Mrs. Amede Achingele, who coordinates the collaborative framework session. So, Mrs. Achingele.
Hello.
Hello, madam.
Can you hear me?
Quite clearly, ma'am.
Okay, good evening, everybody. Due to time constraints, permit me to stand on the already established protocols. Please, can I share my screen?
Please go ahead.
Okay, thanks. Thank you, Dr. Shea. Can you see that?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
We hear you loud and clear.
And we can also see your screen.
Are we having a network problem?
I think she's been bumped off, but her screen is on.
And that's a key thing for tomorrow's AGM.
Okay, I'm back.
She's back.
Oh, great. This is the last program we're taking.
Hello. Yes, I think so. I've asked Dr. Shea to help.
Are we having a problem with the slides?
What's the problem, please?
Awep AGM, we will break out into clusters so that we can have a go at applying the key steps that I'll be presenting to you today. What is collaboration anyway? It is a type of partnership. Collaboration is the process of two or more people or businesses working together to complete a task or achieve a goal. It is similar to cooperation, and most collaborations require leadership, although the form of leadership can be social within a decentralized and democratic group. Now, in the business context, collaboration means purposeful connections both internally and externally to achieve goals or solve problems through sharing varied skill sets, strengths, and perspectives. Collaboration allows businesses to work together in achieving a defined common business purpose. It can occur in real time through tools like online meetings and instant messaging, or it can also occur over a drawn-out period of time through shared workspaces, shared facilities like factories or contracts. Effective business collaboration needs a mix of good culture, technology, and governance. Two common types of collaboration that we see today, depending on what you hope to achieve, are the open collaboration and closed collaboration. The open collaboration is when you invite people from inside or outside the business to generate ideas or to solve a problem. And open collaboration works best for big, wide-ranging challenges as they allow anyone to respond. This enables you to access a diverse spectrum of opinions and expertise. The close collaboration, on the other hand, is like a private club. In this case, you tackle the problem with one or two parties that you select because you know that they have the capabilities and assets that are crucial to the sought-after innovation. And this type of collaboration works best when you have a specific problem to solve, which requires a specialist skill or knowledge. And they are much smaller than open collaborations. Having said all this, why do we need to collaborate? Why does it matter? Why is it important, especially as women, for us to take this further? What can we achieve by collaborating? Well, I'm in a very good position to tell you because actually my business is based on that. Collaboration improves problem solving. It brings people and businesses closer. It makes learning and knowledge transfer easy. It leads to higher retention rates, and it also improves productivity. All these positives are possible only if you know how and who to collaborate with. So let's find out more. Two words that are key to all collaborations are the word joint and shared. You can't do it on your own, and a key element to making relationships work is to build a joint vision with shared objectives, creating them together and getting as many people as possible involved. The first and foremost thing you must know before you begin to collaborate is the why. It is important that you know the purpose of your collaboration so you get your goals right. So why do you want to collaborate? Before setting out on developing partnerships, you need to really understand why you want to build such a relationship. What are the business drivers for doing it? Is it purely because of profits or reduced cost? Or is it for expansion purposes? Or you just want a guaranteed work? Is it also to reduce staff turnover or greater employee engagement or the ability to be more innovative or create more value? Do you want to gain traction or access new markets? Whatever it is, after you have understood your why, the next thing is who. So who to collaborate with is the next thing. Once you understand why you want to collaborate, you can then think about who you want to collaborate with. It won't be everyone that you can collaborate with. Collaboration takes time and money, so make sure that you pick those relationships that are going to help you to deliver your business drivers. Some of those relationships may even be internal to your company and some external. Before you start collaborating, there are certain questions that you must ask yourself, and there's stuff like your goals, target customer needs. Are your objectives achievable alone? What are your strengths and weaknesses? Will collaboration help you enhance your strengths and compensate for your weaknesses? And if yes, how? What happens if you don't collaborate and maintain your current strategy, which is the go it alone strategy? If you find out that collaboration is the way forward, then you have to move to the next question. What value do I bring to the table as a partner in this collaboration? What do I expect of my partner or partners? And what is on my wish list? Have a better understanding of what this type of partnership is all about and why we need it. How should you begin the process? After the why and who, then comes the how. The how can only work using a framework, and that brings us to the collaborative framework. The collaborative framework is a guide that will help you through the process. And before setting out on developing a framework, you need to really understand why you want to build that relationship. Working collaboratively with other people or businesses can be very challenging. So what is required here is a framework that most people will understand and hopefully buy into. Developing a collaborative framework usually consists of 3 phases. The first phase is that of defining the need for a partnership and business alignment. The second phase is starting the process. And the third phase is the actual setting up and maintaining the collaboration. In the next slide, we are going to look at some of the activities for each of these phases. So now the activities for each of these phases. Phase 1, defining the need and business alignment. The activities carried out in this phase in order to achieve this include but not limited to a discovery session, identifying the collaborative focus areas and what your business and that of the would-be partner or partners need to stay engaged. The second phase, starting the process, involves taking inventory of your business existing capabilities internally and externally, technologies and processes in order to know the ones that you are lacking. This is where you also set up the ground rules, or what we call the terms of reference, and choosing your management team. The third phase, target business initiatives, is where you define the collaborative opportunities, set up the partnership, estimate the effects on your business, and estimate what it will cost. So now that you know more about collaboration and how to set up the collaborative framework, are you ready to start working on yours? Well, you can join us tomorrow at the AGM if you're an Awep member, and we're going to be handing out some copies of a checklist that can get you to a good head start to developing your own.
Thank you very much. Thank you for listening. And I look forward to seeing everybody tomorrow during the breakout session, where we'll be able to apply all the steps that we've presented today. And I'm going to share some of the checklists that we'll have to follow tomorrow for the breakout session. Thank you very much for listening, and have a nice evening.
Thank you very much, NP Mrs. Achengale. That is what we're about, collaboration. And we can't wait for tomorrow to start doing what we preach.
Yeah.
What we preach, what we say we will do.
Yes.
We need to start doing that now. So I'm just going to see what.
No, Madam Yemisi.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, I have been permitted by the NP to announce the Impact Award winners for the 2 zones remaining. Can I
go ahead, ma'am?
All right, thank you so much. For Northwest, congratulations once again for those that are awardees of the Impact Awards, Awep 2020. For Northwest, we have our one and only Secretary General, Emilia Casasses. All right, congratulations. You can't even doubt that. I can't even say anything about that other than congratulations. The second person is Uwere Ugenyi. Permit me, that's the way I can the best I can do to that pronunciation. And we also have Madam Vivian Iyebu from Northwest. Congratulations to all of you. Not and shaking that zone. And the Sum Interiors, congratulations. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Congratulations to the awardees of the Endowment Fund. So we are moving on, and moving on quite swiftly. I'm just trying to find the, okay, so it is time to have Dr. Shea, are we still going to have a break?
No, we've done that already with the adverts.
We've done that. We just have to communicate.
Okay. All right, brilliant. Okay, so we would call on Madam Nelly, the Assistant Secretary General, to give us the communique.
Okay. Thank you so much, Madam Yemisi. Good afternoon, everybody. Yeah. Please permit me to stand on the existing protocols. This is the communique for the day. Our first virtual Annual Conference, 26 November 2020. The theme of this year is Technology, Collaboration, and Resilience, the vital tools for sustainable businesses in the now. The preamble: technology, collaboration, and resilience, vital tools for sustainable businesses in the now, is very apt at a time like this, when the key to unlocking the uncertainties we face daily are these three keys or tools. Also, the role and importance of technology in business today is obvious to everyone. Technology drives growth, gives speed, and improves operations. Hence, to remain relevant, you must embrace technology. Collaboration is vital to the health and success of any business today. We must collaborate to learn, collaborate to grow, to grow our revenues, collaborate to inspire, collaborate to increase our buying power, collaborate through referrals, and most importantly, collaborate through what is called co-opetition. This is what happens when two or more businesses come together to work on business opportunities and promote their mutual products and services. Resilience is important so we can rapidly adapt and respond to all types of risk thrown to us, just like the pandemic came unannounced. We must build resilience into our businesses in the days ahead by being flexible, communicating well, act decisively, remain curious and alert, constantly review our business continuity plans, forecast scenarios, consider diversification, and develop industry alliance and business network. Highlights of the keynote address. Mrs. Adenike Ogunlesi, in her keynote address, being resilient begins from the mind. As women, we are enterprising, frugal, multitasking, and we must take care ourselves, practice self-care. She emphasized that as women, we should pay attention to our mental wellness and share some of her opportunity principles, which are gratitude, compassion, acceptance, and forgiveness. She further emphasized on collaboration to move further and technology as an enabling tool that helps businesses reduce costs, build better customer services, and garner more customer insight. Highlights from our resource persons, from Mr. Aderogba Otunla, the founder and managing director, Notify Information Center Nigeria Limited. His market sales and business digitalization. So first, he said, define the product, choose the e-platform, define your market, gaining insights from Google Trends, advertise, that is in Facebook, in Instagram, YouTube, Google adverts. Choose effective payment system, keep track of data. The second, from our coach, Obafemi, running a low-cost based service business while making 9 figures. First thing there is define the value chain in your service business. Define the cost structure for each junction on your value chain, identifying if each cost item is critical, mandatory, optional, avoidable. Lastly, find out the revenue stream net for each juncture on your value chain. Mrs. Naomi Osemedwa, the founder Sparkles, they're telling your story for impact as a woman-owned business. The power of telling your story, reach a wider audience, not just local, but global. Attract media attention for free. Get booked to speak on stages. Have a clear outcome. Make your stories memorable. Make your stories shareable. What will be the impact of your story on your audience? Business storytelling takes practice and consistency. Finding the right products / market fit by Mr. Eziagu Williams, Director of Product Development, NDPC. He talks about 3 steps to determine product market fit. The first one is understand your customers' current needs and foresee future ones. Focus on one significant value proposition. Build credibility. Determinants for product fit. Demand in foreign market. Quality of product. Profitability. Resource capacity. The 5th one from Mr. Collins Wonsu, using digital technology to launch innovative products for exports. Have a clear approach. B2B approach, B2C approach, B2B, B2C. Innovate and have a strategy that is efficient, transformative, and sustaining. Be systematic, as not every market is for you. Determine where to play. Own sites, virtual marketplaces, that's third party, general markets, specialized spaces. Growing a resilient business by Bolaji Sofoluwe is the Managing Director, Enterprise Trade and Knowledge, ETK Group, UK. To be resilient in business, you have to rise. Risk identification and management, internal structure architecture, revenue stream diversification, enhanced brand equity, rise, emphasizes the following: creation of a responsive and reactive risk management framework based on realistic scenarios, building a business that would outlive you, creation of policies that will govern your business from top to bottom, development of checks which would ensure that you are following these structures that you have built. Revenue stream diversification, enhance brand equity. Do things differently now, cover the losses of 2020, and position your business properly for 2021. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you. At this point, so we're going to be calling on our own very mama, our wonderful mommy in the house, Mrs. Angela Ajala, our national president, for the closing remarks. Please, mommy.
Thank you very much. It's been a long day. It's been a very long day and very impactful. We wanted to make sure we packed it with value so that women could have enough to go on their final reflection and retreat journey as they begin the 2021 journey. So you cannot say you don't have the tools, the skills, the competencies, the knowledge you need to prepare your business for 2021. 2021 has started already. And so we hope we're all ready for that. We want to use this opportunity to launch in the South-South zone. Dr. Shea, I don't know if you have the picture. Now, what we're about to show you is part of what we're unveiling at our AGM tomorrow as part of our roadmap for 2021. One of the things the vice presidents in the various zones will be doing is setting up a skill acquisition hub to train and to skill up young women and set them up in profitable businesses so that they can earn a decent living. It's one of the things we're going to do. Young women, young girls, widows, those available to learn the ropes of entrepreneurship and also begin to be employers of labor. Now, we are flagging off from the South-South zone. where our vice president there, Mrs. Helen Imagene, has set up something. I don't know if Dr. Sheyi has the picture just to show what we are beginning to do from that zone, and then it will trickle to all the other zones. Dr. Sheyi, any picture? I assume they've sent the pictures to you earlier on. Is there something we can show?
Well, I think Madam Helen is actually supposed to be there, so we're trying to get her to switch on her video. That's what
her network can be quite erratic in that zone at times. We've been bouncing her in and out.
So I don't have any pictures, but I can get that from Precious.
Okay, I thought the Secretary General had shared with you because I saw something with Amelia, and I thought she had shared that with you. Anyway, picture or no picture, the point is that this is happening in all the zones, and is part of the corporate social responsibility will be intentionally and deliberately doing next year. Our corporate social responsibility is structured into about four types, and the vice presidents have the liberty to choose what is relevant and appropriate in the context of their environment to bring forth. The important thing is to impact the lives of women, impact the lives of young girls, and make sure that no woman is idle as we go into the new year. Thank you very much, all our members, all our distinguished panelists, all our very special guests for being with us throughout today. It's been a very long day. I want to especially thank the Secretariat led by our Secretary General, Mrs. Emilia Shaza. It's been a very tasking time for her, but she's risen to the occasion and she's led this process very diligently and very successfully for us. I want to thank all our members all over Nigeria joining us. Enugu group, we see you, we hear that the Enugu group is going into the party mode now. I think they've not had the chance to party this year. And knowing the vice president of that zone, she will not let this opportunity go by. We thank you very much for bringing so much fun into this conference and for ending it like this. We trust that as we have ended this conference, the year will also end for us on a very positive and celebratory mode. We shall all go into 2021 ready to make impact, ready to scale up, ready to grow our revenues, and ready to make a difference in the lives of people around us. Thank you very much, everybody, and have a wonderful afternoon.
Madam President,
members of Madam
President, Madam President, 1 minute. We have the stories, the stories of the ladies the documentary of this.
Okay, I was thinking we'd take it at AGM because of the time and since we had done the closing ceremony. Yes, please. Thank you very much.
That's fine.
Thank you so much. Okay then. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. All our MCs, all our moderators, all our speakers, we're going to be working with all the speakers. Everybody has a special niche they are bringing into the businesses we do. And we're so grateful for having them offer even their services to us. We hope to take this up. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Putting on the video acquisition center.
Thank you.
Well, they're putting on the video for acquisition center. The Secretary General is just saying that. I don't know who's putting it up. Okay,
can you see us now?
Trying to put up the...
Not
we
yet.
can't see you. Where are you? Have you seen them?
Can you see them? Okay.
She's laughing at you. Yes.
But I muted all along. Were you hearing me?
Yes. I can hear you.
Amen. Wow. Hey. Thank you. Abby, don't snap cake. Don't give them. Hello.
Hi.
All right.
South in
yeah,
the, on the
excited.
move. South on the move.
Thank you so much. I'm excited. In fact, thank you. Let every one of us be here.
Okay, so we launched the Skill Acquisition Center.
Oh, wow.
Hello.
Hello, we can hear you, ma.
Yes, we actually want to snap the picture, another picture, and send it down.
You can just flip your phone around and show us what it looks like.
Yeah, we're cutting the cake.
You're still doing, you're not the cake.
What does the center look like?
Turn the camera. We can't see the cake. We can only see you.
Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. Your phone has gone off. Wow. You just.
Auntie Emisi, have we lost her? No.
Yes, so.
Enugu, you will be the first to answer. You just want to enter party
She's
mode.
there. She's Madam Helen is there, but her camera.
Auntie Emisi, close us so we can move.
You wanted to speak to your
Auntie Emisi, please close us so we can close properly.
So we'd like to thank each and every.
Remind them about the area.
Each and every member that has turned up, our visitors, those who are online, we hope you gained a lot from each and every session. I did, and I've heard it before. It was wonderful and fresh hearing it all again. Awep women, we have a lot in front of us. We're moving, we're going places. And tomorrow, our AGM, we'd like everybody to be there on time. We are going to have a fantastic day with our reports and everything that we've done today, you know, a culmination of the whole season from our EXCO meeting to the conference to tomorrow. So I want to thank each and everyone again, all the members, all our partners, and we look forward to seeing you all again next year. All members tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you very much.
All right, welcome.
Can we have pictures taken? Dr. Shea?
Yes, to do that, we just need everybody to switch on their videos and everybody will be
Can you all
spotlighted.
switch on your videos, please? Pastor. Okay. Rukaya, your video. Madam Amede, your video. Hajia Samira, aha. Mr. William, you can put your video on, please. Jennifer. Mr. Aderogba.
Can you see me?
Yes, I can see you. Then Olatokunbo. Some of you have to give your phones permission to open.
Okay.
So. Okay. Dr. Sherry, can you say, please, can you put your own video on too? Madam Eyemi, are you still there? Okay. Are we good? Everybody on my face. Awep Nigeria, Madam Precious, can you show your face, please? Madam Emilia, okay. I see her. Congratulations. Okay, so.
Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Shay, we're ready.
All right then, so we're going to take a photograph now. I'll do a countdown and everybody give your biggest smiles. So, we ready? 5, 4, 3.
Are you seeing me?
Yes, we can see you.
Yeah.
All right, so
see the
5,
twins.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Everybody smile. Bingo, there we go. All right, so let's do it again. One more picture.
Congratulations, Awep.
One more picture. We're ready? 5, 4.
One more picture.
5, 4, 3.
Madam Awep, why are you laughing so much?
1. Get ready for it. Smile. There we go. Good. We're all good. Thank you all very much.
Have fun, everyone, and safe trip back to your homes and your offices and wherever you have to go. God bless you all.
Okay.
Go ahead, John. Thank you, everyone. Madam Yemisi, remind us of our AGM tomorrow is starting at 10.
Okay, I did remind, but I'll give the time. So the AGM starts at 10 a.m. tomorrow.
Yes.
And we should all turn up ready to have a blast.
Madam Yemisi.
Yes, ma'am.
It's online.
I can't. You were saying?
He was asking venue.
Okay, thank you.
We'll show the document tomorrow as well.
It's online. It's online. Thank you, Mr. Yeah. Thank you for the support. Thank you for just showing up and going beyond and above. So, everybody was on ground, even with a printer, everything that we needed. And so
tomorrow we'll give internal house their own award. Then Dr. Sheiti Manko, we have to award. Vivian Peleo, what happened?